Chapter 1, I'll start over again and I won't miss you again. Su Fan, hurry up and get up. You don't have to be so depraved just because your confession was rejected. Du Ziting pulled at the corner of the quilt of Su Fan, who was sleeping in the bed opposite him. Then Qin Shoxing said earnestly, Brother Su Fan, there is more to life than just love. As for our gay relationship, you should be more open-minded and look forward. Su Fan, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by their chattering. Su Fan woke up and rubbed his eyes. What's going on? Isn't this the dormitory I lived in when I was in college? There were also my good friends Du Ziting and Qin Shoxing. Su Fan thought he was dreaming. He covered himself with the quilt again and fell into a sound sleep. No way, this kid is hopeless, isn't it just because he was rejected by Chen Siyu? Oh, this Chen Siyu is just pretty and fierce, but she is also brainless. Du Ziting and the other two continued to nag. With the continuous output from the two people, Su Fan was completely awake. Only then did he realize that he was reborn in a parallel world. The parallel world is similar to the Blue Planet where he lived in his previous life, and his family and friends are the same as those on Blue Planet. It's just that the business, entertainment, and culture of this parallel world are very different from those of Blue Planet. He was 28 years old when he was on Blue Star, and in this parallel world he was just a senior in college. And the first day he came to this parallel world was also the first day after he confessed his love to Chen Siyu, the most beautiful girl in his class, and was rejected. He still remembered that he fell into depravity after his confession failed. And I also missed such a good girl like Su Xiaoxiao. I was so stupid at that time. It was really not worth it to fall for a scheming woman like Chen Siyu. Now that he has a new life, he cannot miss Su Xiaoxiao again. As for Chen Siyu, go to hell. Su Fan suddenly sat up, moving very quickly. Du Ziting and Qin Shoxing thought he was still upset about the rejection and was about to do something stupid. Su Fan, don't scare us. Don't do anything stupid. Su Fan looked at them and said with a smile, Silly, why would I do such a stupid thing? Brother, I sympathize with you. Don't be so stubborn. If you want to cry, just cry. It's uncomfortable to hold it in. Qin Shoxing thought Su Fan was pretending to be strong in front of them and was afraid that he would get upset. Su Fan rolled his eyes at him, Why are you crying? I'm crying for Chen Siyu? You're crazy. Have you really let it go? You've been licking her for 3 years, and you can just let it go like that? Qin Shoxing asked tentatively. Then why would I continue to be sad for someone who doesn't tea like me? I am not interested in her at all now. Su Fan said calmly. Look how he licked it before, and now he says he lets it go. Du Ziting and Qin Shoxing were skeptical. Su Fan climbed down from the bed. Wear good clothes and shoes. Are you going out? Qin Shoxing asked. Yes. Su Fan didn't even raise his head. Where are you going? Are you going to find Chen Siyu? Du Ziting wondered. What a joke, I would go find her. I already said I'm not interested in her anymore, I'm going to find my goddess. Ah. I heard Su Fan say he was going to find his goddess. Du Ziting and the others were very surprised. Is the target shifting so quickly? Just after my confession was rejected, there's a new goddess. Su Fan, you can do it. I won't say any more to you. I'm going out now. Su Fan looked in the mirror, fixed his hair and went out. Du Ziting and Qin Shoxing stared at him in a daze as he walked out of the dormitory. Is Su Fan really not going to look for his so-called new goddess? Just listen to him bragging. He has been licking Chen Siyu so humbly over the years. I don't believe he has fallen in love with someone else. Although I was surprised to hear Su Fan say that just now. But Qin Shoxing didn't believe it. Let the injured go out and rest. Zitang, hurry up and go online. Let's play League of Legends by ourselves. Okay, but wait a minute, I'm going to take out the trash. Du Ziting was holding a ball of used tissues with some unknown liquid on them. Hurry up, I'll wait for you. Qin Shoxing is already online. Su Fan walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the teaching building. If I remember correctly, Su Xiaoxiao is currently taking classes in the mobile classroom in Teaching Building B. He didn't want to waste a second. He and Su Xiaoxiao were classmates in high school. When she was still in high school, Su Xiaoxiao had already begun to have a crush on him. At the beginning, Su Xiaoxiao's grades were good enough for her to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, but she wanted to go to the same university as him. So Su Xiaoxiao gave up Peking University and Tsinghua University and chose to come to this university. He only found out about this later. A girl's feelings for him are so sincere. He actually ignored it before and didn't take it seriously. Instead, he fell madly in love with that scheming girl Chen Xiyu. He even spoke harshly to Su Xiaoxiao and hurt her feelings when he was in depravity. Now he couldn't wait to appear in front of her. Su Fan walked to the door of the classroom and looked inside. Su Xiaoxiao was indeed inside. She was sitting in the first row, listening to the class attentively. The teacher in charge of the class is Mr. Liu, and he is teaching Mao Zedong thought. The way Su Fan stuck his head in was noticed by Teacher Liu. Then he asked, "Classmate, what can I do for you?" Su Fan took a deep breath and said, "I'm looking for Su Xiaoxiao." Then he walked straight into the classroom. Su Xiaoxiao turned to look at him and watched Su Fan walk in. Why did Su Fan suddenly come to see her? Is there something important? Su Xiaoxiao was also puzzled. Everyone's eyes were on her and Su Fan. This made Su Xiaoxiao feel quite embarrassed. And just now when she heard Su Fan say her name at the door, her face turned red immediately. Su Fan had an extremely bright smile on his face. He finally saw Su Xiaoxiao again. This time he won't miss such a good girl again. Su Fan, we are still in class. If you have anything urgent to say, please wait until after class to discuss it. Su Xiaoxiao said with a blushing face to the handsome Su Fan standing in front of her. No, I can't wait any longer. Tell me now. As he said that, Su Fan covered Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously retracted her hand. But Su Fan did not let go, he had no intention of letting go at all. Su Fan ignored everyone's gazes. She said firmly, "Su Xiaoxiao, I like you, will you be my girlfriend?" Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt her ears getting hot and her head buzzing. Did she hear it right? Su Fan is confessing his love to her. This was the scene she had been fantasizing about since high school, and it actually came true today. At this time, the students in the classroom started to make a fuss. Wow, Su Xiaoxiao promised him. Such a handsome guy confessed his love to me. Su Xiaoxiao, hurry up and agree to him, or I will step on this mushroom. Su Xiaoxiao has been secretly in love with him for so many years. She is the only one who would like to be his girlfriend. But her relationship with Su Fan has always been that of good friends. And she knew that Su Fan had always liked Chen Xiyu, the beauty in their class. Besides, Su Fan confessed his love to Chen Xiyu last night and was rejected. Could it be that he was provoked and came to confess his feelings to her now? Su Xiaoxiao hesitated again. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao hesitated, Su Fan kissed her directly. When Su Fan's lips touched hers, her eyes widened. My heart was beating faster and faster. This admiration made the whole classroom explode. Teacher Liu standing on the podium was originally very open-minded. He will not stop college students from dating. When I confessed my feelings to him in the classroom just now, he just turned a blind eye. Will not separate the Mandarin ducks. And now, Teacher Liu also said it was too hot for the eyes. Chapter 2: Killing a Dog in the Classroom. The students now have something exciting to watch. The classroom became more lively. That Su Fan from the mechanical engineering department actually kissed Su Xiaoxiao from our class. He killed a dog in the classroom. Exciting, kissing in public, handsome guy from the Department of Mechanics, I respect you as a man. Ha 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 ha, this is not a scene suitable for children, cover your eyes quickly. Because he was too nervous, Su Fan kissed too hard. Su Xiaoxiao felt like she couldn't breathe and her brain was in a state of oxygen deprivation. She pushed Su Fan away violently. Unexpectedly. A saliva line. Su Xiaoxiao wiped her mouth awkwardly. The classmates laughed. Oh my god, this live broadcast is so exciting. What kind of experience is this? Ha ha ha. Teacher Liu couldn't sit still anymore. Although he didn't object to college students dating, this happened in the classroom. He starts chewing it as soon as you pick him up. That has too much impact. Su Fan never waited for Su Xiaoxiao's answer. He was forcibly kicked out of the classroom by Teacher Liu. In class, Su Xiaoxiao is an introvert. Although she really liked Su Fan's confession to her, she was too embarrassed to look up. There was still noise in the classroom. What Su Fan did just now was so sensational. Those who were watching the fun were unable to calm down for a while. Teacher Liu adjusted his glasses and said, "Quiet, everyone, be quiet, and continue with the class." The classroom gradually became quiet. Du Ziting and Qin Shoshing played a game in the dormitory and felt bored. Because Su Fan didn't play with them, he always felt like something was missing. So they went and sat on the steps of the open-air stadium. That is the only way from the girls' dormitory to the teaching building. So there are many beautiful women coming and going. That's what they like. This girl has such long legs. What on earth did that girl eat to grow up? If there's no E, there should be a D. I can't hold on any longer. Du Ziting, do you have tissues? Lend them to me. I need to go to the bathroom. The two of them commented on the girls who passed by. Suddenly, I heard a few girls walking over and chatting about gossip. They were Su Xiaoxiao's classmates. The scene just now was really embarrassing. Su Fan from the mechanical department took away Su Xiaoxiao's first kiss. If he took my first kiss, I would be willing to do that. Such a handsome guy, his kiss should be warm and sweet. I guess this matter will spread all over the school soon. I didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to be so unsophisticated. Such a handsome boy confessed his love to her and kissed her in public. I'm so envious. Although Su Xiaoxiao looks unfashionable, if she dresses up, she might become the school beauty. That's not the case. I heard that Su Fan liked the class beauty Chen Siyu. I have met Chen Siyu, she is really fashionable and beautiful. Now Su Fan suddenly confessed his love to Su Xiaoxiao. I wonder how Chen Siyu will react. Qin Shoshing and the others heard it clearly. Su Fan's new goddess is Su Xiaoxiao? Did he even go to confess his feelings to her? Du Ziting and Qin Shoshing stood there in a daze. They knew that Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao were good friends. I met Su Xiaoxiao once. Su Xiaoxiao was just as they said, she was indeed dressed very unfashionably. But her facial features are very nice. They didn't expect that Su Fan would actually confess his feelings to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Fan wouldn't be really upset, would he? When his confession to the beauty fails, he switches to his good friend Su Xiaoxiao. If he is not sincere to Su Xiaoxiao, then isn't he making fun of other people's feelings? Su Fan walked out of the teaching building and saw Du Ziting and Qin Shoshing sitting on the steps of the playground looking at the girls from afar. So he walked towards them both. You two guys are here to peek again, Su Fan said with a smile. Although I didn't get an answer from Su Xiaoxiao just now. But he said what he wanted to say, and there was that kiss just now. He could feel that Su Xiaoxiao still had feelings for him. Even if Su Xiaoxiao didn't agree to him now. As long as he persists, Su Xiaoxiao will agree to him one day. So now his mood is relaxed and bright. That's not called peeking, it's looking openly, Du Ziting said. Su Fan, did you just confess your feelings to Su Xiaoxiao? How do you know? I guess your heroic deeds have spread throughout the school by now. It would be hard for us not to know about it. Qin Shoshing stood up and said, Su Xiaoxiao is a good girl, you should stop playing with other people's feelings. In their eyes, Su Xiaoxiao is just that kind of very simple girl. I'm serious. Next time you see her, you should call her sister-in-law, Su Fan said solemnly. Looking at Su Fan's serious expression, Du Ziting and Qin Shoshing felt relieved. Suddenly Du Ziting showed an evil smile. We have a sister-in-law, shouldn't we celebrate, Su Fan? Okay. Let's go to the foodie hot pot restaurant tonight, Su Fan said generously. Hee, save your stomach, we're going to eat Su Fan out of money tonight. Su Fan walked back to the dormitory by himself, while Qin Shoshing and the others continued to watch the beauties coming and going. Bite. When Su Fan walked to the dormitory door, he heard a mechanical sound. Good job. The system is here. He was an old bookworm and knew that this was the sound of the system. If he is reborn with a system, then he will be able to cheat in this life. Ding, the system has detected a responsible system and is downloading binding information. Information has been downloaded. Congratulations to the host for binding to the perfect male god system. The system will inspire the host to become a perfect male god. The system is sending a novice gift package to the host, please check it. The gift package has been sent, and the perfect boyfriend interface is opening. Please wait patiently after it ends. Congratulations to the host for opening the perfect boyfriend interface. Friendly reminder, the system will open some shopping malls in the future, and you can directly redeem points. For example, the redeemed goods can be used to transform certain parts of the existing body. Aha, the system understands his thoughts so well. Su Fan is very satisfied with his body and height. Only. But it doesn't matter now. After Su Fan entered the dormitory, he got to know the system well. He opened the system panel with his mind. On the left side of the panel are his personal attributes. Name, Su Fan. Age, 22. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 71 kilograms. Physical fitness, 10 normal person 8. Points, 0. Title, intern boyfriend. Skills, none. It turns out that when you talk about activating the perfect boyfriend system, I haven't even become an official boyfriend yet. It all starts with my intern boyfriend. If you can't get rich overnight, then start with your intern boyfriend. To the right of the character attribute column is the task and gift reward page column. There are 3 items on the taskbar, and the task button for perfect boyfriend is already lit. So now you can start doing the task. The other 2 items are still gray, and I can't see the content or know what the tasks are. Chapter 3: Investing in Cryptocurrency. At this time, Su Fan clicked on the flashing gift reward column. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bottle of potion that increases physical strength and charm. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 6-hour financial trend prediction ability rewarded by the system. Su Fan took the physical strength and charm enhancement potion and drank it. I just felt a warm current in my body, accompanied by a little pain. But it only lasted about a minute. Su Fan knew that it was the potion that was working. After the pain disappeared, he felt relaxed. I feel very strong in my body and have endless energy. He went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. A handsome face appeared in the mirror. His face was already handsome, and now after drinking the potion, it became even more handsome. He is even more handsome than the most popular young male stars. He was lifting his clothes. Wow! The thick 8-pack abs and clear muscle lines make him look extremely sexy. I like it when I see it, let alone girls. He wondered if Su Xiaoxiao touched abdominal muscles like his. Absolutely love it. Su Fan clicked again to check the second reward. Ding! Warm reminder, if the host collects it now, the system will start counting from now on, and the host's financial foresight ability will last for 6 hours. This item will expire after 6 hours. Do you want to claim it now? Su Fan hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it. Then Su Fan felt a force injected into his mind. Those professional financial terms appeared in his mind. These words become completely familiar. It's amazing, he was a man who knew nothing about finance. Now I can use a lot of professional terms at will. Su Fan was ecstatic. The financial predictive ability rewarded by the system can predict the trends of financial products such as stocks, futures, funds, and bonds. His ability to predict financial trends would allow him to make a lot of money through investments. It's a pity that this ability only lasts for 6 hours. It's too short. So if he wants to make more money, he must hurry up. But I have the ability, but I don't have the capital. He paid the tuition this semester and deducted the living expenses. There are only $2,000 left. He was a pauper, that was why. Chen Xiu rejected him. If there is no money invested, these 6 small predictive abilities will be wasted. The friend next to me didn't have much money either. Even if I had some, I couldn't lend him much. So now he can only ask his parents for help. He took out his cell phone and immediately called his mother, Lin Xiaoying. Hey, son, what's wrong? Don't you have enough living expenses? As soon as she answered the phone, Lin Xiaoying asked directly. Mom, I want to get 100,000 yuan from you. Su Fan went straight to the point and asked them for money directly. There are only 6 hours. If you waste too much time, time will be wasted. However, the most he could ask his parents for was 100,000 yuan. His parents are ordinary wage earners who saved this money by living frugally. His father also worked in a wood factory for many years, which caused him to be overly fatigued and inhale too much dust. He died of lung cancer a few years later. Now that he is reborn, he doesn't want such a tragedy to happen. When he makes money this time, he won't let his dad work so hard. But when Lin Xiaoying heard her son asking for so much money, she thought her son was getting into trouble outside. You're still a student, why do you suddenly need so much money? Are you in debt to a loan shark? How can I owe a loan shark? I have a use for the money. Su Fan thought about it and realized that this was his parents' savings. I am still a student now, and it's not a big deal for me to take so much money from them. They certainly won't give it easily. What if I told them that I was going to use it for financial investment? They will definitely feel that the risk is too great and will not give a single cent. What are you going to do with so much money? This is not a small amount. Lin Xiaoying was worried that her son was being cheated. I'm already a senior now, and I'll be doing an internship in a month or two, but I want to start my own business right away. Su Fan lied to his mother. In fact, it was not entirely a lie, and his next plan was indeed to start a business. In his previous life, he was mediocre and did nothing. He must seize the opportunity of this rebirth. If he wants to make money quickly, he will choose to start a business. The end of the universe is entrepreneurship. You haven't even entered society yet, so why would you start a business? If you want to start a business, wait a few years to gain experience before starting a business. His mother was against it. But, Mom, it will be too late by then. Let Dad answer the phone. Seeing that talking to his mother didn't work, Su Fan tried to persuade his father. While he was talking on the phone, his father Su Jiangwo was always beside him. He heard clearly what Su Fan said on the phone. So he took the phone from Lin Xiaoying's hand. Son, you want to start a business? Yes, Dad, so I'm going to borrow 100,000 yuan from you as startup capital. I promise to pay you back by the end of this year. Okay. Su Jiangwo agreed without hesitation. Because he felt that his son had grown up and he hoped that he could achieve something successful. Don't be like him, doing only the hard work. Thank you, Dad. Can you turn around right now? Okay. Ding dong. After Su Jiangwo hung up the phone, he transferred the money to Su Fan. Lin Xiaoying was very surprised that Su Jiangwo agreed to give the money to his son so readily. You gave the money to your son like this, aren't you afraid that he will be cheated? Su Fan is grown up now and has his own ideas. Besides, he has promised to get the money back by the end of the year, and I believe in our son. Su Jiangwo believes in his son as always. 100,000 yuan has been received. There is no shortage of money to invest now. It depends on how Su Fan allocates the money. Su Fan opened his laptop. Although he didn't understand financial investment before, the system gave him this ability. Now he can open various financial platforms accurately and quickly register an account. Although he can predict the current upward and downward trends of the stock market. But he did not choose to put his money in the stock market. Because the stock market platform is strictly monitored and difficult to operate. And now I only have 6 hours of foresight. Stocks are for long-term investment, so if he invests his money in the stock market now, maybe you don't earn much. So he turned his attention to virtual currency. Virtual currency is also one of the financial products. You can make short-term investments, and this financial product is more suitable for Su Fan's current situation. However, it also has the greatest risk, but the benefits are clearly visible. So Su Fan registered an account on the virtual currency platform without hesitation. He invested all of his 100,000 yuan into the virtual currency market. After the virtual currency is exchanged, let us start trading. The moment the transaction started, Su Fan's heart was in his throat. Chapter 4: Earning the First Pot of Gold. After all, he hasn't tried it yet, so he doesn't know whether the ability given by the system is reliable. However, after entering the transaction, Su Fan felt a little relieved. Because he can actually see the trend of each coin in the next few hours. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now picking up money with a sack. Upward trend, the short-term highest point is 78,493.33, which appears after 10 minutes. Upward trend, the short-term highest point is at 98,493.1, which appears after 20 minutes. Downward trend, the short-term lowest point is at 3,485.12, which appears after 30 minutes and 20 seconds. Keep harvesting. He would make good use of these 6 hours. So I stared at the computer screen with all my attention. Du Ziting and Qin Shousheng came back and wanted to urge Su Fan to fulfill what he said today. Invite them to have hot pot in the evening. But when he came back, he saw Su Fan staring at the computer in a daze. It was getting dark and I was reluctant to stand up and turn on a light. Du Ziting turned on the light and said, Su Fan, when are we going to the hot pot restaurant? No time. Su Fan didn't have time to pay attention to them. Qin Shousheng was excited. What? You said today that you would go to the foodie hot pot restaurant, but now you're cheating? Only then did Su Fan remember that this was indeed the case. During the day, he did say that he would treat them to hot pot. But now I'm busy picking up money, so I don't have time to eat. Remember, brother, Su Fan, will never default on my debt, but I really don't have time tonight. Tomorrow night, let's have hot pot tomorrow night, plus a club, okay? Clubhouse. Hearing these two words, Du Ziting and Qin Shoxing's eyes lit up. Okay. I love the club. Neither of them knew what Su Fan was busy with. Seeing him looking at the computer so seriously, I guess he is reading some indescribable novel. You understand, I understand, everyone understands. So the two of them didn't bother Su Fan. Besides, Su Fan had been so generous as to invite them to the club tonight. I'm already excited and fantasizing. Who cares what Su Fan is busy with? After a while, Du Ziting and the other two went to the cafeteria to eat. When preparing to walk out of the dormitory door, Su Fan called them and said, "You two, please bring me some food. The money will be deducted from the dinner I'm going to treat you to tomorrow night." Du Ziting turned around and asked, "Why are you so stingy?" "Are you stingy? Otherwise, don't go to the club tomorrow night." Su Fan said. "Okay, what dishes do you want? How much rice do you want?" Du Ziting was convinced. Casual. Su Fan was too lazy to say so much. Picking up the money was the most important thing. 2 hours later, he had earned 5 times his original capital. In other words, he has already earned $500,000. Now there is more capital to invest. Under a series of operations, he made $5 million in the 10 minutes before his precognitive ability disappeared. So cool. In just a few hours, millions were earned. I finally experienced the feeling of picking up so much money that my hands are soft. Bang! Su Fan turned off the computer. At this time, my stomach was rumbling. Su Fan realized that he had not had dinner yet. He glanced at the time on his phone. It's already 10 o'clock. Time flies when you're picking up money. The lunchboxes that Du Ziting and his friends helped pack were placed on his desk. It's cold already. I was just staring at the computer and didn't feel hungry at all. Now that my mind has relaxed, I feel extremely hungry. So Su Fan picked up the lunchbox and started eating. No matter whether the food is cold or hot. After eating, Su Fan even burped. I can't say I'm a multi-millionaire yet, but I'm a millionaire. He will make more money in the future. Su Fan took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. He didn't see Su Xiaoxiao send him a message. Su Fan felt a little disappointed. Su Xiaoxiao won't be angry, right? Because in the past he licked Shen Siyu without any moral integrity. Could it be that Su Xiaoxiao confessed to him because she thought he was hurt? And after coming out of the classroom today, he started busying himself with finding money and speculating in virtual currency. I don't have time to send a message to Su Xiaoxiao at all. She must have thought I was lying to her. Su Fan quickly sent a message to Su Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, what are you busy with? Are you angry today?" 10 minutes passed. Su Fan still didn't see her reply. Could this girl really be angry and ignore him? No. Don't worry overnight. If she ignores him, he can go find her. He looked at the time. It was 10:30. It's not too late. So Su Fan went downstairs to Su Xiaoxiao's dormitory. But no matter how many times he called Su Xiaoxiao, no one answered. No way, Su Xiaoxiao completely ignored him? I guess he has been blocked. Su Fan didn't care about anything else and went to the girls' dormitory. Walked to the door of Su Xiaoxiao's dormitory. Knocked on the door. Xia Xiaotang came out to open the door, and she recognized Su Fan as soon as she saw him. But he looks much more handsome than during the day. Aren't you Su Fan who confessed to Su Xiaoxiao today? You came to see her, right? Yes, please call Xiaoxiao out for me. Su Fan said hurriedly. Xiaoxiao is not in the dormitory now. Where did she go? She's working part-time. I thought you knew she was working part-time. Can you tell me where she works part-time? Su Fan asked. This little girl hasn't come back yet so late. Doesn't she know that it's unsafe on the road if she comes back late? It's in the Haoshiji Internet Cafe near the school. Okay, thank you beautiful. After saying that, Su Fan left. He rode a bicycle towards the Haoshiji Internet Cafe. It's not far, the Internet Cafe is 2 kilometers away from the school. It is quite dangerous for a girl to walk back home at night. After a while, Su Fan arrived at the door of the internet cafe. After putting his bicycle away, he walked into the internet cafe. Su Xiaoxiao works part-time as a network administrator here. As soon as Su Fan walked to the front desk, he saw Su Xiaoxiao. Smile. Su Xiaoxiao looked up and was surprised to see Su Fan. Su Fan, why are you here? I went to the dormitory to look for you. They said you were working part-time here, so I came over. Oh. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head again. She was still shy about what happened today. That was her first kiss, and she had never had such an intimate contact with any boy. Now when I see Su Fan, I feel really embarrassed. What? Are you really angry with me? Su Fan looked at the shy Su Xiaoxiao. I'm not angry. Su Xiaoxiao said with her head down. Then why don't you reply to messages or answer calls? Ah, you called me? Su Xiaoxiao had no idea that Su Fan had called. Because she left her cell phone in the dormitory when she came out. Well, what else? I left my phone in the dormitory, I really didn't know you called, and I'm not mad at you. Su Xiaoxiao explained. How could she be angry? She was just not sure whether Su Fan was sincere in confessing his feelings to her. Chapter 5, Little Fool, Still So Shy. You came out to work part-time at night and forgot to bring your phone. Don't you know it's dangerous to walk at night? Although there was a tone of blame in Su Fan's tone. But how could he bear to blame Su Xiaoxiao? I must remember to bring my cell phone with me when I go out next time, otherwise I will really worry. Su Xiaoxiao blushed again after hearing this. Su Fan said he was worried about her, isn't that just caring about her? Su Xiaoxiao's face was flushed, and she looked very shy. Got it. I will definitely bring my cell phone with me next time I go out. See Su Xiaoxiao's shy look. Su Fan could recall what Su Xiaoxiao looked like in high school. In his eyes at that time, Su Xiaoxiao was an extremely shy little girl. She was also a crybaby and was a little crybaby at that time. I always liked to stay in the corner and dare not look up at people. Now that I've grown up, I'm still a little shy. But Su Xiaoxiao looks quite cute like this. Su Fan touched her head and asked, when do you get off work? Oh, wait, oh no, it's going to be a while yet. Su Xiaoxiao's heart trembled and her speech became incoherent. Su Fan actually touched her head. This head pat is so heartwarming. It's okay. I'll wait for you to get off work no matter how long it takes. Then Su Fan suddenly said, can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Su Xiaoxiao was curious about what Su Fan would discuss with her. Why don't you quit this part-time job? Su Fan didn't want to see Su Xiaoxiao suffering so much. I attend classes during the day and have to work part-time at night. He was heartbroken. No, without this part-time job, my living expenses would be a problem. Su Xiaoxiao had finally found this part-time job and would not quit it no matter what. The scholarship for this semester has not been issued yet. Now she has to rely on part-time job to earn her living expenses. Besides, after the scholarship is paid out, she still has to buy medicine for her grandmother. It's simply not enough to cover expenses. You don't have to worry about living expenses, I'll support you. With Su Fan's current financial resources, he can definitely support Su Xiaoxiao. He also knew that Su Xiaoxiao wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination, but gave up because of financial problems. Now that he is reborn this time, he will definitely let Su Xiaoxiao do what he really wants to do. When Su Fan said the 3 words I will support you, Su Xiaoxiao was very touched. But she also knew that Su Fan was not some rich second generation, he was still an unemployed student. He still relies on his parents for living expenses, so how could she feel comfortable letting Su Fan support him? Su Fan, stop joking, I really need this job. This silly girl thought her future boyfriend was a pauper. However, Su Fan also knew that with Su Xiaoxiao's temperament, there was no way she would accept his money for nothing. She and Shen Siyu are not the same type. Shen Siyu is the type of person who, even if she doesn't like you, will still accept your kindness to her and the gifts you give her. And they are obsessed with hooking up with the second generation rich, or they are already the first generation rich. Su Xiaoxiao is different. She is very simple. Well, since you don't want to quit, just do it first. Well, I still have a long time before I get off work. You standing here seems. Su Xiaoxiao said embarrassedly. Su Fan knew what she meant. She must be afraid that the boss would see her and deduct her salary. So Su Fan stopped disturbing him and walked to a small corner at the entrance of the internet cafe to wait for her. Wait until 11:30. Su Xiaoxiao is off work. Hurry up and get on the bike. Su Fan saw Su Xiaoxiao coming out, and he patted the back seat of the bicycle. Su Xiaoxiao sat on the back seat of the bicycle. Hold on tight, I'm about to leave. Su Fan looked back and saw Su Xiaoxiao grabbing the back seat with both hands. He stopped and asked, "Where are your hands? Why can't I see your hands?" Su Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Before Su Xiaoxiao could react, Su Fan grabbed her hand and put it around his waist. Hold on tight, I'm riding fast. After saying that, Su Fan started riding his bicycle. He really rides fast. He didn't slow down until he reached the school gate. After experiencing the extreme speed, Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed a little. "Uncle Security Guard, please help us open the door," Su Fan shouted. The security guard glanced at them and opened the door, watching their backs as they entered the school. The security guard shook his head. Are young people nowadays so crazy about love? They just come back at 12 o'clock in the morning. I regret that I wasn't so crazy when I was young. Youth, it really is gone and will never come back. There was no passionate love at the beginning, now looking back. It's like I've never been young. Su Fan rode his bicycle slowly into the campus. Although it was already early in the morning, there were still many students walking around the campus. Have a chat. I saw Su Fan carrying Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei hugged Su Fan's waist, and she was too tired, so she put her little head on Su Fan's back. They look like a sweet couple. Therefore, good people look at you with envy. Look at that boy riding a bicycle over there, with his girlfriend on the bike. How romantic. That boy is so handsome, he is exactly my ideal boyfriend. It's a pity that he is carrying a girl on his back. Otherwise I would have gotten on the back seat of his car without hesitation. A girl sat on the lawn, her chin supported by her hands, and spoke thoughtfully to her good friend. After a while, the bicycle stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Thank you for tonight. Su Xiaoxiao got out of the car and said with a youthful smile. The thick bangs covered half of her face. But her face still looks delicate. When Su Xiaoxiao turned around and was about to walk up to the dormitory building, Su Fan called her and said, "Xiaoxiao." Su Xiaoxiao turned around and asked, "What?" "I asked you a question in the classroom this afternoon, and you haven't answered me yet. It depends on your performance later on." After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao felt her face getting hot. To hide her shyness, she immediately ran into the dormitory building. In that case, Su Xiaoxiao didn't refuse. Su Fan was extremely happy. He stood there with a silly smile, watching Su Xiaoxiao's back disappear into the dormitory building. At this time, Chen Siyu had just returned from outside. Today, Zhang Taicheng, the rich second generation who was pursuing Chen Siyu, drove the Audi S8 and took her for a ride. Buy her a gift and treat her to a meal. I just sent her back after playing with her for so long. As soon as Chen Siyu got off the car, she ran into Su Fan standing downstairs of the dormitory building. However, she had not been in school all day and had no idea that Su Fan had publicly confessed his love to Su Xiaoxiao in the dormitory. She wondered why Su Fan was so infatuated with her. Didn't I reject her already? Why am I still waiting for her so late? It just so happens that Zhang Taicheng's luxury car is still here. Tonight she will make Su Fan give up completely. She walked over proudly and called him, "Su Fan." As he spoke, he occasionally glanced at the Audi S8 parked not far away. Indicates that it was these two luxury cars that brought her back. Su Fan didn't want to agree to her request, but since they knew each other for a while, he just said, "You just got back." Chapter 6 Sorry, my future girlfriend is not you. Seeing Su Fan ask this, Chen Siyu agreed with him. Well, Senior Jiang asked me out today, and he just sent me back now. As she spoke, she kept looking in the direction of the luxury car. Su Fan also looked over. It's just an Audi S8, what's the big deal? Why was Chen Siyu hinting at him? What did this car have to do with him? When he turned his gaze back, then he saw Chen Siyu's smug expression. That expression clearly meant that only such an outstanding rich second-generation senior was worthy of pursuing her. Looking at Chen Siyu's expression, Su Fan really wanted to laugh. Su Fan, I made it very clear yesterday that we are only suitable to be friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. You'd better give up on this idea and don't come to wait for me downstairs of the dormitory anymore. Su Fan almost died from laughing. The proud class beauty thought he was waiting for her. How ridiculous. Why is she so confident about her charm? No, it should be said that Su Fan has seen through her. The deep affection in my previous life was just a waste of my brain. Just lick her. Show her your concern and give her gifts, and she will accept them all. But she has always been flirting with the rich second generation. How can a woman like this compare to Su Xiaoxiao? Sorry, I'm not here to wait for you. Hee, you don't have to hide anything, I know you like me very much. You have liked me for so many years, but we are not the same kind of people. You are very nice, but I don't like you. I like the type of people like Zhang Xuechang. Chen Xiyu thought that Su Fan said that because of her. It was awkward, so I said I wasn't waiting for her. He has been fond of her for the past few years. He appears here now, who else could he be waiting for if not her? If you like Senior Zhang, then just be his girlfriend. Why are you telling me? And do you have serious narcissistic tendencies? I already said I wasn't waiting for you, why do you always feel like I was waiting for you? Su Fan spoke in an impatient tone. Chen Xiyu was confused. Su Fan would lick her without hesitation. Today, he actually said such words to her. She couldn't believe it. If you're not waiting for me like this, who else can you be waiting for? Waiting for my future girlfriend. A smile appeared on Chen Xiyu's lips. Su Fan, I just told you, but you still don't understand what I said? She misunderstood Su Fan's words again. This guy Su Fan is just handsome. He has no money and his family background is average. Where does he get the confidence to conclude that Chen Xiyu is his future girlfriend? I think you still misunderstood me, class beauty. The future girlfriend I was talking about is not you. It's so late, I won't say anymore, and if she sees it, she will be angry, bye. After Su Fan finished speaking, he rode away on his bicycle. Chen Xiyu was still standing there in a daze. Su Fan said that his future girlfriend is not her, so who will it be? Isn't he very infatuated? How come he has someone pursuing him so soon? There was a question mark in Chen Xiyu's mind. Su Fan left and she also entered the dormitory building. When I returned to the dormitory, my other roommates were still awake. See Chen Xiyu come back. Several people laughed and said, our class beauty is back for her date. Wow, what are all these big and small bags of stuff? What gift did Senior Jiang buy you? See you, I really envy you. Senior Jiang always buys you a lot of things every time he takes you out to play. Chen Xiyu happily took out the things from the bag. While saying, I told him not to spend any money, but today he insisted on buying me this limited edition LV bag. She felt so proud when she held the bag in her hand. One of the roommates, Liang Xiaojie, said, this is a limited edition. I checked online and it can't be bought without 20,000 yuan. See you, Senior Jiang is so good to you. It would be great if I had a suitor of such high quality. Our Siyu is so pretty, has a good figure, and is fashionable, but you look ordinary. I will wait until I am born into a good family in my next life and then hope to have such a high-quality suitor. As soon as Liang Xiajie said this, she was attacked by Xia Anlin, who had the best relationship with Chen Xiyu. Liang Xiajie was hit hard and didn't want to flatter Chen Xiyu anymore. She deliberately said, actually, I think Su Fan in our class is also good. He is so handsome, much more handsome than that Senior Jiang. I thought he was deeply in love with Xiyu, but it turns out that he went to confess his love to someone else today. Who did you confess to? Chen Xiyu asked. Although her ideal boyfriend is not a pauper like Su Fan. But Su Fan originally liked her so much. As soon as she rejected him, Su Fan went after another girl, feeling a little unbalanced. It's Su Xiaoxiao from the Foreign Languages Department. It's her? Chen Xiyu was incredible. What is it about a girl who dresses so rustically that Su Fan likes? Xia Anlin echoed, yes, that Su Xiaoxiao is just a little bit better in grades, but her looks are no match for our Xiyu. Besides, look at her, the clothes she wears are really rustic, and you can tell at a glance that she is a girl from the countryside. Liang Xiaojie didn't say anything, but she despised Xia Anlin in her heart. So what if she's a girl from the countryside? She doesn't look that fashionable. She and Su Xiaoxiao are from the same association, and she doesn't think Su Xiaoxiao is less pretty than Chen Xiyu. She just doesn't dress up. Chen Xiyu was very proud of Xia Anlin's flattery. Although I still feel a little unbalanced. But as she touched the LV bag that Zhang Taichung gave her, she no longer thought about Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao. Su Fan returned to the dormitory and immediately sent a message to Su Xiaoxiao. I'm so tired today. Take a shower and go to bed quickly. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoxiao replied to the message immediately. Got it. I'm just about to go in and take a shower. After replying the message, Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red unconsciously. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xia Xiaotang saw all this. So she asked curiously, Xiaoxiao, you didn't accept Su Fan, did you? Su Xiaoxiao quickly said embarrassedly, no. I didn't accept her. So you came back with him tonight? How do you know? He came to the dormitory to look for you. I told him that you were working part-time at the internet cafe, and then he went to the internet cafe to look for you. I guess you came back with him tonight. After Xia Xiaotang drank a sip of water, he continued, it's good that you didn't accept him. I heard before that he really likes Chen Siyu, the most beautiful girl in their class. I think you shouldn't get too close to him, in case he still likes that class beauty, you'll be hurt by him. Su Xiaoxiao thought so at first. But when Su Fan came to see her tonight, she could feel that Su Fan probably no longer liked Chen Siyu. Su Fan no longer likes Chen Siyu. Xia Xiaotang asked back, how can you be so sure? Did he tell you that? No, I guessed. Chapter 7 This system is a bit broken. Xia Xiaotang was indeed afraid that Su Xiaoxiao would get hurt. A newbie like her who has no experience in love is the easiest to be deceived. Men are untrustworthy creatures. Some men may look decent, but who knows what kind of scumbags they are behind the scenes. Xia Xiaotang also analyzed based on her experience. She had 2 boyfriends in college, both of whom were good-looking but bad-looking men. So she understands it the most. She also imposed her own views of men on Su Xiaoxiao. I've known Su Fan for so many years, from high school to college, and he is not that kind of person. He just pursued Chen Siyu, he is not the scumbag you say he is. Although Xia Xiaotang did not explicitly say that Su Fan was a scumbag. But that's the meaning behind his words. Su Xiaoxiao could hear it, so she tried her best to protect Su Fan. Xia Xiaotang's first 2 boyfriends were not just ordinary scumbags. But how could Su Fan be the same as them? But she also knew that Xia Xiaotang said this for her own good. On Su Fan's side, his roommates all lay down and went to sleep. Du Ziting was already snoring loudly. Su Fan also lay down. I closed my eyes, but I wasn't sleepy yet. So much happened in just a short period of time today. First, I plucked up the courage to confess my feelings to Su Xiaoxiao. Later, after activating the system, he made another 5 million. It's just that 6 hours is too short a time to learn financial trend prediction skills. Once his skills are gone, he is just a financial idiot again. Su Fan still wanted to hold on a little longer. Otherwise he could earn more. At this time, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! The host sends Su Xiaoxiao back to the dormitory, love experience value plus 100, congratulations to the host for upgrading to a trainee boyfriend. Warm reminder, when the love experience value reaches 100,000, that is, when you upgrade to a formal boyfriend, you can activate the God level investment skill. Once this skill is activated, it will be effective for a long time. God level investment skills can accurately predict the rate of return of all investments, and can clearly see the rate of return at each stage. The investment includes futures, stocks, and other financial systems. Su Fan took a look and found this God level investment skill quite interesting. It's almost the same as the 6-hour financial trend prediction skill he acquired before. Moreover, this God level investment skill is effective for a long time. It's definitely worth activating. System, how much is my love worth now? Report to the host, your current love experience points total 100. It's only 100, it's still a long way from 100,000. System prompt, have more intimate contact with Su Xiaoxiao, such as kissing, hugging, and lifting up, to increase your love value. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Fan smiled like an auntie. Why do I feel that this system is a bit broken? Isn't this encouraging him to pinch, hug, and kiss Su Xiaoxiao more? There is no sound from the system anymore. Su Fan closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back and forth. Not long after, he also fell asleep. He slept until dawn, and when he woke up, he saw He Yang coming in with his luggage. He Yang is also a member of their dormitory. He took a leave of absence this week to travel. When Su Fan had not yet earned 5 million, he was the most qualified to be willful. because his family conditions are the best in the dormitory. His father is a businessman and he is quite successful. He Yang can be said to be a veritable rich second generation. But when he graduated, his father's investment failed and the funding chain of the company's project was broken. He was involved in a lawsuit and not only lost everything he had, but also owed a lot of debt. Since then, He Yang has not contacted any of his classmates. No one ever saw him again. Su Fan didn't expect that he would be reborn and see his former good brother again. The four people in their dormitory have a very close relationship. In his previous life, Qin Shoxing, Du Ziting, and he were still in contact until several years after graduation. If nothing had happened to He Yang's father, he would have contacted them as well. Now that Su Fan is reborn, he also wants to help this brother. As soon as He Yang came in, he took out the specialties he bought from the tourist destination and shared them with everyone. Brothers, hurry up and get up. I brought something. Come and try it. Upon hearing that there was food to eat, Qin Shoxing and Du Ziting, two foodies, immediately sat up from the bed. What delicious food did you bring? Beijing roast duck, Tianjin fried dough twist, there are many kinds. He Yang said as he placed things on the table. Du Ziting jumped off the bed and reached out to pull over a bag of fried dough twists. Seeing this, He Yang patted his hand and said, "Dude, you haven't brushed your teeth yet." Du Ziting said with a playful smile, "I'm not kissing you, why do you dislike me for not brushing my teeth?" He Yang glared at him and said, "Hey, if you dare to kiss me, I will roll my eyes at you." Du Ziting rolled up his sleeves and said cooperatively, come on, let's see who hits harder." Su Fan also sat up from the bed, it just so happens that He Yang is back today. Don't eat too much at lunch, please save some space for me. Yeah, clubhouse. Du Ziting and Qin Shoxing cheered immediately. He Yang still didn't understand. Su Fan's treat tonight? Yes, to celebrate the fact that we are about to have a sister-in-law, brother Su Fan treated us to a big dinner. No way, Chen Xiu is going to accept him? He Yang didn't know that Su Fan had confessed his love to Su Xiaoxiao, and thought it was Chen Xiu. Su Fan immediately replied, "Of course not him, I am pursuing my goddess Su Xiaoxiao." Hearing Su Fan say that he was pursuing Su Xiaoxiao, He Yang felt relieved for him. When I saw how affectionate Su Fan was towards Chen Xiu, I was worried that he wouldn't be able to get out from under her skirt. Pursuing Su Xiaoxiao now is a good thing. Okay, everyone hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Teacher Yang's class is coming up soon, and we can't be late. Professor Yang is a ruthless guy and there is no mercy with him. If you are late for his class, you will have your credits deducted without any further ado. How can there be such a teacher in a university? Stricter than high school teachers. So in order to graduate smoothly, no one dared to be late for Professor Yang's class. Well, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. Several people quickly brushed their teeth and washed their faces. 2 minutes later, Qin Shoxing said, "I've done it, hurry up." No way, so fast. Du Ziting said with toothpaste foam in his mouth. Qin Shoxing smiled proudly, "My hand speed is fast." Who told you not to practice speed normally? After a few tries, Su Fan and the others also finished it. The four of them left the dormitory together and headed straight for the teaching direction. The four of them walked into the classroom together, feeling like the F4 group. Teacher Yang came in after they found a seat and sat down. Su Fan sat down, but was absent-minded. At this moment he was thinking about Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao must be in class now. He took out his cell phone and sent her a message. "Xiaoxiao, did you sleep well last night?" Su Xiaoxiao replied cleverly, "Yeah, I slept very well." "Have you ever dreamed of the handsome me?" Su Xiaoxiao sent a knocking emoticon. Su Fan guessed that she must be shy now. "Let's go eat together tonight. The brothers in our dormitory will also come." Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before replying. "Can I bring a friend?" "Of course." "Okay, see you tonight." Chapter 8. Is this the legendary school beauty? I didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to agree so readily. When he was about to send her a message, Su Fan was still worried that Su Xiaoxiao would reject it. Now Su Fan can attend class with peace of mind. Su Xiaoxiao asked Xia Xiaotang to have dinner with her in the evening. In the dormitory, Xia Xiaotang has the best relationship with her. Besides, she didn't want to let it know if she called the other two people in the dormitory out. After I come back, there will probably be a lot of gossip. The last class in the afternoon is over. Su Xiaoxiao and Xia Xiaotang returned to the dormitory. Xia Xiaotang looked at Su Xiaoxiao for a while. Xiaoxiao, I'd better dress you up. Although Xia Xiaotang is not a fashion expert, but his clothes and daily dressing are pretty good. Although she didn't like Su Xiaoxiao and Su Fan getting too close. But a girl has to dress up when going out to eat. We're just going out for a meal, why dress up? Su Xiaoxiao said embarrassedly. She never dresses up or wears makeup. Now that Xia Xiaotang said he wanted to dress her up, it always felt weird. Hey, hurry up and get it done. I'll help you braid your hair. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't beat Xia Xiaotang. Just sat down obediently. You are actually very beautiful, but you just don't know how to dress up. You always like to have thick bangs, which cover up your delicate facial features. When Xia Xiaotang was braiding Su Xiaoxiao's hair, she also braided her bangs. An exquisite face was revealed instantly. In a short while, the hair was braided. Xia Xiaotang braided her hair into a princess style, and it was very loose and had some silk pulled out. The whole shape looks full of air. Like a princess from a comic book. Look in the mirror, aren't you beautiful? Xia Xiaotang took the mirror and placed it in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao looked at her delicate face. Changing your hairstyle is like changing yourself into a different person. I'm putting some light makeup on you. As he spoke, Xia Xiaotang started to tinker with it again. Su Xiaoxiao has a very good skin condition, with fair and rosy skin. So Xia Xiaotang just applied a light layer of CC cream on her. The straight eyebrows make her eyes look bigger and rounder. It's very watery and beautiful. As for the lip color, Xia Xiaotang just applied a light classic red. The little mouth with lipstick looks fuller and more elastic. Xia Xiaotang couldn't help but say, no wonder Su Fan kissed you right after he confessed his love to you that day. Such sexy lips, which man can resist it? Su Xiaoxiao smiled very unnaturally because it was her first time putting on makeup. My face feels really awkward. What are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. Your lips are the lips that countless boys dream of kissing. Su Xiaoxiao is shy, and this bad sister also likes to make fun of her. But this dress doesn't match your makeup today. Change into another one. My clothes are all casual. Su Xiaoxiao was embarrassed. She always wore casual clothes, so how could she have any clothes suitable for this makeup? Oh. Xia Xiaotang sighed, you just don't know how to put any effort into dressing up. At this time, Xia Xiaotang took out a skirt from her suitcase. She just bought this skirt and has never worn it. This dress should fit you well. Su Xiaoxiao changed into a skirt. When he walked out, Xia Xiaotang was stunned. So beautiful. This is our Su Xiaoxiao. You are prettier than the most beautiful girl selected this year. The other two roommates walked in, thinking they had walked into the wrong dormitory. Turned around and walked out again. It's dormitory 605, for sure. The two of them stupidly confirmed that they had not walked into the wrong dormitory before walking back in. This time they saw it clearly. It turned out to be Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, dressed up, is so beautiful that it really blinds their eyes. Oh my god, Xiaoxiao, you look so good dressed up. She's so beautiful, like a celebrity. Su Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed by the praise. Xia Xiaotang said with a smile, originally our Xiaoxiao is pretty. I wonder who will dare to call Su Xiaoxiao unsophisticated in the future. Originally, Su Fan said he would treat everyone to hot pot. But when I think about it, I'm tired of eating hot pot, so what's the point of eating hot pot? Besides, he made such a lot of money. We should invite everyone to have a good meal. So we changed the place where we ate. I chose the most famous restaurant in the entire imperial capital. The distance was quite far, so they just took a taxi. Su Fan directly called a taxi to pick up Su Xiaoxiao and the others. The taxi did not enter the school. Su Xiaoxiao and the others still have to leave the school. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the dormitory, she attracted countless eyes. Not just the boys' gazes, but also the girls' gazes. The girl walking over here is so beautiful, absolutely stunning. This girl is so beautiful, she must be the legendary school beauty in our school. No, she's prettier than the current school beauty. Isn't she Su Xiaoxiao, the top student in the foreign languages department? She used to dress so poorly. After dressing up, she is so beautiful, I, a woman, want to date her. During the time Su Xiaoxiao walked from the dormitory entrance to the school gate, it really caused quite a stir on campus. A few of the boys arrived at the restaurant first. As soon as he sat down, Du Ziting felt the urge to go to the bathroom. Run to the bathroom immediately. When I came back, it was like I discovered a new world. He said excitedly, I just saw a beautiful girl, she is very pretty and has a great body. Where? Where? Xin Shushing and He Yang's eyes lit up. Who doesn't want to see beautiful women, let alone the best ones? Over there. Du Ziting pointed in the direction of the beauty. Wow, it's so beautiful. At this time Su Fan also looked over. Then he knocked on the heads of the three of them one by one. Look carefully, that's your sister-in-law. Xin Shushing stared with eyes wide open. Hey, it's really Su Xiaoxiao, after she's dressed up, I can't recognize her. And she looks so beautiful when she dresses up. It seems that this year's school beauty will be replaced. Du Ziting reacted and waved to Su Xiaoxiao. Sister-in-law, this way, we are here. Su Xiaoxiao saw them and came over. It was also the first time that Su Fan saw Su Xiaoxiao dressed like this. It's really beautiful. So beautiful from beginning to end. Su Xiaoxiao sat down next to Su Fan. Xie Xiaotang, who came with her, sat down next to Du Ziting. Su Xiaoxiao knows Su Fan as roommates. It was the first time Xie Xiaotang met them. Su Xiaoxiao then introduced Xie Xiaotang to everyone. Chapter 9, I Can't Let Him Push Me. Among Su Xiaoxiao and her group, only He Yang had been to this kind of high-end restaurant. None of them had ever eaten in such a high-end restaurant. In such a high-end environment, it seems a bit restrained. When Su Xiaoxiao told Xie Xiaotang that Su Fan would treat them to dinner tonight, she thought it was the food stall they usually went to. Who knew it was such a high-end restaurant? I hope Su Fan is not going to spend a lot of money to chase Su Xiaoxiao this time. Xie Xiaotang looked at Su Fan carefully again. Su Fan is really handsome. If he is the second most handsome, there would be no one more handsome in the school. He looks like a good match with Su Xiaoxiao. But she was afraid that Su Fan was a playboy. And Su Xiaoxiao is so innocent, if Su Fan is really a playboy. We must not let Su Xiaoxiao be taken advantage of by him. Xiaoxiao, you should switch seats with Du Ziting and sit next to me. Du Ziting quickly asked, why? Don't you want your sister-in-law to sit next to our eldest brother? Please stop yelling, Xiaoxiao is not your sister-in-law now. Xie Xiaotang was a little amused and helpless. Didn't Su Xiaoxiao still not accept Su Fan? They actually called me sister-in-law one by one. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt embarrassed as she sat there, and her face turned red. At this time, Su Fan said, you will have to call me sister-in-law sooner or later. It doesn't matter if you call me sister-in-law sooner or later. Xiaoxiao, what do you think? Now Su Xiaoxiao's face became even redder, so red that water seemed to be dripping out of it. She laughed and said, Su Fan, you are annoying. As he said this, he didn't dare to look at Su Fan. Seeing this, based on Xie Xiaotang's understanding of her, she guessed that Su Xiaoxiao had completely fallen. Several boys also agreed. That's right. We just like to call Su Xiaoxiao sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. It sounds so nice. In their opinion, Su Fan would definitely be able to control Su Xiaoxiao. Okay, hurry up and order the food. Don't be polite to me. Each person can order a few dishes. Just order whatever you want to eat. Su Fan generously pushed the menu in front of them. How about sister-in-law order first? After being called like this many times, Su Xiaoxiao got used to it. Anyway, even if we ask them to change their words now, they can't do it. Oh. Su Xiaoxiao opened the menu. The price tags on the dishes gave her a shock. Crispy pork is 98 yuan per serving, and swimming crab with scallion oil is 250 yuan. This is too expensive. The most expensive meal Su Xiaoxiao has ever eaten was a 15 yuan fast food meal. The price of a serving of crispy pork here is enough for her living expenses for a week. Is Su Fan crazy, inviting them to such an expensive place for dinner? Su Fan, these are too expensive. Why don't we go to another place? Su Xiaoxiao really couldn't bear to order it. It's okay, just order whatever you want, no need to save money for me. Su Fan said with a smile. All right. Su Xiaoxiao chose the two cheapest dishes. One is Chinese cabbage with garlic sauce for 40 yuan, and the other is baby cabbage and soup for 35 yuan. I really don't dare to order meat dishes. I've ordered, it's your turn to order. Su Xiaoxiao pushed the menu out. Xie Xiaotang took the menu and was also shocked by the prices. There are literally hundreds of these dishes. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Su Xiaoxiao had already ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, so she could only order meat dishes. She picked the cheapest meat dish, crispy pork for 98 yuan. Then I gave the menu to the boys. He Yang was not surprised by this, as his father often took him to high-end restaurants. He has seen and eaten a lot of these. Du Ziteng and Qin Shoxing discussed what to order. Looking at the menu, this meal will cost several $1,000s. They also picked the cheaper steamed turbot and kung pao chicken. He Yang knew Su Fan's usual financial situation, so he ordered a steak for $300. Finally, Su Fan brought over the menu. After looking at what they ordered, they were all very conservative. They were still afraid of eating him out of money. This is normal because they don't know he made 5 million. Is this enough for you to eat? I'd like to order steamed abalone with mushrooms, steamed hairy crab, fried chrysanthemum shrimp buns, salt-baked mantis shrimp, and golden Buddha's hand rolls. Su Fan ordered 8 more dishes. Du Ziteng quickly said, "That's enough. Don't order any more." He felt sorry for Su Fan. Su Fan smiled and said, "Another bottle of 1982 Lafite." Qin Shoxing was stunned. "Su Fan, did you win the lottery?" Su Fan followed his words and said, "Yes, I won the lottery, so everyone should not be polite to me today." "Oh my god, are you so lucky? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was so sad just now." "Haha, since it's Su Fan who won the lottery, we won tea, be polite." After ordering, the dishes started to arrive one after another. Su Xiaoxiao had never eaten seafood before. When a plate of mantis shrimp was placed in front of her, she didn't know how to start. Su Fan was sitting next to them, so of course he could see it. He helped Su Xiaoxiao peel several mantis shrimps and put them in her bowl. "Eat quickly, the mantis shrimp tastes good." "I saw peeled mantis shrimp in my bowl." Su Xiaoxiao took 2 and put them in Su Fan's bowl. "Since you worked so hard peeling them, these 2 are a reward for you." There was still a sweet smile on her face. Inadvertently, it seems like some dog food was sprinkled. Du Ziteng looked at Qin Shoxing and He Yang. "Are we here to be the light bulbs tonight?" He Yang continued, "And it's a light bulb of several thousand watts." Xia Xiaotang felt a little aggrieved when she saw their sweet appearance. No one peeled the shrimp for her. She could only learn from Su Fan how to peel shrimps for herself. While eating, Su Fan suddenly held Su Xiaoxiao's little hand under the table. So soft. Su Xiaoxiao's hands are probably the most beautiful in the world. Su Xiaoxiao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Su Fan is too bad. He actually secretly grabbed her hand. But Su Xiaoxiao did not refuse. On the contrary, I felt very happy. Ding! The host secretly touched Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Su Xiaoxiao felt very warm. Love value plus 100. No way, touching hands can also increase the love value. Su Xiaoxiao felt very warm? In this way, he is one step closer to becoming an official boyfriend. After a while, Su Fan let go of his hand. Not only did they eat delicious food, they also drank 1982 Lafite. This meal cost tens of thousands of dollars. Xia Xiaotang began to change his opinion of Su Fan little by little. If Su Xiaoxiao and Su Fan were officially dating, Su Fan should be very nice to Su Xiaoxiao. "Su Fan, are we going to the club later?" Qin Shoxing glanced at the 2 girls present. It seems not a good idea to take girls to a club. After all, that is the source of happiness for men. I'm going to send the 2 girls back. You guys can go on your own. I'll pay for the expenses. Su Fan said. If Su Xiaoxiao hadn't been asked to come out tonight, he would have gone to the club. But under Xiaoxiao's nose, he still didn't go. Although he could guarantee that he would do nothing there. But he knew that women can be jealous. What if Su Xiaoxiao gets jealous and she won tea, let him touch her hand? Chapter 10. You are the bad person if you say my wife is not a good person. The next morning, a post on Campus Voice went viral. When Su Xiaoxiao came out of the dormitory last night, a classmate from the photography department happened to capture her. In the photo, Su Xiaoxiao is wearing an apricot dress. She has a graceful figure and an exquisite face, which is beautiful and charming. The student was admiring this photo, which was the best one among his many works. Such a good work should of course be shared. So he uploaded this photo of Su Xiaoxiao to the Campus Voice forum. Photos of beautiful women suddenly appeared on the Campus Voice forum, causing an immediate sensation. Many students left messages below. There is such a beautiful girl in our school. She has not been discovered for so long. She is really a treasure girl. Isn't this the goddess admired by millions of boys? Beauty, she is simply a beauty in the world. Of course, someone quickly recognized the girl in the photo. Su Xiaoxiao is a top student in the foreign languages department, and her name is on almost every award list on the bulletin board. Although she usually dresses very rustically, she is still considered a celebrity in the school. Many people still know her, but she has hidden her beauty. In terms of appearance, it doesn't give people a stunning feeling. And now this photo appears on Tieba. Refresh Su Xiaoxiao's image in everyone's eyes. Isn't she Su Xiaoxiao? I ran into her last night too. She looks really beautiful when dressed up, and she looks even better in person than in this photo. She is so good at studying and so pretty. How can we, who are ordinary looking, survive? Some people even posted photos of the current school beauty Yan Ruxue and compared them with Su Xiaoxiao's photos. Now that it's clear, Su Xiaoxiao is prettier than the current school belle. Su Xiaoxiao is the school belle. I think so too. Su Xiaoxiao is so beautiful. She is the well-deserved school beauty. So someone organized a vote to select the final campus beauty. Classmates, come and vote. Who is your favorite school beauty? Is it Su Xiaoxiao or Yan Ruxue? This post also quickly became popular. People voted one after another. Chen Siyu heard that someone on campus had initiated a post to re-vote for the school beauty. She was very happy to hear the news. Because she couldn't stand the fact that Yan Ruxue was chosen as the school belle. Now someone has come forward and suggested re-voting for the school beauty, so of course she is happy. She immediately opened the campus voice forum. Want to vote for a candidate. But as soon as she opened it, she felt sick. Su Xiaoxiao. Why is it her? Chen Siyu opened the photo of Su Xiaoxiao. Jealousy arises. How come Su Xiaoxiao suddenly became so good at dressing up? Seeing her face, which was prettier than her own, Chen Siyu was furious. But think about it, Su Fan, who is pursuing Su Xiaoxiao now, is a pauper. Her sense of superiority returned. Because now the rich second-generation Zhang Qincheng is pursuing her. And Zhang Taicheng has now established his own company. Compared with him, Su Fan is really far behind. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao didn't know that she had become famous in the campus forum. She is still reviewing seriously in the classroom, preparing for the exam. Xia Xiaotang suddenly jumped beside her. Xiaoxiao, you are famous. What's popular? Su Xiaoxiao looked up. You've become popular on Tieba. Everyone is voting to see who is the school beauty between you and Yan Ruxue. Su Xiaoxiao was very surprised. How come I'm suddenly getting involved with the school belle? No, you're kidding me. Look for yourself. I'm not lying to you. Chen Siyu showed Su Xiaoxiao the post on the campus forum. Su Xiaoxiao herself couldn't believe this was true. I told you, our Xiaoxiao is the prettiest. What if that boy Su Fan chases you away? That kid is really lucky. What are you talking about? Su Fan is a very good boy. Su Xiaoxiao started to defend Su Fan again. Xie Xiaotang held her forehead with her hand. Girl, you are always defending Su Fan now. He was already very good. This is not a matter of whether to maintain him or not. Silly girl, if you are in a relationship, I won't interfere. But you must remember not to get yourself hurt, understand? No. Su Xiaoxiao no longer wanted to listen to Xie Xiaotang's nagging. Su Fan is not a scumbag. In the afternoon, the results of the school beauty voting came out. Well deserved, Su Xiaoxiao won in the end. She became the school belle of this session. The results came out and Chen Siyu was very unhappy. She told her good friend Xia Anlin in the classroom about Su Xiaoxiao's mockery. What's wrong with these people's aesthetic standards? A country bumpkin can become a school beauty. Xia Anlin said with a sneer on his face, yes, Su Xiaoxiao is so unsophisticated. It just happened that the photo was taken a little better. Maybe the dress she's wearing is borrowed. You borrowed someone else's skirt to wear and you still have the nerve to post photos of it. How shameless. Some girls who usually flatter Chen Siyu also joined the team. Su Xiaoxiao is poor and unsophisticated. How could she afford such a nice dress? She must have borrowed someone else's dress to show off. Why is she so vain? This time she borrowed someone else's skirt to wear. I guess she wants to use her figure to seduce the rich second generation. I thought she was a quiet academic, but she turns out to be this kind of person, so fake. The more these people talk, the more unpleasant it becomes. Su Fan was nearby and could hear it clearly. Stomachache said beside him, Chen Siyu and the others are too much. They actually said that to my sister-in-law. These bitches are just jealous of my sister-in-law, and they all think they are so noble. I've been fed up with Chen Siyu for a long time, and she's been flirting with rich second generations all the time. And those girls who are close to her are so vain, and they still have the nerve to criticize others. Su Fan stood up and walked over. You guys are a bunch of idiots. Have you said enough? If not, do you want me to sit down and talk with you? Everyone in the class knows that Su Fan is pursuing Su Xiaoxiao now. Being criticized by Su Fan. Some of these people dared not speak out. Some people even offered to persuade Su Fan. Su Fan, I don't think she is a good girl. You'd better stop chasing Su Xiaoxiao. Don't blame us for not reminding you. It's not your place to judge whether she is good or not, and besides, she receives scholarships every year. I represented the school in competitions and won so many awards. And you, a poor student, spend all day flirting with male classmates. You are a bad person. Su Fan left her speechless. Chapter 11, You like someone else, but you feel bad about it? Su Fan spoke this for Su Xiaoxiao. Chen Siyu naturally felt unhappy. She only likes rich second generations, but she still likes Su Fan a little. He is so handsome, who can not like him? It was just because Chen Siyu thought he was poor, so she couldn't allow herself to like a pauper. No matter how she said it, she felt a little uncomfortable now. Xia Anlin could see that Chen Siyu was upset at the moment, so he said, Siyu, let's go to the club and don't bother with him. The two got up and went to the music club. Saturday is finally here. Su Fan went to the girls' dormitory to block Su Xiaoxiao early in the morning. It turned out to be the same as Su Fan guessed. Su Xiaoxiao has to go out early in the morning. Without a doubt, you have to work part-time. When Su Xiaoxiao walked downstairs to the dormitory building, she did not see Su Fan. It was Su Fan who called her, Xiaoxiao. She turned her head and looked over. Su Fan, why are you here so early in the morning? Su Fan pretended to be wronged and smiled. You ask even though you know the answer. Of course I am here to wait for you. Su Xiaoxiao blushed. Why are you waiting for me? I still have a part-time job. I just knew you had to go out to work part-time early in the morning, so I came here to wait for you. I'm not going to nag you anymore. I have to go out or I'll be late. Don't go to work part-time today. I'll take you to a place. Su Fan acted as if he wouldn't let her go. No, the boss will deduct my salary. Of course Su Xiaoxiao didn't want to take a leave, as this part-time job was the source of her living expenses. Your boss deducted your salary, I'll make it up to you, okay? Today is a rare weekend, bring your phone and I'll ask for leave for you. Su Fan insisted on asking Su Xiaoxiao to take leave. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't argue with Su Fan, so she gave him the phone. Su Fan asked for leave for her. In fact, Su Xiaoxiao works part-time every weekend. She also felt very tired, but there was nothing she could do. She has to earn a living. I went out to work on weekends for 3 consecutive months. Just take a rest today. It is indeed rare to be able to go out and play with Su Fan on weekends. Let's go. Su Fan returned the phone to Su Xiaoxiao. Where are we going? Su Xiaoxiao was suspicious about where Su Fan would take her to play. Take you clothes shopping. Su Fan didn't want Su Xiaoxiao to take the bus to the mall. Taking the bus is too tiring and there are too many people on it. He hailed a taxi directly. Su Fan doesn't plan to buy a car yet. He wants to use the money in his hand as investment capital. Wait until I earn more money, then buy a car. It's just a matter of time. Su Fan took Su Xiaoxiao to a high-end luxury mall. Su Xiaoxiao had never been to such a high-end shopping mall. When she was standing at the entrance of the mall, she had no idea that the things inside were so expensive. Although Su Fan brought her to buy clothes. But she thought to herself, if she really bought clothes, she would also pay herself, as she felt embarrassed to let Su Fan pay for her. He is not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet. How could she let Su Fan pay the bill for her? Even in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, you can't spend the other person's money casually. Other people's money doesn't just come out of nowhere. They walked into the mall. The receptionist standing at the entrance of the mall greeted them warmly. Su Xiaoxiao thinks that the service in this shopping mall is very good and they are very friendly and enthusiastic towards customers. The mall is decorated in a luxurious and stylish style. Su Xiaoxiao had never seen such a grand shopping mall. Normally, when she goes out to buy clothes, she goes to wholesale markets or night markets where stalls are set up. She had never seen anything like this before. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel nervous as she walked inside. She herself felt like a country girl coming to the city. As she passed by some specialty stores, she glanced at the clothes displayed in the windows. They are all priced in the tens of thousands. She was almost stunned by the price of the clothes. Su Xiaoxiao tugged at the corner of Su Fan's clothes. We seem to have come to the wrong place. The clothes here are too expensive and not suitable for me. Let's go out. You're not wrong, this is the place. The clothes here are all very expensive. How can a poor student like me afford them? Su Xiaoxiao wanted to walk out of the mall, but was stopped by Su Fan. Since we're here now, let's go in and see if there's anything free. Su Fan was right, it doesn't cost anything to take a look. And the clothes here are really beautiful. You can feast your eyes without buying. She is a girl, just like other girls. I want to have beautiful clothes and skirts. But with her conditions, she can only think about it. However, if you can't own it, you can still look at it. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao entered the Armani store. They walked in and were greeted by a salesgirl named Lu Guofeng. Lu Guofeng originally didn't want to take on these two clients. But as soon as she saw the two customers come in, she had to go over to greet them. Working in such a high-end clothing store, she has met all kinds of people. Those who come here to consume are either wealthy ladies or business elites. You can tell at first glance that these two are still students. And since he is dressed so simply, you can tell he is not a rich second-generation student. People like this just come in to stroll around and have a look. They simply can't afford it. Serving this type of customer is a waste of time. Lu Guofeng was impatient in her heart, but pretended to be enthusiastic on the surface. Do you want to see bags or clothes? It was the first time for Su Xiaoxiao to enter such a high-end clothing store. I felt embarrassed when I saw the salesgirl receiving them so warmly. Su Fan quickly scanned the store and said, "This one is nice, Xiaoxiao, it will look great on you. Let's try this one on." Su Xiaoxiao looked at the label hanging on the clothes, which said 23,000 yuan. He quickly declined, "No, let's look at something else." Lu Guofeng saw the little girl's expression clearly. This is obviously too expensive to afford. This little girl wants to try, but she doesn't want to be allowed to try yet. At this time, a wealthy lady with a plump figure came in. She is Lu Guofeng's old customer and also a VIP of the store. Every time she came to buy clothes, bags, etc., Lu Guofeng was the one who received her. Lu Guofeng saw her big client coming. I was anxious to receive her. Such big customers cannot be neglected, otherwise orders worth tens of thousands of dollars may easily fly away. So Lu Guofeng politely said to Su Xiaoxiao and the others, "I'm sorry, I have a guest. You guys take a look first, if you need anything, you can call the salesgirl over there." So Lu Guofeng left them aside and went to receive the rich lady. Su Fan was speechless and was about to talk about Lu Guofeng. Su Xiaoxiao stopped him, "It's okay, we're not buying it anyway. She really should be attending to customers who need to buy things, so let's go." She pulled Su Fan and was about to leave. Su Fan said, "Who said we won't buy it?" Su Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly, "The price is so expensive, it's my tuition for several semesters, how can I afford it?" Chapter 12 Don't be afraid, your future boyfriend is rich. Su Fan directly called over another salesgirl who was ironing clothes. "Miss, we need to try this dress." The salesgirl who was ironing clothes looked up at them. Just the two of them standing there. Lu Guofeng, who had received them earlier, was chatting animatedly with the rich lady. She felt that Lu Guofeng's behavior was a bit speechless. She quickly put down the work in her hands and came over to greet Su Fan and the others. At this time Su Xiaoxiao felt even more embarrassed. What on earth does Su Fan want? She doesn't have that much money. Besides, he doesn't have that much money himself. Although Su Fan said he won the lottery during the last meal. Su Xiaoxiao just thought that he was lucky and won a small lottery. That night when we treated everyone to dinner, we had already spent so much. There probably isn't much money left. Even if Su Fan paid, he didn't have that much money. Su Xiaoxiao looked shy. He just wanted to pull Su Fan out of the store. The salesgirl's name is Liang Chu, and she has just been working here for 2 months. Generally, it is not her turn to serve the big customers in the store. In the past 2 months, we have only received small orders. If we continue like this, our performance won't improve. I'm afraid she will have to pack up and leave before the end of the month. But in order to gradually improve my performance, no matter how small the order is, she will take it seriously. Sir, you have a very good taste. This dress really suits this lady very well, Liang Chu said enthusiastically. Then take the clothes off the hanger. After Su Fan's persuasion, Su Xiaoxiao went to try on the clothes. Su Xiaoxiao felt awkward the whole time. She put on her skirt and Liang Meng helped her zip up the back. Su Xiaoxiao's temperament changed after putting on the skirt. Miss Su, you are so beautiful. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Liang Meng couldn't help but praise. Although people who sell clothes will always compliment their customers on how pretty they are, a lot of the time it's just to sell the clothes. This time, Liang Meng spoke from the bottom of his heart. Su Xiaoxiao is really beautiful. Fair skin, delicate cheeks, and a well-proportioned figure. It's simply a work of art. Su Xiaoxiao looked at herself in the mirror. I also feel that I have become much more beautiful. It's even more beautiful than the dress Xie Xiaotang wore a few days ago. Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the fitting room. Su Fan was stunned. Who dares to say that Su Xiaoxiao is a bumpkin? Chen Siyu's temperament is not even half as good as hers. And this dress really suits Su Xiaoxiao. This skirt is fitted on the bodice. At this moment, Su Fan could imagine the beautiful scenery usually hidden in the casual clothes. Xiaoxiao, it's so beautiful. Su Xiaoxiao said shyly, this skirt is very beautiful. Then I'll take this one. Su Fan said with a smile. No, I'll change it right away. Su Xiaoxiao was frightened by Su Fan's words. But Su Fan stopped her, no need to change, you look beautiful in this outfit. Ms. Liang, we want this one. Swipe the card. Su Fan looked at Liang Chu and said. Yes, sir. The dress costs $13,000. Okay. Liang Meng initially thought they were just trying it out. How can such a simple student afford to buy more expensive clothes? But I didn't expect that they bought it without any sales pitch at all. And looking at that boy, he really didn't even blink. Seeing Su Fan being so generous, she continued to promote her products. A new style just came in the day before yesterday. I think it's suitable for Miss Su. How about trying it on? Okay, bring it here. Su Fan brought Su Xiaoxiao up this time because he wanted to buy her some nice clothes. It's okay to try a few more. Before Su Xiaoxiao could react, Liang Meng had already brought the new model. Su Fan, I can't accept such expensive clothes. Su Xiaoxiao quickly refused. Silly girl, isn't your birthday next month? This is a birthday present I bought for you in advance. Su Fan knew that Su Xiaoxiao would not easily accept things bought for her by others. So I found a reasonable excuse. But this birthday present is getting expensive. Don't talk so much, go and try on these things you brought over. Su Fan pushed Su Xiaoxiao into the fitting room. Great, I want these two I just tried on, too. Su Fan said admiringly. Okay, these two pieces add up to a total of 68,000. Add the one just now, and the total is 81,000. Okay, no problem, swipe the card. Su Xiaoxiao was shocked when she heard the number. Su Fan spent so much money buying clothes for her. I have never seen so much money in my life. Liang Meng continued to upsell, Sir, would you like to buy a bag for Miss Su? This bag goes well with this dress. Liang Meng took out 4 or 5 high-end bags and placed them in front of them. Su Fan didn't even blink. I want these 3 bags, just right, one for each outfit. Liang Meng was secretly happy in her heart. This student should be a rich second generation, the kind whose family is very wealthy. She spent money so readily, and she got a good deal today. Sir, these 3 bags together total 310,000. No problem, swipe the card. Su Xiaoxiao directly pulled Su Fan aside. The further she went on, the more she felt that Su Fan was joking. She did the math and the total was 91,000. How could a student afford this? Su Fan, stop making trouble, I know you are joking with the salesgirl. I wanted to vent my anger at the other salesgirl who just refused to serve us. This sister has a very good service attitude, so don't take it out on her. Su Fan touched Su Xiaoxiao's head and said, "Who said I was just trying to vent my anger? Your future boyfriend can afford this amount of money." Then he turned around and took out his bank card to pay Liang Meng. Liang Meng swiped the card and packed everything. "Sir, please keep your card. Please leave your address. We will deliver the things you bought to your door today." Okay. Su Fan left the address of Su Xiaoxiao's dormitory. Su Xiaoxiao felt like she was dreaming at this moment. Did it really cost more than 300,000? The richest man who spent money on a house in a second-tier city. The birthday gift Su Fan gave her was too expensive. If you spend over 100,000 yuan in our store, you will get a membership points card, and you can redeem your points for gifts at the mall front desk. Here is your card, please keep it safe. After Su Fan took the membership card, he took Su Xiaoxiao away. Liang Meng was arranging the door-to-door delivery when Lu Guifang finished her work. The rich lady bought her a bag worth 80,000 yuan. She came over and boasted proudly, "I opened an order for 80,000 yuan so early today. It seems that today's sales of more than 100,000 can be easily completed." Then, acting like an experienced employee, he began to teach Liang Meng how to identify effective customers. "Xiao Meng, you have just arrived and don't have much experience, just like the two students you just received. They don't have much money, they can only look but not buy. Next time you encounter this type of customer, don't waste so much time talking to him." Chapter 13 Auntie, you're nosy. Liang Chu had long been fed up with Lu Guifang, the self-righteous old fox. Now he's still talking to her. But if Lu Guifang hadn't left Mr. Su and the others to go and entertain the rich lady, she also didn't have the opportunity to place a big order. "Sister Lu, I've seen that kind of customers are quite easy to serve. Their attitude is much better than that of those wealthy ladies. If you don't have any money and you're just trying it out, of course you won't put on airs." Lu Guifang proudly showed off her great experience. "Really? But I think they are really good at talking. How can two students afford this? Please don't question a salesgirl with 10 years of experience." Lu Guifang looked at Liang Chu with disdain. "Look at how shabby they both look. They came into the store just to try on clothes for free. But they just spent more than 300,000. Liang Chu directly slapped Lu Guifang in the face. "What? Are you kidding me?" Lu Guifang couldn't believe that two students had spent more than 300,000 yuan. "You have to know that the rich lady she just received only spent 80,000. Liang Chu pointed to the packed clothes and bags. "These are what they bought. I'm arranging for them to be delivered to their door now." Lu Guifang felt regretful as she watched these things being packed. He actually gave up an order worth more than 300,000 yuan to take an order worth 80,000 yuan. "Sister Lu, thank you for giving me such a high-quality customer today. It's an order worth more than 300,000 yuan. Now I don't have to worry about failing this month's performance, and I don't have to pack up and leave." Lu Guifang couldn't listen anymore at this point. As she listened, she always felt that Liang Chu was mocking her. And the original order worth more than 300,000 yuan should have been mine. But I threw it away. What a regret. After Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the Armani store, he stopped and looked at the shoes on Su Xiaoxiao's feet. Su Xiaoxiao noticed Su Fan's gaze. She moved her feet, wanting to hide the pair of faded canvas shoes she was wearing. "Xiaoxiao, let's go buy another pair of shoes. You can't wear these canvas shoes with the skirt you just wore." As he said that, Su Fan took Su Xiaoxiao to buy shoes. "Su Fan, no, I feel embarrassed after spending so much money just now." "Silly girl, I have money, I will buy you something, I will be happy." Su Fan insisted on buying shoes for Su Xiaoxiao. They walked into a high-end shoe store. "Welcome." They walked in and the clerk inside came out to greet them. "Miss, please bring over your new models of shoes," Su Fan said. There was a middle-aged woman wearing all branded clothes nearby, and she looked over in the direction of the voice. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These two students must have come to the wrong place. It's ridiculous to have to look at new models. Just now when I was trying on clothes in the Armani store. Originally, Su Fan asked Su Xiaoxiao to just wear a new piece of clothing. But Su Xiaoxiao said she was still a little uncomfortable with it. So I changed it back. Now she is still wearing that old-looking casual outfit. You two young men, I think you should go somewhere else to buy shoes. To be honest, the shoes here are not suitable for you. The middle-aged woman came over and spoke to Su Fan and the others when the clerk went to get the shoes. Then he looked at them again and said, "I am just reminding you kindly. Shoes here are very expensive, you can't afford them even if you save a few months' living expenses." Su Fan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind reminder, Auntie. We are not spending your money to buy shoes. So you don't have to be so enthusiastic." The middle-aged woman was so angry that she wanted to jump up and down. Auntie? She is only 40 years old, not yet an aunt. This young man actually called her auntie, which made her look 10 years older. She also kindly reminded them so that they wouldn't be embarrassed until they asked the price. Not only did the young man not appreciate it, but he also used this tone and attitude. If you are poor, you are poor. Why do you have to pretend to be rich? I really thought I could afford it. The middle-aged woman was waiting to see how they would walk out in disgrace. She walked to the rest area next to her, crossed her legs and waited to see them make a fool of themselves. At this time, the clerk came over with 5 new shoes. She herself felt that the deal would not go through. But the people who come in are all customers. This store is famous for its good service. As long as customers come into the store, they will be warmly received and will not neglect them. Sir, miss, these are the new models that have just arrived in our store. Miss, you can try them on. The salesgirl smiled and put the shoes out. Every pair of shoes looks luxurious. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in her heart that she was so beautiful. But when I looked at the canvas shoes on my feet, I couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Try it. Su Fan picked up a pair of beige diamond-studded high heels. Hurry up. Su Fan bent down and took off Su Xiaoxiao's canvas shoes. Take off your canvas shoes. Revealing the white little feet. These were the most beautiful feet Su Fan had ever seen. Just looking at it makes people feel loved. He gently pinched her ankle and put the beautiful high heels on her feet. Stand up and see if it fits? Su Xiaoxiao stood up and stepped on it. It fits just right. Really nice, this is the pair I want. The female clerk was stunned. I thought Su Fan might think that the price of shoes here is the same as that in other affordable shopping malls outside. So he emphasized the price. Sir, this pair of shoes costs 21,000 yuan. Are you sure you want this pair? Want. Su Fan said readily. Okay, would you like to pay by card or cash? Swipe the card. But wait a minute, we'll pick out a few more pairs. The female clerk was dumbfounded. Did I meet an invisible rich man today? She quickly said, okay, take your pick. If you're not satisfied with these pairs, I'll find a few more. The salesgirl became more attentive. Who doesn't like such a straightforward customer? Unlike the middle-aged female customer who was sitting in the lounge area now. She looks like a wealthy woman with her outfit, but after spending the whole morning choosing, she still hasn't bought a pair. Su Xiaoxiao tried on a few more pairs. They all look good. I want all 3 pairs. Su Fan didn't even frown. The salesgirl's eyes widened and she emphasized the price again. These 3 pairs add up to a total of 70,000. Are you sure you want them all? Yes. I want them all. Okay, let me pack it all for you. The salesgirl put the shoes back into the boxes and took them aside. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman thought that Su Fan and the others were not going to buy anything. At this time, a victorious smile appeared. Just say it, I can't afford it. Still holding on. Now, you must be scared away when you hear the price. She stood up and walked over, smiling sarcastically. Young man, I warned you before. Now you are shocked by the price of the cup, right? People like you should not go to such high-end brand stores in the future, since you can't afford them anyway. Chapter 14. Auntie is slapped in the face again. As soon as the aunt said this, the female clerk came over and said, Sir, this is your bank card. The total amount charged was 91,000. Please keep your card. At this moment, the aunt was hit hard in the face. What the hell? These 2 kids consumed so much at one time. You spend money without blinking an eye? She always weighs the pros and cons before buying a pair of shoes. Even though she had just been hit hard. But psychologically, I became extremely unbalanced. 2 young people spent so much money easily. More straightforward than her. Young people nowadays spend money too lavishly and have no consideration for the hard work of their parents. You bought so much at once? You're just squandering your parents' money? What an unfilial child, he only knows how to ask for things from his parents. The aunt's expression also changed from contempt at the beginning to another style. Su Fan glanced at her. It feels like this lady is sick. At first, they were mocked for being poor and unable to afford it. Now that they have bought it, you say they are unfilial. What kind of logic is this? It is not the strange old lady's turn to decide whose money to spend. What kind of train of thought is this? She must be jealous. Auntie, it seems like it's none of your business whose money we spend and how we spend it. I'm trying to educate you with good intentions so that you can be more sensible, but what's your attitude, young man? What a lack of parenting. How do these parents educate their children? They are so incompetent. Auntie, you're just buying shoes, why are you talking about family education? Su Fan was speechless. The topic is getting further and further away. What? Are you saying that I'm wrong? I'm educating you on behalf of your parents, and your parents should thank me. The aunt didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her. This wave of operations by the aunt. Not only Su Fan, but also Su Xiaoxiao and the female clerk wondered if this old lady was really sick. Su Xiaoxiao pulled at the corner of Su Fan's clothes. Tell him not to continue to argue with her. But the aunt became more aggressive. At this time, her husband came over. Her husband wanted to make sure this middle-aged lady could afford to buy the shoes here. He just found an excuse to go out. In fact, he sneaked out to borrow money. I had to borrow money from several friends to get together the 30,000 yuan. Wife, what's going on? Why are you competing with those two little brats? I just want to educate them on behalf of their parents. They don't have any money, but they just use their parents' money to make themselves look rich. The middle-aged man blushed. Isn't this the same nature as him? If his wife knew about this, he would just be trying to be brave. I don't know how I'll be scolded. Wife, let's not worry about other people. Let's buy the shoes and go. The aunt saw that her husband was coming to pay for her. His mouth is pouting like nothing. I don't want to talk to them anymore. He turned around and prepared to pick up the pair of shoes that he liked. At this time, her husband's phone rang. As soon as he answered the phone, the other end spoke very loudly. It's like answering the phone is like turning on the speaker. Hey! Brother Chang, I'm sorry, I can't lend you the money I just lent you anymore. My wife suddenly needs money, please transfer it back to me. Everyone present heard what the other party said. At this moment, the aunt's face suddenly changed. You borrowed money from others? What are you borrowing money for? The aunt grabbed her husband's ear and started questioning him. Her husband felt guilty and wanted to continue lying. As a result, the aunt kept asking questions. In the end, he could only say helplessly, I didn't do anything bad outside. I just borrowed money to buy you a pair of shoes. The aunt collapsed instantly. You actually had to borrow money to buy me the shoes here. You said you own 15 houses in the city center, you must be lying to me. Aye. The aunt's husband hesitated for a long time and couldn't answer. The aunt felt embarrassed and angry at this time. Just now he spoke to these two young people so shamelessly. Who would have thought that her husband would have to borrow money to buy her shoes here? How embarrassing. I must have been blind to believe this man's lies. It's a shame to continue staying here. The aunt could only drag her husband out of the store feeling guilty. No wonder this lady stared at a pair of shoes but didn't buy them. It turned out that she was waiting for her husband to pay. The funny thing is, her husband had no money. After the aunt went out, the female clerk shook her head and said, he was still looking arrogant just now. Don't even mention how miserable he looks now. Not long after, Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao left the mall. After Su Fan sent Su Xiaoxiao back to the dormitory, he also went to the dormitory to rest. The people at the specialty store were also on time. As Su Xiaoxiao entered the dormitory, the goods were delivered. A tall and thin courier boy knocked on the door. The person who went to open the door was Xie Xiaotang. Excuse me, is Miss Su Xiaoxiao here? Yes. Is she here now? The clothes and shoes she bought at the mall today have been delivered. Xie Xiaotang glanced at the bags at the feet of the hurry-up guy. It's hard to believe that Su Xiaoxiao would buy so many things all of a sudden. Hey, young man, you may have come to the wrong place. We do have someone named Su Xiaoxiao here. But I think the Su Xiaoxiao you are looking for should be someone with the same name as someone in our dormitory. The courier boy was puzzled. Check the delivery address again. That's right, it's Su Xiaoxiao from this dormitory. Su Xiaoxiao heard someone mention her name inside, so she came out to see what was going on. Who's looking for me? Excuse me, are you Miss Su Xiaoxiao? Yes, I am. All the things you bought in our mall today have been delivered. Please count them. Okay, thanks. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and they were all there. Everything is ready, thank you for helping to deliver it. You're welcome. This is what we should do. The courier boy helped to move all the things into the dormitory. Xia Xiaotang was dumbfounded. These are really all Su Xiaoxiao's things. Xiaoxiao, I usually can't even afford to buy a popsicle. Did you lose your mind today and buy so many things? Is this still the Su Xiaoxiao I know? Su Fan bought it for me. Ah. This guy is really willing to chase you so madly. Xia Xiaotang didn't expect that Su Fan would buy so many things for Su Xiaoxiao. In fact, there is no point in buying more things. You can put those eye-catching trademarks on the packaging. It was so dazzling that she recognized all those brands. They are all international brands. Xiaoxiao, the price of each of these things is more than 10,000, right? Yeah. Su Xiaoxiao nodded embarrassedly. Then I took out an Armani bag from the packaging bag. Xiaotang, this is a bag Su Fan bought for you. No way, is it really for me? Xia Xiaotang's eyes widened, that was an Armani bag. It's estimated to be more than 20,000 yuan. Even if she gets a job, it would be hard for her to afford it. Well, hurry up and take it. Xia Xiaotang happily took the bag and said, I am really indebted to you. Please say thank you to Su Fan for me. Chapter 15, he was bribed with just a bag? Su Fan is really an invisible tall, rich and handsome man, he hides himself really well. I heard that Chen Siyu specializes in hooking up with rich people. If she knew that Su Fan bought you such branded clothes and bags, she would be absolutely furious. As Xia Xiaotang spoke, he could imagine Chen Siyu's angry face. Xiaoxiao, are you officially together with Su Fan now? No. Su Xiaoxiao was a little shy. I think you will be together soon. Xia Xiaotang said with a smile. You don't object to me dating him now? Su Xiaoxiao asked back. Actually, I now find that Su Fan is quite good. I bought you off with just a bag. Not really. Mainly because I see you are happiest when you are with her. Over this period of time, Xia Xiaotang's attitude towards Su Fan has changed. And the bag that Su Xiaoxiao gave her made her extremely happy. Su Fan returned to the dormitory and saw that it was still early, so he called his father. Before making the call, he transferred 500,000 yuan to his father. Hey, Dad, I just transferred the money to you. Did you receive it? I got it. I thought the bank made a mistake just now. It turns out you transferred it. How do you have so much money? Su Jiangwo was surprised. How come my son suddenly has so much money? Su Fan still used the excuse of winning the lottery. I bought a lottery ticket a while ago, and luckily I won 1 million. I didn't expect my son to be so lucky. Su Jiangwo was very happy when he heard that his son had won the lottery. But son, aren't you going to start a business? You don't have to give us so much money and keep it as startup capital. Su Jiangwo was always thinking about his son. Dad, I'll transfer it to you, just keep it, it's enough money to start your own business. Also, you always say you feel uncomfortable, so go to the hospital for a checkup when you have time. I'm in good health. No, you must go for a physical examination. In his previous life, Su Fan's father just kept dragging his feet on going for a checkup. Finally, we found out that it couldn't be cured. Therefore, in this life, Su Fan must not let his father get sick. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go for a physical examination when I have time. Well, take mom with you, and both of you can have a physical examination. Be sure to tell me after you check it out. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan went out again by himself. He went to buy supplements for his parents. He knew that the two elders were used to being frugal. Even transfer money to them. They are also thrifty and reluctant to spend. They would never think of buying things like supplements. Su Fan went to a store selling supplements. Today is Saturday, even in the evening, there are still many customers. Sir, what kind of supplements do you need to buy? A girl about his age came to greet him. He looked at the girl and felt that she looked familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it. It's for the elderly to replenish their bodies. You can take this one. The girl recommended Bird's Nest to Su Fan. Explained to him with a smile. Look at the girl's smile. Su Fan finally remembered where he had seen this girl. It's on the school's honor bulletin board. There is a photo of this girl. Her name is Lin Yan. Because Su Xiaoxiao is often on the list. So Su Fan would often pay attention to the school's honor bulletin board. This girl is a talented person in the Department of Finance. At the same level as Su Fan. This means that she will have to go out for an internship soon. Su Fan had paid attention to her information on the list before. She has participated in several investment projects while at school. And they all achieved good results. In his previous life, Su Fan's focus was not on finance. So he had no idea how Lin Yan was doing later on. But with her abilities, she should be able to do well. After Lin Yan finished her introduction, Su Fan took the initiative to ask, "Are you also a student of Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology?" When Lin Yan heard Su Fan ask this, her eyes lit up instantly. Seeing that Su Fan looked like a student, she asked this question again. Then this boy must be from Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology. I immediately felt a sense of familiarity as we were all from the same school. Yeah, you're not also a student at Imperial University of Science and Technology. Well, I'm a senior now, and I'm going to go out for an internship soon. Su Fan took the initiative to find conversation and get closer to Lin Yan. Because according to the direction of the system. Later, the God-level investment system was activated. If he wants to make money quickly, he will definitely invest according to the system in the early stage. Then he would consider opening a financial company. By then, when the company is established, he won't be able to go it alone. We must find people with strong abilities to join the company. Make the company bigger and stronger. He thinks Lin Yan is pretty good. I have a wealth of financial knowledge. There would be no harm if I could join their company in the future. Me too. I'm going to go out for internship in a little over a month. Have you found an internship? Yes, I have already contacted them. I will go there for internship as soon as the time comes. Lin Yan felt that she had a lot more topics to talk about with Su Fan. So I immediately took the opportunity to bring the topic to my own sales. After working part-time for more than a month, I can officially start working. Then you don't have to worry about not being able to sell the bird's nest and having your salary deducted. Su Fan knew that Lin Yan said these words deliberately for him to hear. The purpose is to sell the bird's nest by playing the victim. It seems that Lin Yan's emotional intelligence is also online. Su Fan didn't think much about it. I'll take 10 boxes. It can be considered as getting close to Lin Yan. This can also be considered as developing your network. Lin Yan was stunned. Bird's Nest is a relatively expensive supplement. Customers who usually come here to buy usually buy in boxes. The most I buy is 5 boxes. Now Su Fan bought 10 boxes at one time. How could this not leave her stunned? 10 boxes? Yes, give me 10 boxes. Okay, wait a minute. After a while, Su Fan paid the bill. When checking out, Lin Yan took the initiative to add Su Fan's WeChat. Judging from the way he spent money, she guessed that Su Fan must be very rich. And he is so handsome. Which girl can resist asking for his WeChat when seeing such a handsome guy? After Su Fan came out with 10 boxes of bird's nests, he went straight to find a place where he could send them by express delivery. He sent all 10 boxes of bird's nests back to his hometown. Bite. The system voice sounded. Warm reminder, today the host bought clothes and shoes for Su Xiaoxiao, which increased Su Xiaoxiao's happiness. The host's love value plus 10,000. Before, the love value was always added by 100. I bought clothes, shoes, and a bag for Su Xiaoxiao today, and her love value increased by 10,000. It turns out that girls all like clothes, bags, and shoes. My love value has greatly increased, and I have taken a big step towards becoming your official boyfriend. Chapter 16. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. I have to continue to be intimate with Su Xiaoxiao. Only in this way can we speed up the activation of the God-level investment system. Su Fan really feels that this system is good. You can urge him to catch up with Su Xiaoxiao as soon as possible. There are rewards for catching up. When Su Fan returned to school, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening. He got out of the car and walked to the school gate. I saw a BMW parked on the left side of the school gate. He Yang and a middle-aged man stood next to the car. This middle-aged man is He Yang's father, He Zhongxing. Su Fan walked into the school and just passed by them. When He Yang saw Su Fan coming, he called him. Su Fan, where have you been all day today? Did you just get back? Su Fan smiled and said, I went out and bought some things to send back home. Oh, I forgot to introduce you, this is my dad. He Yang introduced himself to Su Fan. Hello, uncle. Su Fan greeted him. He Zhongxing smiled kindly and said, You are Su Fan. He Yang often mentions you. You are indeed a handsome man. After saying this, he looked at his son and said, Look at other people, they even buy things and send them home. You only know how to spend money. When will you be able to be like Su Fan? He Yang knew that his father was not really talking about him. It's just complaining in my heart. His dad usually dotes on him. Otherwise, I wouldn't come to bring him food on weekends. Dad, you earn money for me, right? If I don't spend it, how would you have the motivation to earn money? He Yang was grinning. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to school with Su Fan. He Yang picked up all the things that his father had sent over from his car. He Zhongxing deliberately said unhappily, You guy, I probably owed you this in my previous life. He took his things and left without wanting to talk to me anymore. He Yang made a face and said, Okay, Dad, it's getting late now, and we still have a long way to drive home. Don't go home too late, your mother at home will be worried. I'm just thinking about my mom. Having said that, He Yang walked away. He Yang, let me get you some. Su Fan helped He Yang share some of the burden. This was the first time Su Fan met He Yang's father in this life. Not long after this, problems arose with the Windsor Resort project invested by He Zhongxing. Su Fan deliberately asked, He Yang, what does your father do? It seems to make a lot of money. He Yang looked proud, My father runs a factory and also makes some investments. When talking about his father, He Yang is of course proud. Not many people can have a father who is as good at making money as him. What investment? There are many ways, such as stock trading and investment in projects. These two are the most popular. Especially stock trading. Last year I made $3 million from stock trading alone. Now he is investing in a project called Windsor Resort, and I heard that he can make a lot of money in the future. Windsor Resort? Yes. Su Fan remembered that He Yang's father had failed in this engineering project. He invested almost all his cash in that project. As a result, the project was left unfinished. The money invested was also wasted. And also because he is the main investor in this project. He was implicated and sent to prison. And the factories they run have no cash flow to operate. It soon went bankrupt. And owed a lot of debt. However, it may be too late for his father to withdraw his investment now. It's not that it's too late, but that we can't withdraw our investment at all. Su Fan still remembers the reports about this incident. It was an investor who invested with He Zhongxing and cheated on the company and ran away with the money. That led to the unfinished project. Rather than because of market economy reasons. So if you want to help He Zhongxing, he must be made to recognize the character of this investor. He just met the wrong person. He Yang, I want to tell you something, whether you believe it or not. What's the matter? Tell me. He Yang stared at Su Fan. I feel like Su Fan suddenly became very strange. Did your father invest in the project together with a man named Lai Hao? Yes, Uncle Lai often comes to my house as a guest, and he has a very good relationship with our family. Has it never occurred to you that those are just superficial? Su Fan, you're so weird today. What you said was so weird. And how do you know Uncle Lai? He Yang looked confused. He never mentioned Uncle Lai in the dormitory. Besides, Su Fan and Uncle Lai are not related at all. I heard about it. I have a cousin who works on that project. Su Fan found a very lame excuse. But this reason is barely acceptable. Ah, what a coincidence, Uncle Lai is also very good to me, it's not just superficial at all. Su Fan shook his head. He Yang's family was harmed by the person he said had a good relationship with them. They are still unaware of the matter and are really naive about it. But I heard from others that the Lai guy is not a good person. You should remind your father to keep an eye on him and it's best not to invest with him. This. He Yang was confused. I know you won't believe me even if I tell you, but you have to believe me anyway. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Investing is inherently risky, so it's better to be careful. If the Windsor Resort project cannot be started, it will be a huge loss. You may even lose everything you own. Su Fan went straight to the serious point. At this moment, He Yang felt that what Su Fan said was quite scary. Although he doesn't understand his father's business. But I don't want him to lose money. These words really frightened him. Then I'll call him and remind him to be more careful. Yes, and you have to persuade him to draw a clear line between himself and this person named Lai. I understand, but Su Fan, why do you think Uncle Lai is not a good person? Su Fan continued to make up excuses. My cousin was severely cheated by him once. People like him cannot be trusted. At this time, He Yang was still very naive. Su Fan said these words, and he was also afraid that something might go wrong with his father's project. I also hold the attitude that it is better to believe it than not to believe it. After returning to the dormitory, He Yang called his father. Dad. What's wrong, son? I want to tell you something. What's the matter? I was chatting with Su Fan on the way back just now. He mentioned Uncle Lai, and Su Fan said that his cousin was once severely cheated by Uncle Lai. So I called you to remind you to pay more attention to Uncle Lai. When He Zhongxing heard his son say this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Son, you don't understand investment matters, let's talk about it later. Uncle Lai and your father have been friends for 10 years, and I can trust them. He Zhongxing is an adult, and he is also a shrewd businessman who runs a large factory and is good at various investments. Chapter 17, Helping He Yang's family escape danger. How could he possibly believe the words of two people who were still children in his eyes? Son, don't worry. Your Uncle Lai will never cheat me, no matter who he cheats. He Zhongxing certainly had the confidence to say this. Because if he hadn't brought Lai Hao to invest and make money before, Lai Hao cannot live such a comfortable life now. I don't have the money to buy a house worth more than 3 million in the city center. Everything Lai Hao has today is due to him. Strictly speaking, he is Lai Hao's benefactor. No matter how ungrateful Lai Hao is, he will never be ungrateful to him. But what if the project you invested in loses money? Dad has a unique eye for investment, so he will definitely not lose money. When this project is completed, I will buy you a villa. He Zhongxing smiled. I don't believe what He Yang said at all. Okay, Dad has to concentrate on driving. We can talk when we get home. Beep. He Zhongxing hung up the phone. How is it? Su Fan came over and asked when he saw that He Yang didn't speak on the phone. My dad didn't take my words seriously at all. But he must not continue to cooperate with that Lai guy. There's nothing I can do if my dad doesn't listen. It seems that He Yang's reminder alone can't save anything. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, find evidence for your father, and do it quickly. Evidence? Where can I find it? Of course I looked for it on Lai Hao. I've figured out a way. Su Fan spread his hands. When it comes to action, take action. This concerns He Yang's family and even He Yang's future. So Su Fan couldn't delay any longer. The next morning, Su Fan and He Yang went out. They want to find evidence on Lai Hao. So Su Fan came up with an idea to monitor Lai Hao. Now they are preparing to go out for internship and there are not many courses left. Basically no classes. They don't have to worry about losing credits when their names are called out in class. Su Fan and his team followed for a week before they secretly recorded some useful audio. It was a recording of Lai Hao and several of his accomplices in a private room in a restaurant. It was Su Fan who disguised himself as a waiter there and secretly placed the recorder in the private room. Su Fan, everything you said is true. Fortunately, I listened to you and came out with you to find evidence. Otherwise Lai Hao will succeed. After He Yang knew Lai Hao's true identity. I never called him Uncle Lai again. That kind of villain is capable of anything. Hurry up and take the recorder to your father so that he can recognize Lai Hao's true face as soon as possible. He Yang took a leave and went back home. When his father heard the contents of the recorder. Shocked. I didn't expect Lai Hao to be such a person. He just wanted to take his money away. 10 years of friendship have been wasted. Son, it's a good thing you gave me the recorder now, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. It was all Su Fan's idea. If it weren't for Su Fan, we wouldn't have been able to get the recording. After hearing what his son said, He Zhongxing looked at Su Fan differently. The last time I saw him, I thought he was just good looking. Now it seems that he still has some brains. Dad, can you handle it now? He Yang is still worried about his father's investment. It's not too late. Don't worry. Thank Su Fan for me when you get back to school. Okay. He Zhongxing has been able to work hard in the business world for so many years. He must have his strengths. As for Lai Hao, he naturally has his own way to deal with him now. Minimize losses. After buying those new clothes, Su Xiaoxiao was reluctant to wear them. Xia Xiaotan's bag has been taken out several times. Xiaoxiao, do you want to treasure those dresses and bags that Su Fan bought for you? It's so expensive, I can't bear to wear it. You buy things to wear, otherwise why buy them? It would be a waste of money if you don't wear them. Wear it today and let us go shopping. Xia Xiaotang talked for a long time before Su Xiaoxiao was willing to take it out and wear it. Su Xiaoxiao took a red dress and changed into it. But he couldn't reach the zipper at the back, so he asked Xia Xiaotang to help him zip it up. Xiaoxiao, I can't really tell when you're wearing casual clothes. What can't you see? Didn't you notice that your clothes are so tight around your chest? The zipper almost 1T close. Men love your figure that's about to burst out the most. Su Xiaoxiao looked down with a red face. It does look much bigger than Xia Xiaotang's. Not to mention Xia Xiaotang, the other female classmates in the class can't even compare to her in size. Su Fan is such a lucky kid. Xiaotang, you are so bad. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and hit Xia Xiaotang. That's right, but only Su Fan can experience this kind of happiness. Still talking. Su Xiaoxiao hit her again. After dressing up, they went out. When I was going down the stairs, I happened to meet Chen Siyu and a few others. Chen Siyu has sharp eyes. She knows all the famous brands. The clothes, shoes, and bag that Su Xiaoxiao was wearing. She recognized it immediately. This country girl is actually wearing a brand name that she doesn't even own. It makes me feel extremely unbalanced. She is so poor, how can she afford it? Could it be that he is hooked up with some rich second-generation guy? She said that Su Fan had misjudged the person and reminded him, but he didn't appreciate it. You must be injured now. A disdainful smile appeared on Chen Siyu's face. Su Xiaoxiao knew that Chen Siyu was following her. And I could also hear them whispering behind me. So she felt uncomfortable all over. Xia Xiaotang knew that Su Xiaoxiao would feel uncomfortable in this situation. Xiaoxiao, ignore them, they are just jealous of your beauty and figure. Wait until Su Xiaoxiao and the others are far away. The girls following Chen Siyu started discussing it enthusiastically. This is a transformation from a sparrow to a phoenix. She is now wearing luxury brands. I heard from a girl in their dormitory that Su Fan bought her several brand name clothes, bags, and shoes. No way? Just now, Su Xiaoxiao was wearing Armani clothes, bags, and shoes, which were also international luxury brands. Could it be that all of them were given by Su Fan? If so, Su Fan must be too rich. But he is usually so poor, have we always misjudged him? He was willing to spend so much money when pursuing Su Xiaoxiao, but when pursuing Siyu, he only gave her clothes worth a few hundred yuan. In comparison, the girl realized that she had said something she shouldn't have said and immediately shut up. Chen Siyu learned that these were all sent by Su Fan. The expression on his face was frozen. How come Su Fan is so rich? Are you so generous in pursuing Su Xiaoxiao? He was so stingy when he was chasing her. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu was really angry. My chest feels stuffy. And Lin, you guys go shopping by yourselves, I'm going to the library. Why? No reason, just go by yourselves. After saying that, Chen Siyu walked towards the library by herself. Some girls still felt puzzled. What happened to Siyu? Isn't it obvious? He must be upset when he saw Su Fan gave Su Xiaoxiao such expensive clothes and bags. Chapter 18 Aren't all lovers like this? Su Xiaoxiao only went shopping with Xia Xiaotang in some affordable shopping malls. Although Xia Xiaotang's family conditions are much better than Su Xiaoxiao's. However, she has a younger brother who is in high school, so her parents are under some pressure. So she is not the kind of person who spends lavishly when buying things. When buying things, give priority to finding cheap ones. Xia Xiaotang selected several dresses. She asked Su Xiaoxiao if she wanted to buy a few pieces as well. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "No, summer is almost over and I won't be able to wear many clothes in a summer." "That's right. Su Fan just bought you several pieces last time." Xia Xiaotang took the dresses she liked and went to pay for them. In fact, Su Xiaoxiao just wanted to save money. She can't spend money recklessly. Grandma still needs to take medicine and see a doctor, and she also owed some money to relatives. She has to pay it back quickly, otherwise she will always feel embarrassed about owing others money. When I go back to my hometown, I am a little afraid to meet my relatives. Besides, what Su Fan bought for her last time was enough for her to wear. They walked out of the clothing section and came to the first floor of the mall. Xia Xiaotang suddenly handed the bag in his hand to Su Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, I need to pee urgently, hold it for me while I go to the bathroom." "Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you here." Su Xiaoxiao took the handbag. She saw a shop across the street that sold watches. I was considering whether I should prepare a gift for Su Fan as well. She really wanted to do that. But I thought about how expensive the gift Su Fan gave me was. Would it be bad if she bought him a cheap gift? But if she were asked to buy something as expensive as Su Fan, she couldn't afford it even if she died. Finally, she walked into the store. "Boss, can you show me this watch?" "Sure." The shop owner is a woman in her 30s who dresses very fashionably. She enthusiastically took out the watch that Su Xiaoxiao liked. Su Xiaoxiao took a look. The shop owner has been selling watches for many years. It is obvious at first glance that Su Xiaoxiao likes this watch. "Little girl, is this a gift for your boyfriend?" she said with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head embarrassedly. "No, I gave it to a friend." "Then this friend must be very close to us." The shop owner has seen countless people and looked at Su Xiaoxiao's immature smile. You can guess immediately that it is definitely a gift for the boy she likes. She's been through it all, she knows everything. Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, just smiled at the shop owner. This is also considered as a default. This watch is practical and beautiful, and it's perfect for a boy. "So, how much is this watch?" 400 yuan. "I'll give you a discount." 380 yuan after the discount. "Oh, that is expensive." This price is indeed very expensive for Su Xiaoxiao. She is usually very frugal, and more than 300 yuan is her living expenses for more than a month. Besides, she has a lot of places where she needs money. Little girl, a watch that costs over 300 is not expensive. Some watches cost thousands or even tens of thousands. "It's really expensive for me, can it be cheaper?" "I'll give you another 30 bucks off, 350. This is the lowest price, you won't get this watch at such a low price anywhere else." Su Xiaoxiao picked up the watch and put it down again. I gritted my teeth and bought the watch. She took out 350 yuan in cash from her bag. "This is the part-time salary that was just paid yesterday." "Okay, I'll help you put the watch back together." Su Xiaoxiao took the watch and walked out of the store. Although I spent money, I thought of it as a gift to Su Fan. I still feel happy. When Xia Xiaotang came back, he just saw Su Xiaoxiao walking out of the watch shop. "Xiaoxiao, did you buy a watch?" "No." Su Xiaoxiao turned her face away. "You're still saying no, but I saw you put the things in your bag." Xia Xiaotang patted Su Xiaoxiao's bag. Only then did Su Xiaoxiao admit it guiltily. "Yes, I bought one. I guess it's for Su Fan." Just give it to me, why are you being so shy and not letting others know?" Xia Xiaotang said with a smile. She knew that Su Xiaoxiao was like this. She has always liked Su Fan, but she didn't dare to confess to him. If Su Fan didn't confess to her first this time, I guess she will keep her love buried in her heart for the rest of her life. "I'm not being shy." Su Xiaoxiao defended herself. "How dare you say no? I've been your sister for several years, and I don't know you very well. I think you can be more proactive towards Su Fan." After a period of observation, Xia Xiaotang was already very confident in letting Su Xiaoxiao and Su Fan date. She still thinks Su Xiaoxiao was too hesitant and not proactive enough. If it were her, they would have lived together long ago. How to take the initiative? Su Xiaoxiao asked weakly. She has little experience in love. "Let me ask you, have you ever held hands?" "I guess I did. The day Su Fan invited everyone to dinner, he secretly held my hand under the table." Su Xiaoxiao said this, her face flushed. This kid is really good, he even came secretly when we were there. Next time you guys go out together, pretend to be tired and let him carry you. The closer two people are, the faster their relationship will grow. Xia Xiaotang began to give Su Xiaoxiao some advice. But I can't pretend. Su Xiaoxiao looked aggrieved. Xia Xiaotang rolled his eyes at her and joked, if you can't pretend, just kiss her directly on the mouth. Boys love this. Not many boys can resist your passionate kiss. This is even more embarrassing. You always give me this kind of advice. Aren't all couples like this? But we are not a couple yet. It will be quick. You just don't take the initiative. So what if you take the initiative to kiss him? It's not like you will lose a piece of meat. Xia Xiaotang grinned. In her opinion, Su Xiaoxiao and Su Fan were only one sentence away from being together. After Su Xiaoxiao came back from shopping, she had to go to the internet cafe to work part-time in the evening. She had a quick dinner in the school cafeteria and then went to the internet cafe. Tonight she works from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. At 11 o'clock, a regular employee from another internet cafe would come to take over her shift. While at work, Su Fan sent her a message. Xiaoxiao, let's go have dinner together. Su Xiaoxiao saw his message and replied immediately. I already work in an internet cafe. Then let's have a midnight snack together. It's too late to have a midnight snack. I don't get off work until 11 o'clock. You get off work so late again, but it's okay, we can have a midnight snack together after work. Oh well. Su Xiaoxiao agreed reluctantly. But the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up, revealing a sweet smile. She put down her phone and went to work. Looking forward to having a midnight snack with Su Fan after get off work. While at work, I kept imagining the scene of the two of us having a midnight snack together. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy now. Chapter 19, the shy little girl becomes proactive. It was almost 11 o'clock. Sister Hua, the colleague who took over Su Xiaoxiao's shift, came over. Since she was getting ready to get off work, Su Xiaoxiao could just relax and look at her phone. At this time Su Fan sent a message. It's 11 o'clock, I'll pick you up now. Su Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly while reading the message. Seeing this, Sister Hua started to joke with her. I'm texting my boyfriend. No, he's a friend now. Su Xiaoxiao looked up and said with a smile. Well, a friend. Everyone has that one. Sister Hua smiled meaningfully. At this time, Su Fan came in. He also brought 2 cups of milk tea. As soon as I came in, I gave Su Xiaoxiao a cup of milk tea. The other cup was given to Sister Hua. Before, Su Fan wanted Su Xiaoxiao to resign, but she was unwilling. So Su Fan wanted to bring some food to her colleagues. The hand that eats the man is short. In this way, her colleagues will not make things difficult for Su Xiaoxiao if anything happens. Sister Hua took the milk tea and teased Su Xiaoxiao, you said you weren't chatting with your boyfriend. Su Xiaoxiao didn't give any further explanation. Xiaoxiao, since your boyfriend is here to see you, hurry up and get off work. But there are still 10 minutes until the time comes. Okay, it's only 10 minutes, go on your date. Sister Hua took a sip of milk tea, smiled and waved. Thank you, Miss Hua. I'm off work now. As they both turned to leave, Sister Hua looked at them and couldn't help but say, you two are a perfect match. The girl is pretty and the boy is handsome. When Sister Hua saw Su Fan, she started to support them as a couple. Indeed, there are very few beautiful girls and handsome guys together nowadays. Usually when she is on the street, she sees that most of the young and beautiful girls are accompanied by greasy uncles. It's rare to see a couple as pleasing to the eye as they are. Su Fan turned around and said, Sister, you have a good eye. I'll bring you 2 cups of milk tea next time. This time Su Fan came here again on a bicycle. Su Fan pushed the bicycle and Su Xiaoxiao walked side by side with him. They talked as they walked. Su Fan looked down. Su Xiaoxiao wore a skirt today. She was also wearing black S-shaped socks that were half-length and covered her knees. Looking at it this way, her legs look very long and beautiful. Su Xiaoxiao followed Su Fan's gaze. What are you looking at? Look at your feet. They are so beautiful. Stop looking. Su Xiaoxiao raised her little hand to block Su Fan's view. It's so beautiful, why don't you show it to me? Su Fan smiled wickedly. Occasionally, he would act a little naughty to tease this shy little girl. I can't watch it anyway. A blush appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's face. Or you can kick me and I won't watch it anymore. Su Fan laughed. You pervert. What? I was just teasing you, but you really think I'm a pervert? If I were a pervert, how could I allow you to walk with me normally in the middle of the night? Su Fan touched Su Xiaoxiao's little head. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away. Are you angry? No. You're still saying no, but your pouting lips are so thick that you can hang a bucket of peanut oil on them. Then go get a bucket of peanut oil and see if you can hang it. There really isn't any peanut oil. Su Fan tilted his head and looked at Su Xiaoxiao's expression. Suddenly it became quiet. Their eyes met. Su Xiaoxiao immediately withdrew her gaze in embarrassment and did not say what she was about to say. The two of them sat face to face without speaking. The air seemed to be still. Su Fan was so close that his breath sprayed on her neck. Su Xiaoxiao was confused. She thought of what Xie Xiaotang had told her. Initiative. Be proactive. Take the initiative to kiss him? At this time, Su Xiaoxiao could clearly feel her face burning. She got excited. She pecked Su Fan's lips with her little lips. Su Fan also didn't expect that Su Xiaoxiao would actually kiss him. It was just that the speed was too fast and he didn't feel it properly. Her lips moved away. Now Su Xiaoxiao blushed so much that she buried her face in her chest. This was the first time she took the initiative to kiss a male classmate. Looking at the shy Su Xiaoxiao, Su Fan said, "It's not enough. I want more. That's enough for today, stay for next time. Do I need to stock up for a kiss?" Su Fan looked aggrieved. Well, of course, it depends on your performance. Su Xiaoxiao raised her red little face. Bite. Warm reminder, Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to kiss the host's love value plus 10,000. Very good. Another 10,000 added. It turns out that when Su Xiaoxiao takes the initiative to be intimate with him, his love value will increase. Now the little girl is becoming more and more bold. She even kissed him today, and I wonder what she is going to do to him next. In this way, wouldn't his love value increase quickly? Su Fan stopped teasing Su Xiaoxiao. Seeing how shy she was, I finally took the initiative. If you tease her too much, she probably won't dare to do it again next time. Okay, I'll stay for this time if I want to. Su Fan turned around and continued pushing the bicycle. As they walked, Su Xiaoxiao took out the watch from her bag. Su Fan. Su Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao. Also noticed the box she was holding. This is for you. Su Xiaoxiao handed the box to Su Fan. Su Fan was flattered. He was really happy that Su Xiaoxiao gave him something. No matter what it is. What's this? You'll know once you see it. Su Fan opened it and saw a watch inside. The watch is quite exquisite and looks like it would cost several $100s. Xiaoxiao, why did you buy such an expensive thing for me? Now a few $100s is nothing to Su Fan. But he knew that for Su Xiaoxiao, a few $100s is really a lot. She doesn't rest for a month and works a part-time job. The salary is only a few hundred yuan. Compared to the things you gave me, this is not expensive. It even makes the things I bought look very cheap. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. I just wanted to give it to you. You don't have to buy me something so expensive. Then I just wanted to send you off. Su Fan talked about her because he felt sorry for her. Su Xiaoxiao bought this watch this time, but she didn't know how long she would have to live frugally. I know you just want to give me something, but don't buy me something so expensive in the future. I feel bad for you for working so hard part-time every week to earn money. Su Xiaoxiao saw Su Fan accept it. I'm in a good mood. Nu. To thank you for giving me a gift, I must take you out for a delicious supper tonight. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Su Xiaoxiao jumped onto the back seat of his bicycle. Su Fan's face was filled with smiles. It's true, bicycles have their own romance. Hold on tight, let's go. Chapter 20. Give me 24 oysters. Su Fan took Su Xiaoxiao to a barbecue restaurant. It was too late, Su Fan didn't plan to go too far. The only place where you can have a midnight snack nearby is a barbecue restaurant. Xiaoxiao, order whatever you like. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. I seldom eat barbecue, so I don't know which ones are good. You order them. I like whatever you order. She usually lives frugally and rarely visits barbecue stalls. She really doesn't know what is delicious and what is not. Okay. Su Fan waved to the waiter not far away. Waiter. A waitress came over. What would you like to order? Give me 10 bunches of leeks, 10 bunches of lamb whips. How much are the oysters here? The oysters here are $65 a dozen, and there are 8 in a dozen. 2 dozen oysters, then. Okay. 2 more pairs of chicken wings, 4 skewers of tofu skin, 5 skewers of palm treasure, and a serving of dry fried beef noodles. Okay, Su Fan, this is enough. It would be a waste if you order too much and can't finish it. Su Fan wanted to order some more, but was stopped by Su Xiaoxiao. He stopped ordering. Soon after, the ordered barbecue started to arrive one after another. The first thing to come up is the sheep whip. Su Xiaoxiao has never eaten this thing. This was the first time she saw it tonight, and she felt that it looked strange. What is this? Sheep whip. Su Fan glanced at Su Xiaoxiao. Most girls don't eat this, so it's normal that Su Xiaoxiao doesn't know about it. What is a sheep whip? Su Xiaoxiao continued to ask. The name made her curious. The whip is. Su Fan thought for a while, thinking about how to better explain it to Su Xiaoxiao. It's the part of the sheep that is used to reproduce. Ah. Su Fan explained it very clearly, and Su Xiaoxiao knew what part it was as soon as she heard it. My face turned red. When she didn't know it at first, she wanted to try it. Now that she knew what it was, she didn't want to eat it anymore. Thinking about eating at that place, there's really something there. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head shyly. Then the chicken wings came. This was specially ordered by Su Fan for her. He knew that Su Xiaoxiao liked to eat chicken wings. Xiaoxiao, you eat chicken wings. Su Xiaoxiao put the chicken wings in her bowl. Su Fan ate a sheep's penis and said, how about 2 bottles of beer? Su Xiaoxiao raised her head and looked at Su Fan. It's late, you're still drinking? Su Fan grinned, it doesn't matter how late it is. I'm a gentleman and I won't do anything after drinking. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red again. As soon as she heard these words about that. I blush involuntarily. Okay, then order it. After getting permission, Su Fan waved to the waiter again. Handsome man, do you need anything else? Give us 2 beers. Okay. The waiter brought them 2 beers. Su Fan remembered that in his previous life, he had always been in such scenes with Qin Shouxing and others. We go out to drink and eat barbecue, and often get drunk. He was drunk less often, only once or twice. Qin Shouxing is a guy who always gets drunk whenever he drinks. And now, he was drinking with Su Xiaoxiao. He felt comfortable with this feeling. Su Fan poured a glass for Su Xiaoxiao. Someone like Su Xiaoxiao definitely can't drink much. Su Fan only allowed her to have 1 drink. The 2 of them ate and chatted until 1 o'clock in the morning. Su Fan, it's already 1 o'clock. Let's go back. I have 2 classes tomorrow morning. There are no more courses in Su Fan's major. But Su Xiaoxiao's major is still available. Okay, let's go back. When I got back to school, the gate was closed. The gate of Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology is not open 24 hours a day. The school gate will be closed after 1 o'clock in the morning. The school gate is closed and I can't get into school. What should I do? Su Xiaoxiao said worriedly. We can't get in, so let's just get a room. Su Fan said it easily. Su Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable all over as she couldn't get a room with Su Fan for the time being. No, I want to go back to school. Then let's go another way. Where? Just follow me. Su Xiaoxiao followed behind Su Fan. We arrived at a relatively low wall. We'll climb the wall. But it feels so high. How can I climb over there? I'll help you. Just stand here and I'll pick you up. You just need to climb up. After saying that, Su Fan squatted down. Hug Su Xiaoxiao's slender legs. Push her whole body upwards. Su Xiaoxiao hooked her hands on the top of the wall, and she pushed hard and climbed up. Okay, Xiaoxiao, wait for me up there, don't move. Su Fan was agile and he drank a potion to enhance his physical strength. It was easy to climb over the wall. Su Fan jumped, pushed himself up with both hands, and climbed up. Su Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, Su Fan, you have a great body. If I don't get in better shape, how can I protect you in the future? It's so high, I may not be able to jump down. Su Xiaoxiao looked down. I'll carry you down. In order to carry Su Xiaoxiao down, Su Fan had to touch her armpits. At first Su Fan didn't think anything of it and just picked her up. But I accidentally touched a soft spot. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. But soon, he put Su Xiaoxiao down. Su Xiaoxiao landed safely. Su Fan was still savoring the feeling just now. It actually feels like this. It caused Su Fan to have a lot of fantasies. Su Fan, come down quickly, what are you still doing up there? Oh. Su Fan jumped down. I couldn't help but drink with Su Xiaoxiao tonight. He also took her to climb the school wall. It feels a bit exciting. Xiaoxiao, I'll take you back to the dormitory. Back downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Su Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao's back reluctantly. He returned to the dormitory only after she was safely upstairs. When Su Fan returned to the dormitory, he found the door was locked. They didn't even leave the door open even though they knew he hadn't returned to the dormitory yet. Is this the legendary Plastic Brotherhood? Everyone was sleeping like dead pigs again. After knocking for a long time, Du Ziting finally got up and opened the door. Su Fan, are you coming back? Du Ziting rubbed his eyes. I'm not coming back to sleep under the bridge. We all thought you would spend the night out with Su Xiaoxiao, but we didn't expect you to come back. What are you guys thinking about all day long? Su Fan rolled his eyes speechlessly. We didn't see you come back so late, we all thought you were going out for that. Du Ziting grinned evilly. It was past 12 o'clock and Su Fan still hadn't returned to the dormitory. They were all discussing what Su Fan might do tonight. That you are a ghost. After Su Fan entered the dormitory, he quickly washed up and rested. Chapter 21, Boy, are you secretly exercising? Just as Su Fan lay down, the system prompt sounded again. Bite. Warm tips, the host hugged Su Xiaoxiao, the intimacy between the two increased, and the love value plus 20,000. Good job. This time, the love value actually increased by 20,000. It can't be that the relationship between the two is getting better and better, and the love value is increasing faster. If this is the case, then the number will increase even faster later on. Very good. It shouldn't be long before he can become your official boyfriend. Su Fan felt more relaxed than ever before. I closed my eyes, and all I could think of was Su Xiaoxiao's voice and smile. Then I recall that softness. I was inexplicably excited. I almost saluted. The last time He Yang gave the recorder to his father. His father was always on guard against Lai Hao. They are even slowly removing Lai Hao from this project. Although there was a little loss in the end, it was not big. This loss is just a drop in the bucket of investment. Su Fan, this is what my dad said he would give you. After He Yang went to the school gate, he came back with big and small bags for Su Fan. Don't be so polite, just keep these things. No, you must accept it, otherwise my dad will definitely scold me when I go home. In fact, if my dad doesn't give it to you, I will buy you something myself. Thank you so much this time for helping our family resolve the crisis. If it weren't for you, we would have been in trouble. My family doesn't know how much loss we have suffered. He Yang expressed his sincere gratitude. Even though he didn't see the serious consequences of this incident, he could still hear it from his father's nagging. You can imagine how serious it is. Okay. Su Fan accepted the things that He Yang's father bought for him. Seeing that Su Fan accepted it, He Yang patted him on the shoulder. Let's go play basketball. Now. Yes, the school team from the temporary school is coming to play basketball today. The captain asked me to notify you in advance this morning, but I forgot. All right. Su Fan and He Yang are both on the school basketball team. But Su Fan used to be the weakest one in the team. Every time there is a game, I am a substitute. After a game, he didn't stay on the court for long. I'll go change into my uniform, wait a moment. Su Fan changed into his jersey and came out. He Yang stared at him intently. Wow, Su Fan, have you been secretly working out recently? The muscle lines on your hands and legs are so sexy. Well then, I'll come here secretly. When you see the standard body shape of a man like me, your eyes will drop out. In fact, he was secretly working out, and this was the effect of the charm-enhancing potion. After drinking it, you will immediately have a figure and physical strength that all men in the world envy. At this time, Du Ziting and Qin Shoxing also notice Su Fan's figure. Su Fan, not only is your face more handsome than before, but your figure is also great. Teach me how you did it. Why do we need to worship those handsome male stars in the future? We can just worship Su Fan. His looks, coupled with a body that can make girls fantasize about him, are better than those of handsome celebrities. Hey, Qin Shoxing, you're drooling, how come you're acting like a little girl? Seeing their eyes shining, He Yang started to tease Qin Shoxing. Su Fan and He Yang walked out of the dormitory together. On the road, many girls looked at me. Then look over here. He Yang walked with his back straight. Although he knew that these eyes were not directed at him. But he can't be too bad walking next to Su Fan. When they arrived at the playground, many classmates had already gathered around it. The players of both teams are all present. As soon as Su Fan walked over, the students around him were shocked. Especially female classmates. That handsome guy is so handsome. Oh my god. I don't dare to look at him anymore. His body is too sexy. I'm afraid if I look at him any longer, I'll be lost in his looks and body. Such a handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? If not, I'll have sex with you. My female classmate, you don't have a chance anymore. Did you hear that he confessed his love to the school beauty Sue in the classroom? Don't even think about it, you definitely can't compete with the school beauty Sue. So he's the guy chasing after school beauty Sue. He's so handsome. They're a perfect match. Su Fan and He Yang walked into their own large group. You two are here. Hey, Su Fan, I haven't seen you for a while. You look so handsome again. Other members of the team also gathered around. Su Fan, how did you develop such a manly figure? Oh my god, Su Fan, if I had half your figure, I wouldn't be afraid of not being able to find a girlfriend. Suddenly, a dark and thin player who played center clutched his stomach and said, "It's over." What's wrong? As soon as everyone asked the question, they heard a burst of excited bowel sounds coming from his stomach. I ate a bowl of stinky tofu this afternoon and now I have diarrhea. I can't stand it anymore, I need to go to the toilet. No way. You're running away at the critical moment. Now that I am one man short, I have enough time to play. I won't say any more. I can't hold it any longer. The skinny and dark team member covered his butt and went to find the toilet. Not all the team members are here today, and the dark and thin team member has left. Just when all players were on the field, there were no substitutes. However, Su Fan was a substitute in every game and had never played a full game. Inevitably, some people began to worry that Su Fan would hold them back. After all, everyone has played together, and the players are very clear about each other's strength. In their eyes, Su Fan was indeed the weakest one. Oh, the center has diarrhea. I don't know if we can win this game. That's right, Su Fan, you have to work harder. I'm really worried that you'll hold everyone back. In the past, Su Fan also thought that he was the weakest because he didn't have the physical strength to keep up. But things are different now. He is now stronger than any of them. So Su Fan was not worried at all that he would hold back the whole team if he played. He Yang patted Su Fan on the shoulder and said, "Don't take what they said just now too seriously. They said that because they were eager to win the game. Who am I? I'm Su Fan. I have a big vision and I won't bother with them." That's good. I was afraid that their words would affect your mood. Don't worry, buddy. I'm afraid they'll want to worship me as their master after this match. Su Fan was confident. I won't make big promises just to provoke them. He Yang also understood Su Fan's playing level. If Su Fan wanted to take him as his master, he would be bragging. As a brother, he actually thought it would be great if he didn't hold back in this game. If you don't believe me, try it on stage later. He Yang uttered a tsk. Then he said, "Try it." I'm afraid I'll die if I try. Su Fan punched him. Is this brother still a brother? Cursing him like this. I have to really surprise him later. Chapter 22, The Flying Man on the Court. Look at him dumbfounded. All the players from both teams came on the court. This time, the school team of the neighboring Hui University came with the confidence of winning this friendly match. As the referee's whistle sounded, the two sides started fighting. After just 2 passes, the ball was passed to Su Fan. The other player was worried that he wouldn't be able to dribble the ball properly. He ran to Su Fan and kept saying, "Su Fan, give me the ball quickly. Hurry up, don't dribble the ball blindly." The ball just came into his hands. The player immediately asked him to pass the ball, meaning that he didn't want him to touch the basketball for too long. Then what's the point of him coming in to play basketball? You want the ball? I won T, give it to you. Su Fan dribbled the ball bravely without looking back. The Hwada team members tried to stop him but failed. The players on the same team as Su Fan were also stunned. So powerful? So fierce? Is it still Su Fan? He used to be a sucker. He Yang also widened his eyes at this time and stood there looking at Su Fan. This kid is awesome, he's become so fierce. When did my football skills improve so much? Not to mention that the people from Hua University couldn't stop him. There's definitely no way anyone in my team can stop it. Su Fan is so awesome. And his dribbling posture is also great. The female classmates who were watching saw how handsome Su Fan was when he dribbled the ball. Just scream. This is my idol, so handsome and cool. I just like boys who are handsome, have good bodies, and can play basketball. Su Fan. Come on. My God. Come on. Some female classmates spontaneously became Su Fan's cheerleaders. Always shouting for him. It was supposed to be a very small game. It's as lively as a big competition now. Bang! Su Fan leaped forward. Like a slam dunk. Goal! At this time, warm applause broke out. The female classmates jumped up and screamed, wishing they could rush into the basketball court to hug Su Fan. Perfect! The pitching posture is so beautiful too, my idol, I love you. I don't think there's anyone in the entire Imperial University of Science and Technology who is as good at playing basketball as Su Fan. All the female classmates' eyes were on Su Fan. In the eyes of these female classmates, the other boys on the field are just Su Fan's supporting roles. The referee raised his hand and announced, Daidi University of Science and Technology scores 3 points. Su Fan's teammates were still standing there in a daze, unable to believe what had just happened. Was it really Su Fan who shot the ball just now? I really am not seeing things. We haven't even warmed up yet, and Su Fan made a 3-pointer. This kid is making rapid progress. He Yang gave a thumbs up to Su Fan, who was not far away. Su Fan, awesome. Then he gave a disdainful look to those players who said Su Fan was a drag before he came on the court. Those people immediately regretted saying those things they shouldn't have said. Now I have lost all my face. On the basketball court, the game continues. More and more students gathered around the basketball court. Su Xiaoxiao and Xie Xiaotang were walking back to the dormitory. I saw many girls running towards the stadium. Many boys ran over. They were also curious about what happened on the basketball court. Is there something big happening over there? At this time, the female classmates in Su Xiaoxiao's class also wanted to go to the stadium. She saw Su Xiaoxiao and came over to say something. Xiaoxiao, you're not at the stadium. Su Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Why should I be over there on the court? Don't you know Su Fan is playing basketball? He's so good at it, everyone is going to watch him now. Only after hearing the girl say this did Su Xiaoxiao understand. This guy went to play basketball without telling her. She really wants to see him play. Xiaoxiao, I envy you so much. You are liked by a boy who is so good at basketball and so handsome. After the girl finished speaking, she walked towards the court. Of course, Su Xiaoxiao also walked towards the stadium. She and Xie Xiaotang came to the side of the basketball court and stood there. Su Fan was so conspicuous that he was the coolest and most stylish person in the whole audience. Su Xiaoxiao found Su Fan at a glance. Su Fan is handsome in another way when he is running on the court. Male hormones are exuding all over the body. Watching him running on the field is really addictive. Come on, Su Fan. Su Xiaoxiao shouted towards the court. Many people saw Su Xiaoxiao coming. So we started discussing it. Isn't it possible that Miss Su is really dating Su Fan? That's right, otherwise she wouldn't come to watch the game. If it were me, I would definitely choose to date Su Fan. Me too, I heard that Su Fan bought a lot of famous brands for school beauty Su. You see, the Armani she is wearing was bought by Su Fan for her. I'm so envious. I also want to find a boyfriend who can buy me Armani. You, just think about it, a good boyfriend or a good husband always belongs to someone else. Su Fan was sweating on the court when Su Xiaoxiao came. He saw it. When Su Xiaoxiao came, he worked even harder. I want to show my bravest side to the girl I like. Now Su Xiaoxiao should be extremely fascinated by myself as I am now. In the first half, the Huada team suffered a crushing defeat of 2-20. Among the 20 points scored by the Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology team, 16 points were scored by Su Fan. At this point, those members of the team who thought he was a drag were too embarrassed to raise their heads. Those guys couldn't even throw a single ear ball. Strictly speaking, they are the ones who are holding back. During the halftime break, the players from Huada were already in low spirits. Boss, why don't we just give up the game? We only scored 2 points in the first half. What a shame. Don't be discouraged, just keep your spirits up. When you came here, weren't you full of vigor and confidence, wanting to win the game? Now everyone looks like a newly castrated chicken. Ah, I was very confident, it was all because of Su Fan. If he hadn't been scoring goals, we wouldn't have only gotten 2 points. Yes. Actually, I think that except for Su Fan, the other members of their team are not that strong. We only need to deal with Su Fan. That makes sense. Su Fan is so amazing. It wouldn't be a big deal if he were allowed to join the national team. On the side of the Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology team, the team members surrounded Su Fan at this time. Su Fan, with you here today, we will definitely win. Su Fan smiled and said, I don't think he said that before he went on stage. Oh no. We were blind and thought your level was still the same as before. Who knew that you would improve so quickly and your level would surpass that of all the members of our team? I punished myself by slapping my mouth. Before I went on stage, I also said something I shouldn't have said, and now I'm punishing myself by slapping myself in the face. +1, I'll punish myself by slapping my face, too. Su Fan glanced at them and said, forget about the slapping. It's not like he said anything that was too rude. Su Fan, you play basketball so well now. If possible, I want to become your disciple. Why do you have the same idea as me? All the members of the team wanted to become Su Fan's disciples. He Yang watched from the side. Damn, this guy is right. Everyone is rushing to become his disciple. Chapter 23 Sister-in-law is coming, please get out of the way. Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the side of the basketball court, wanted to go over and say come on to Su Fan. But you can see his teammates are surrounding him. Su Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed to go over. I don't know where Xia Xiaotang took out the bottle of mineral water from. Handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. Here, take it to the boy you love. This is considered taking the initiative. Su Xiaoxiao took the bottle of mineral water. I didn't expect Xia Xiaotang to be so concerned about her happiness. Last time I taught her to be more proactive. This time, she was directly encouraged to deliver water to Su Fan in front of so many people. Go now. Xia Xiaotang pushed Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao originally wanted to walk over and find Su Fan. But seeing there were so many people, I was too shy to go over. Xia Xiaotang pushed like this. She finally had the courage to walk over. He Yang saw Su Xiaoxiao coming over and quickly said, Hey, get out of the way, my sister-in-law is here. Sister-in-law? Who is your sister-in-law? The team members made way for them as they spoke. With so many eyes staring at her in an instant, she felt quite uncomfortable. Su Fan, this is for you. Su Xiaoxiao passed by them and came in front of Su Fan. And handed him the bottle of mineral water. The team members started to make a fuss and followed He Yang's example and called her sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. So the sister-in-law is the school beauty Su. Please take good care of me in the future. Su Xiaoxiao's face started to turn red again. Why are we still gathered here? Quickly retreat to the other side and leave them two alone. Yes. 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 Retreat. The players walked to the other side with a smile. The students who were watching the game were watching this scene. The male students were heartbroken, and the female students were heartbroken too. They can't be dating, right? As a man, I really envy Su Fan. I have found such a beautiful girlfriend with a good figure, I will never get tired of looking at her for the rest of my life. School beauty Su is dating Su Fan. I wonder how heartbroken all the boys in the school will be. Hit my little heart, it hurts. Don't talk about you guys. Seeing Su Fan dating another girl, my heart aches. It's heartbreaking, but others don't know you at all. They are such a perfect match, let's give them our blessing. Chen Xiyu also came to watch the game today. Looking at Su Fan on the court, her heart couldn't help but be moved. But now she is Jiang Taicheng's girlfriend. After dating for a while, he found that Jiang Taicheng's gift was not as generous as Su Fan's gift to Su Xiaoxiao. If I had known this earlier, I would have rejected Su Fan. Otherwise, she would be the girl standing next to Su Fan and being envied by everyone. From the bottom of my heart, I really regret it. It's also a good deal for Su Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiyu looked very unhappy again. Su Fan, you played basketball so well just now. Keep it up in the second half. Su Xiaoxiao stood in front of Su Fan, the blush on her face still not fading. Su Fan drank some mineral water. He went straight to her and pinched her rosy little face. Look at you, you always like to blush, so shy. Don't move. Su Xiaoxiao pushed his hand away. Pretend to be angry. In fact, I feel a little happy in my heart. When Su Fan pinched her face, she felt extremely happy. It's such a pink face, I just want to pinch it just by looking at it. If you don't give me a pinch, do you want to give it to other boys? Su Fan joked with Su Xiaoxiao. Sometimes he still liked to see Su Xiaoxiao pretending to be angry. She was like a little girl, and the more she was like this, the more Su Fan wanted to hold her in his arms. No. That means pinch it for me. No. Su Xiaoxiao said something against her will. There is a sweet smile on her face. Really? Then I'll go pinch the other girls' faces. No. Su Xiaoxiao was really afraid that Su Fan would turn around and leave, so she spoke hurriedly. Su Fan became anxious when he saw Su Xiaoxiao. I feel very happy. Just kidding, no other girl can compare to you. Snort. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away and didn't look at Su Fan. Isn't this the daily routine of young couples? Su Fan had an illusion. It really seemed like they were dating. Xiaoxiao, do you think we look like a young couple? Su Xiaoxiao said something but meant something, not like that. Really? I see your face is red again. Women always say one thing and mean another. No. Really? Since you didn't act like that just now, then be my real girlfriend now. Su Fan wanted to confess his feelings once again. Do you really like me? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up at Su Fan seriously. She is not the kind of girl who only plays with ambiguity. Her relationship with Su Fan is very ambiguous now. But the relationship has not been confirmed yet. This relationship made her feel uncomfortable. Since she also likes Su Fan, she has to make it clear to him. Yeah, I really like it. That? Su Xiaoxiao hesitated. What is that? Su Fan was quite nervous. He could confirm that Su Xiaoxiao liked him. But he was still afraid that this girl would reject him. Happiness is something you have to fight for. Su Xiaoxiao plucked up her courage. Then you can be my boyfriend. Su Fan happily picked up Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, please say it again. Su Fan, be my boyfriend. Su Fan said excitedly, okay. I do. Bite. Warm reminder, host's love value plus 70,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the love value standard and being promoted to an official boyfriend. And activating the God level investment skill. Finally, we became official boyfriend. And the God level investment skills are also activated. Then it's time for him to show his skills. My boyfriend, please let me go first, there are so many people watching me. There's nothing wrong with hugging your girlfriend, why are you afraid of others seeing it? Okay, today's hugging time is over. We'll hug again tomorrow. What? Hugs still count as time? Su Fan looked aggrieved. He just wanted to hug Su Xiaoxiao for a while longer. There is also a time limit. Yes, my dear boyfriend, you have to cooperate, otherwise. What else? You know. Xiaoxiao, you have become bad. No. Then kiss me, and I'll let you go. Su Fan begged. But he was just talking. There are so many people here, especially a shy girl like Su Xiaoxiao. How could I dare to kiss him? So after Su Fan finished speaking, he let go of Su Xiaoxiao. Boo! Su Xiaoxiao suddenly kissed him on the face. No way! Su Xiaoxiao actually kissed him. Happiness comes too suddenly. The classmates started to make a fuss. they kissed, they are really together. I'm so jealous, they are so sweet. Chapter 24. Can we now do what young lovers should do? Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to see them showing off their love anymore. I'm going to choke to death. Let go of that girl, this handsome guy wants to be kissed too. There were sounds of envy and wailing all around. Shen Siyu couldn't bear it anymore. If you keep watching, you will get internal injuries and bleeding. She turned and walked away angrily. Okay, Su Fan, you have to go out and play again, come on. Su Xiaoxiao returned to the edge of the basketball court. The second half of the game begins. Su Fan's performance was the same as in the first half, not bad at all. People at Huazhong University of Science and Technology are in tears. It made them feel as if all the team members had lost to Su Fan. It makes them feel particularly embarrassed here. Half an hour passed. The game is over. The final result is predictable. The once invincible Huazhong University team suffered a complete and tragic defeat. The total score is 4 points. If Su Fan didn't let them off, they would probably go home with nothing tonight. After playing ball, Su Fan was sweating all over. He walked up to Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I'm going back to the dormitory to take a shower first, and we'll have dinner together later. Yeah. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Su Fan and He Yang returned to the dormitory. Xin Shaoxing and Du Ziteng stayed in the dormitory playing games. When they pushed open the door of the dormitory, the two were having fun. He Yang patted their foreheads. What are you doing, He Yang? You two only know how to play games. You didn't even bother to support us just now. You guys can go to the competition next time. Didn't you make an appointment with a female classmate to play PUBG today? Love over friendship. Su Fan went straight in to take a shower. He was afraid that Su Xiaoxiao would wait too long. When he came out of the shower, his cell phone rang. I thought it was Su Xiaoxiao calling. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his father calling. Hey, Dad. Son, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'm getting ready to eat now. Your mother and I went for a physical examination, and the doctor said I have chronic pneumonia. The doctor has prescribed medicine, so it's nothing serious. Your mother is just a little anemic, and the doctor has prescribed some medicine, so you don't have to worry. Then you must remember to take your medicine on time, and don't be reluctant to spend money. You should eat nutritious food on a regular basis. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Now his father has been diagnosed with chronic pneumonia. If you take medicine and have follow-up checkups regularly, your condition should not get worse. Everything should be able to change. I see. Now that you've transferred so much money, our pressure has been reduced. Now that there is not much pressure, you can quit your current job and work in a wood panel factory. It is too dusty. Your health is not very good to begin with, and continuing to work there will be even worse for your health. But if I don't go to work, what can I do? Like his parents, they will never be idle unless they do some work. You and my mom have both quit their jobs, so why don't you open a small convenience store downstairs from our house? Just think of it as something to do when you have free time. You don't have to worry about money, I will make money from now on. When Su Jiangwo saw how sensible his son was, tears welled up in his eyes. My good son, you have grown up. I'm already 22 years old, not young anymore. At this time, her mother snatched the phone away. Son, you are already 22 years old, do you have a girlfriend? My mother's focus is always on when she will be able to hold her grandchildren. Mom, don't worry about this, we are discussing it. Really? That's great. My son has a girlfriend now. Of course, your son is so handsome, he will definitely have no trouble finding a girlfriend. Okay, I'm going to have dinner with my girlfriend, you must remember to take your medicine on time. Okay, I'll definitely remember that. Let's go eat. After hanging up the phone, Su Fan put on his shoes and went out. Su Fan, you are going out again. Go have dinner with your sister-in-law. I'm so jealous, God, please give me a girlfriend. Xin Shaoxing saw Su Fan going out on a date again and prayed for himself in grievance. Du Ziteng immediately teased him, Xin Shaoxing, do you still need a girlfriend? I see that you and your Thumbelina are quite harmonious. Go to hell. As if you don't get along with your Thumbelina. Xin Shaoxing then threw a book at him. Suddenly, there was a burst of joyful laughter in the dormitory. Su Fan went to wait for Su Xiaoxiao downstairs of her dormitory. He didn't have to wait long before Su Xiaoxiao came down. Su Fan, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's go to the cafeteria. Su Xiaoxiao had an innocent smile. She wanted to invite Su Fan out for dinner, but she calculated this month's living expenses. It was barely enough, and if she went out to eat, she wouldn't have enough money. So she wanted to take Su Fan to the school cafeteria to eat. Although the food in the school cafeteria is a bit bad. But this is also what she meant. Su Fan could see what she was thinking. My life is so tight, yet I still think of him. But Su Fan didn't expose her. After all, this is really what she meant. Okay, let's go. Two people were walking on the road. Su Fan said, "Now you are my girlfriend." Yeah. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Then can we do something that young couples should do? Su Xiaoxiao blushed immediately. What do you want to do? Of course it's something all boys want to do. Su Fan smiled wickedly. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder. What do boys want to do? It can't be that one. But isn't it too fast? They just confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship today. But if not, will Su Fan be unhappy? Su Xiaoxiao said shyly, "I'm not mentally prepared yet." She stammered again, "Besides, isn't it too fast to go out and do that right after we start dating?" After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red. Su Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He just wanted to hold hands. What is this little girl thinking? Su Fan held her hand and said, "Silly girl, I was talking about holding hands. What are you thinking about?" Now, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yuck. I didn't. Still quibbling. But, Xiaoxiao, don't worry, I won't accept it unless you are willing. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head in shame and said, "I won't say any more, okay? Okay. I won't say any more." Su Xiaoxiao looked so cute like this. Su Fan held her hand. Su Xiaoxiao felt the warmth from Su Fan, it felt so warm. She was very nervous because this was her first time holding hands with a boy. Her heart was pounding like a lamb running around. Arriving at the cafeteria, the two of them lined up at the window to get food. At this time, there weren't many students queuing in the school cafeteria. There were only 2 or 3 people in front of them. When it was their turn, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly stood in front of Su Fan. She was afraid that Su Fan would snatch the money from him. Chapter 25, Making Huge Profits from Stock Leverage. After Su Xiaoxiao prepared the meal, she took the plate and sat down at the dining table. Compared to the big meals outside, the food nowadays is not as sumptuous. But Su Fan felt very warm. Su Fan, you just finished playing basketball and you're exhausted. Eat this. Su Xiaoxiao always puts meat on Su Fan's plate. You gave me all the meat, what else do you want to eat? Su Fan picked up the meat again. No, you have to eat. Su Xiaoxiao looked very serious and put it back to Su Fan. Su Fan's plate was full of meat, while Su Xiaoxiao's plate was almost entirely filled with vegetables. Silly girl, I left all the meat to him. Su Fan didn't refuse anymore. He knew that Su Xiaoxiao was like this. If she didn't eat, she would feel like she owed him more. So I just ate the meat. But he ate a lot of meat and left it. Xiaoxiao, I'm full. There's still so much meat left. We need to eat it all, otherwise it'll be a waste. I'm too full. I really can't eat anymore. Su Fan touched his stomach, indicating that he was very full. Only in this way would Su Xiaoxiao eat the meat for fear of wasting it. Yes, it would be a waste if you can't finish it, so you have to eat the meat. Xiaoxiao, have you signed up for the postgraduate entrance examination? Su Fan remembered that Su Xiaoxiao wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination. I didn't sign up, so I won't take the exam. Su Xiaoxiao said lightly. But Su Fan could feel her sadness. What's wrong? Why don't you take the exam? Isn't taking the postgraduate entrance exam something you've always planned to do? I decided not to take the exam. I want to find a job and earn money as soon as possible. If I want to study for a master's degree, I have to stay in school for another 3 years. Su Fan knew what Su Xiaoxiao was worried about. Silly girl, listen to me, sign up, and prepare well for the exam. Don't I still have me? I can work and make money. You don't have to worry about tuition and living expenses, and you don't have to worry about grandma's medical expenses. Su Xiaoxiao had mentioned her family situation to him before, so he knew about grandma's medical expenses. But it's not easy for you to make money. Xiaoxiao, don't worry about that, your boyfriend is very rich. Anyway, just prepare well for the exam. How about this, go back later and I will help you register. Su Xiaoxiao was so moved that she almost cried. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? You are my girlfriend now, so I should take care of you. Su Fan paused and said, is there any reward for being such a qualified boyfriend? Su Xiaoxiao smiled angrily, Su Fan, you are so mean. You still want a reward. Of course there must be a reward. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand in front of Su Fan and said, you are allowed to hold my hand. This is today's reward. Su Fan touched her hand without any hesitation. Very soft. Especially the palms. Su Fan rubbed her palm. After a while, Su Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand, time's up. It's time again. Your rules are really annoying. Su Fan withdrew his hand and could only rub his fingers back and forth to feel the texture. After dinner, they didn't go anywhere else to play. Su Xiaoxiao said she wanted to go back to review. So Su Fan let her go back. Su Fan returned to the dormitory. I saw the other 3 roommates were playing games. And the kind that is obsessed. This is what single guys without girlfriends are like. Their evening entertainment is either playing games or playing with their phones. Su Fan sat at his desk. Start to understand God-level investment skills. He had to make money quickly. He checked the God-level investment skills with his mind. Then turn on your computer. And open the stock platform. Just click on any stock and you can really see the future trend of this stock. And this skill also has a very awesome function. You can use your mind to search for stocks that have shown good recent growth. So cool. He was looking at futures. We can also see the future trend. He now has 4 million left. Su Fan plans to use all the 4 million for financial investment. The next morning, Su Fan went to the securities company. If one just opens an account to trade stocks, then he only needs to operate on the software. But he felt that 4 million was too little to invest in stocks. He needs to leverage to make money quickly. So he must open a financing account with a securities company. Come to the securities company. Su Fan went to the counter to consult the account manager. Hello. When the account manager heard Su Fan's voice, he looked up and said, hello. This account manager is Lu Jianghe and he is a veteran employee here. Seeing Su Fan dressed in student clothes, I guess that he didn't have much money to invest in stocks. Opening an account to trade stocks is just for fun. As a seasoned man, he won't do anything that offers little reward. Haven't asked Su Fan what he wants to do yet. He simply pushed Su Fan to another colleague. You want to open an account? Sorry, I'm busy right now. Please go and find the account manager next to you. Su Fan went to find the account manager next to him. The account manager is a girl. She looks to be about 25 years old and her name is Lin Zixin. Hello, can I open a financing account here? Sure. Compared to Lu Jianghe, Lin Zixin is much more enthusiastic. Excuse me, do you have a stock account? No. Then I'll help you open an account first, and then help you apply for a financing account. Okay. It took only a short while to open the account. Mr. Su, do you need a trader? Su Fan thought about it and said, okay. Although Su Fan knew which stocks to buy to make money, when to buy and when to sell. But he still needs a client to help him do it. Because he had other things to do. Okay, then I will be your operator from now on. Happy cooperation. Lin Zixin said with a smile. How much money would you like to invest this time? 4 million. Lin Zixin was stunned. Judging from his student appearance, he must not have much money. It would be great if I could invest a few $1,000s. What Lin Zixin thought was a few $1,000s turned out to be 4 million. Many wealthy clients don't dare to spend 4 million right away when opening an account. Have you ever traded stocks before? No. Since you have traded before, I suggest you don't invest so much at once. After all, the stock market is risky. If you don't grasp it well, you may lose everything you put in. Lin Zixin said very seriously. She has seen too many families broken up and families destroyed because of stock speculation. Those are tragic. She didn't want to just make money for herself and not remind her customers. No changes, just invest 4 million. Can I add leverage here? Can. Then give me 5 times the leverage. Lin Zixin was stunned. A person who has never traded stocks still needs to add leverage. Is this guy crazy about making money? Or maybe all his money came from the wind? Chapter 26. Isn't buying this stock a dead end? Mr. Su, I see that you have no experience in stock trading. You should be cautious when investing. If you add leverage, the risk will be greater. Lin Zixin still has to speak her mind. Ms. Lin, you don't need to say too much. I know my limits. Okay, then I'll help you see which stocks are better in recent days. Lin Zixin couldn't argue, so she finally followed the client's wishes. No need, just help me invest all of it in Xing'an Industry. This stock has been falling these days, judging by its trend. The price may continue to fall for about half a month. Isn't it courting death to buy this stock? Both Handan Iron and Steel and Xiaojin Pharmaceutical have good prospects for future growth. I suggest you buy one of these two, both are better than Xing'an Business. There was really a bead of sweat on Lin Zixin's forehead. Those two stocks are performing well now, but they may not always perform well, especially Handan Iron and Steel. Su Fan said calmly. Compared to Su Fan's calmness, Lin Zixin seemed very uneasy. This guy is questioning her professionalism by saying this. This was the first time she encountered such a customer who pretended to know everything. I don't think you've been following the news lately. Xing'an Industrial is now facing the crisis of bankruptcy, and their stock has been falling for a month. It will be difficult to increase further in the future. I have a different opinion from you. I am optimistic about this stock. All you need to do is buy it for me. At this time, Su Fan could see the future trends of all these stocks. Although the stock of Xiaojin Pharmaceutical is performing well at this stage. It rose 3.2% in the morning and 5.4% in the afternoon. And the market will continue to be positive from tomorrow to the end of the month. But starting from tomorrow, the rate of increase will slow down to just over 1%. Su Fan now no longer cares about such a small increase. As for Handan Iron and Steel, there is no need to say more. There seems to be nothing unusual about it now, but it is falling very quickly. It has been rising rapidly in recent days. It will increase by 10% this afternoon, 12% tomorrow morning, and 13.5% in the afternoon. Looking at the early stage, this stock is very good. But a week later, it started to decline. It fell 1.3% in the morning of September 13th and 10.8% in the afternoon. The rest of the day will continue to fall. Some people just lost money on this stock. Lost all his property, and his wife and children were separated. The stock of Xing'an Industrial has been falling for a month in a row. It is also cheap to buy now, and a lot of stockholders are selling. It started to rise at 10 o'clock in the afternoon. It rose 1.2% at 10 a.m. and 2.3% in the afternoon. The stock price will hit the daily limit starting tomorrow, rising 7.6% in the morning and 11.8% in the afternoon. It rose by 30% until September 30th, and the rate of increase slowed down in October, rising by only about 2% per day. After buying, you can sell it on October 1st. Direct and guaranteed profit. Lin Zixin followed Su Fan's instructions and bought all of Xing'an Industrial shares for him, and even added leverage. Mr. Su, I have bought them all. Okay. At this time, Lin Zixin was worried. If this money is wasted this time, it will also affect her performance in the company. It was not easy for her to get a regular job. It is now 9:50, and Lin Zixin dare not take her eyes off the screen for a moment. Mr. Su, it has dropped another 1.1%. Why don't you sell it now and buy something else? You added 5 times the leverage. If you lose, you will lose more than your original capital of 4 million. Don't worry, it won't be long before it goes up. Su Fan sat in a chair beside him and sipped his tea carefully. It's difficult for the stock of a company that is about to go bankrupt to rise again. Lin Zixin never believed that this stock had any chance of revival. Su Fan looked at the time. It's 10 o'clock sharp, and it begins. Lin Zixin's eyes just left the computer screen for a while. When looking at the screen, she was shocked. It actually became famous. The stock actually rose 1.3%. It's incredible. She said excitedly, Mr. Su, it has increased, it really has increased. That's what I told you, don't worry. Su Fan smiled. Mr. Su, it's amazing. The price went up as soon as you bought it. How did you guess that? I guessed it, just luck. Su Fan casually used luck to get away with it. You are so lucky. Lin Zixin originally thought that Su Fan had no experience in stock trading. This time it was pure luck. At this time, Lin Zixin went to pay attention to the news about Xing'an Industrial. Their stock went up today because they developed a new environmentally friendly technology. This technology is recognized by the country. It is now being used nationwide. And it's very popular. It looks like Xing'an Industrial stock will continue to rise. Lin Zixin immediately analyzed the stock. Then, she explained to Su Fan her prediction for the stock in a professional tone. Su Fan just pretended to listen to her analysis. In fact, I didn't listen carefully at all. He didn't need to listen to Lin Zixin's analysis of this stock. Okay, I have to go back to school. I'll tell you when to sell it then. Su Fan put down the teacup, stood up and prepared to leave. Okay. After Su Fan left, the general manager of the securities center came to find Lin Zixin. Zixin, this is great, you got a big client, and you are really insightful. No one dares to buy Xing'an Industrial, but you can still attract customers to invest so much money to buy it. And the price went up as soon as he bought it. It looks like this customer is going to make a lot of money. The general manager admires Lin Zixin very much. It was just luck. The client specifically asked to buy this stock. You mean, the young man appointed it himself? I didn't expect he had such ability. He has never traded stocks before. He just got lucky this time. The general manager was even more surprised when he heard this. He has been fighting in the workplace for so many years. There are definitely many things that a newcomer like Lin Zixin who has just started working will think about more. Without any experience, he dared to invest 4 million and add 5 times leverage. What's more, the stocks they invested in were ones that no one was optimistic about. In his opinion, this young man is definitely not simple. It certainly wasn't just luck. Zixin, you have to serve this customer well. I don't think he is just lucky as you say. You are in charge of his business now, so you must not make decisions on your own, understand? Lin Zixin nodded, I understand, General Manager. Even if the General Manager didn't remind her, she would serve Su Fan well. The main source of performance this month depends on Su Fan's order. Of course she had to seize the opportunity. When Su Fan returned to school, it was lunchtime. Su Xiaoxiao was still waiting for him to go to the cafeteria to eat together. As soon as she came out of the classroom, she sent a message to Su Fan. Su Fan, it's time to eat. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the cafeteria. Su Fan saw the message and replied immediately. Okay, I'll be there now, wait for me. Chapter 27, Moving to the Futures Market. When Su Fan walked to the cafeteria door, he saw Su Xiaoxiao standing there waiting for him. Smile. Su Fan, did you just come in from outside? Where have you been? Su Xiaoxiao saw Su Fan carrying a backpack and guessed that he must have come in from outside. Yes, I'll collect your information when I get to the school gate. I'm going out to make money. Making money? You found a job? Well, sort of. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know that Su Fan went out to trade stocks. She thought Su Fan promised last night not to let her worry about tuition and living expenses, so he went out to look for a job early this morning. She looked distressed. Su Fan, I don't have to apply for graduate school. Silly girl, why are you here again? I told you not to worry too much. Su Fan rubbed her little head. But that would be very hard for you, and I feel bad for you. To be honest, it's much easier for me to make money than others. Anyway, in other words, prepare well for the exam and don't let your imagination run wild. Yeah. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. At this time, Su Fan noticed that Su Xiaoxiao's mobile phone screen was cracked. She is reluctant to buy a new cell phone. Su Fan thought about buying her a new cell phone in 2 days. After the two of them had dinner, Su Fan's cell phone rang. It was Qin Shouxing who called. He lazily said on the other end of the phone, Su Fan, let's pack lunch for the 3 of us. We are lying on the bed and can't get out of bed. Su Fan knew that the 3 of them were like this. If someone else heard what Qin Shouxing said, people who don't know the whole story would think that he did something bad last night and exercised too much, so now he can't get out of bed. You three had a great time staying up all night last night, but now you're castrated chickens, right? Tell me quickly, what do you want to eat? Give us the same dishes: sweet and sour pork ribs, minced meat and eggplant, garlic choysum, and seaweed and egg soup. Okay, got it. Su Fan went to pack food for them. Su Xiaoxiao helped Su Fan bring a meal. Walked to the boys' dormitory with Su Fan. Take the food, I won't go up. I heard from Su Fan that Qin Shouxing and the others were still sleeping. It would be embarrassing for her, a girl, to go up there. So I stopped downstairs. Well, I'll go up then. Okay, I'll continue reviewing later. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Fan's back and walked up to the dormitory building. Before, Su Fan watched her go up to the dormitory building. Now it was her turn to look at Su Fan's back. On October 1st, Su Fan went to the securities center. A big customer like him is now a VIP. As soon as he arrived, Lin Zixin immediately took him to the VIP room. Lu Zhenghe, the experienced man who initially received Su Fan, saw the two of them walk into the VIP room. Slap your thigh. If that day, he hadn't sent Su Fan to Lin Zixin. The one who gets the bargain is yourself. Mr. Su, this stock has been rising all the way, and you have made a lot of money. So far, you have made 58 million. While Lin Zixin was speaking, both of his eyes were shining with golden light. This was the first person she had ever seen who could make so much money from just one stock trade. Not to mention her, all the employees in the securities center saw him for the first time. Please help me sell all my positions. Now. Right. But looking at the trend, it will continue to rise. The price was clearly still rising, and Lin Zixin couldn't understand why Su Fan was in such a hurry to sell it. The increase is too small and it's a waste of time. This stock is indeed rising. But it's increasing by around 2.3%. A complete waste of his time making money. Lin Zixin helped sell all of Su Fan's stocks. Because this stock has good momentum. So as soon as it came out, it was sold out. Mr. Su, the 58 million has all been received. I think the shares of Changjiang Agriculture are good. I suggest you invest in this stock. Lin Zixin tried to get Su Fan to invest in the stock market again. Su Fan checked the stock in the system. This stock also hit the daily limit recently, but the increase was still very small. It feels like a waste of time too. He used his mind to search the system again. System, which stocks have high returns recently? The system beeped. Reply to the host, the recent stock market rally has been mediocre, although many stocks are on an upward trend. But the increase is small and the rate of return is not high. Since the system says so, he is not considering putting his money in the stock market in the near future. I won't buy it for now. Ah? Lin Zixin was stunned again. There are clearly several stocks that can be bought. Su Fan now feels that he has made too much money and should stop? She never knew about the stocks she thought she could still make money from. Because the increase is too small. Su Fan no longer cares about it. Lin Zixin asked again, are you going to use this money to make other investments? Yes, I'll go to the futures market and take a look. The operation of futures and stocks is very different. You are lucky in stock trading and you make money. It is difficult to rely on luck when buying futures. Professional knowledge is required. Lin Zixin herself is a graduate of this major. At this moment she spoke very clearly. And she felt that Su Fan definitely didn't understand futures. Su Fan is a big customer. Although she can't buy futures here. But to reflect her service. Lin Zixin briefly explained futures to her. Su Fan nodded and said, I understand. If you want to buy futures, you must choose the top-ranked companies. For example, Jiangda is a reliable company and you can choose it. Su Fan felt that Lin Zixin's suggestion was not bad. Just now he really didn't know which company to choose to open an account. Okay, I'll choose this one. Since you know so much about futures, why don't you be my futures trader? Lin Zixin is a girl who works very efficiently. She is also hardworking and knows how to trade futures. It's okay to let her continue to be her trader. Finding other strangers will make it difficult to get used to them. But my main job is here. If I help you trade futures, it can only be a part-time job, and I may not have that much energy to invest. It's okay. Su Fan knew how to buy it. Lin Zixin doesn't need to worry too much. It's just some operational stuff that she has to do. This can also save Su Fan a lot of time. Really? Well, I'll take a day off tomorrow and go to the futures company with you. If you don't earn two sources of income, it would be a waste. Of course, Lin Zixin would not go against money. What's more, Su Fan is a big customer. If she provides good business service, he will continue to look for her when he wants to buy stocks. She was just being a guest. Okay, go over there tomorrow and go directly to the futures company. Don't wait for me, I'll go there by myself. Okay, Mr. Su. Chapter 28, Huge Profits from Soybean Oil Futures. Early the next morning, Lin Zixin rushed to Huada Futures Company. Not long after she arrived, Su Fan also arrived. As soon as they walked in, a young lady in uniform came to greet them. Excuse me, are you two going to buy futures? Yes. Okay, follow me then. The young lady enthusiastically took them to the account opening area. Then another young lady in uniform came to receive them. Lin Zixin first asked Su Fan, do you want to do ordinary futures? Or crude oil or finance? The procedures for opening these two accounts are different. Although Su Fan could see their future growth. However, he really doesn't know what the difference is between opening an account between the two. After all, I'm not a professional and I've never played it. Is there any difference between the two? For ordinary futures, you can open an account if you meet the requirements. If you want to work in crude oil or finance, you must also take the exam of the Futures Association. A score of 80 is required to pass the test. Is that so? Then let's go with ordinary futures. After listening to Lin Zixin's explanation, Su Fan felt that futures trading was really something very sophisticated. Then Lin Zixin said to the lady sitting at the counter, Mr. Su, if she wants to do ordinary futures, please help her open an account. Okay, no problem. Su Fan took out his ID card and bank card and gave them to the young lady. And recorded several times under the camera. The account opening was completed quickly. Mr. Su, the account has been opened. You can trade now. Which futures contract do you want to buy? Soybean oil. Su Fan said it without thinking. He had already checked the system and found that soybean oil had the highest reporting rate during this period. He can buy this futures contract with complete confidence. Lin Zixin's eyes widened. He was so stubborn again. Didn't she become the trader? Why did you decide which one to buy without listening to her opinion? Is he feeling inflated now because he was lucky the last time he bought stocks? At present, wool may bring more profit than soybean oil in the near future. So why make an impulsive decision? Just buy soybean oil and try your luck. Su Fan's expression was calm. But Lin Zixin felt that when working with people like Su Fan, she really had to carry quick-acting heart-saving pills with her. How much should I invest? The lady at the counter asked. 50 million. As soon as Su Fan opened his mouth, the young lady trembled with fear. This customer is too reckless. But she was also very happy to have such a generous client. What is the maximum leverage that can be added? 10 times. Then give me 10 times the leverage. Lin Zixin thought Su Fan was crazy again. This is not the way to throw money outside. But she knew she couldn't stop Su Fan. So I didn't say anything. Seeing that Su Fan was investing so recklessly, the lady at the counter gave him some advice. Young man, I have been trading futures for 7 or 8 years, and I am very familiar with futures. This is not the way to trade futures. I suggest you be more rational. It's okay, I won't lose. Su Fan used a tone of full confidence. He was so determined that the young lady did not try to persuade him any further. This was the customer's own choice, and it's none of her business if she loses money. The other employees nearby heard that Su Fan invested more than 50 million. I even added leverage, so I laughed in my heart at this guy who didn't know how to buy futures and joined in the fun. I really thought that the more money you invested, the more money you would generate. Maybe you will lose everything and be left with nothing but your underwear. Originally, this futures contract was unstable and rose slowly. Anyone with a little experience would not be slow to buy this futures contract. But after Su Fan bought it, the increase began to increase. Looking at the rising rate of the curve, Lin Zixin couldn't believe his eyes. She thought it was understandable that Su Fan bought stocks by chance. But now, he had just bought futures and the price had risen sharply again. This really can't be explained by luck. She began to feel that Su Fan was not an ordinary person. Futures companies also found this strange. Soybean oil has been rising very slowly recently, and sometimes even falling. After Su Fan bought it, the price actually went up sharply. The lady who opened the account for him was also tempted to buy this futures product. Su Fan saw her excited thoughts and said casually, "You can invest a little. This futures contract can make money in the near future. I guarantee that you won't lose money." The young lady looked at the trend of the curve and heard Su Fan's casual remark. "I'm really moved. I also bought 10,000 for myself. If you buy 10,000 and lose money, the loss won't be much. If you can make money, you can make a little money." The price continued to rise on the second and even the third day. The young lady immediately added another 100,000. Seeing this, other colleagues also started to invest. The price continued to rise in the next 2 days. The young lady felt that Su Fan's words were quite reliable. Some colleagues also followed suit. "I didn't expect this futures contract to have so much potential. We couldn't see it before. Su Fan is quite good at it." One of the colleagues said. "Yes, at first I thought he didn't know how to trade futures, but now he has made so much money in a short time, he knows more than us." Everyone also changed their opinion of Su Fan. "At first I thought he didn't know how to trade futures, but now I think he is not only good at it, he is simply a master." On the 8th day, Su Fan called Lin Zixin. "Help me sell all my futures. I wonder how many days I can still make money." Lin Zixin was a little puzzled. "The futures market is changing rapidly, and I don't want the money I earn from investing to be cut down even a little bit." Lin Zixin helped to buy it according to Su Fan's request. "This time I made a total of 80 million, including the principal." His assets currently amount to more than 100 million. In a short period of time, Su Fan has become a man with assets worth hundreds of millions. He was still very excited inside. He was a mediocre person in his previous life, but unexpectedly, he became a rich man in this rebirth. "Mr. Su, I have sold it for you, and all the funds have been transferred to your account." "Okay, thanks." Su Fan then transferred 200,000 yuan to Lin Zixin. "This is your reward. Thank you for your hard work this time." Lin Zixin saw that her remuneration was 200,000. "I was very excited. It is to help with buying and selling. There is a reward of 200,000. This is too easy to make money. Oh my god, can I get a dozen customers like this?" After receiving the remuneration, Lin Zixin immediately thanked Su Fan. Then someone said weakly, "Mr. Su, will you open a financial company in the future? If you start a company, hire me as a consultant." Su Fan has such a good eye for investment, so the business shouldn't be too bad after he sets up the company. If there is a company with better conditions than her current one, she will definitely choose to resign. "I think so. We'll talk about it then." This time, Su Fan transferred 300,000 yuan to his parents' accounts respectively. He just transferred the money a while ago. Her mother called. "Son, there is an extra 300,000 yuan in my bank card and your father's bank card. Did you transfer it?" "Yes, Mom, I just transferred it. I made some money from investing recently, so I thought I'd give you some money." Chapter 29. Mom, son, please take safety measures. "Son, the last time you transferred over 400,000, we still exist. Don't worry about us having no money to spend. If you have money, you should save some for yourself." Lin Xiaoying didn't know that Su Fan already had assets worth hundreds of millions at this time. Now he is worried that his son will send money to them, and he will have no money to spend. "Don't worry about it. I still have money. Last time I told my dad to let you open a small shop to kill time. Are you ready to open it? Some goods have arrived now, and we will open for business in 2 days. Anyway, you don't have to work too hard. It doesn't matter if business is bad, as long as you don't get too tired. I see, we just imported a little bit of goods. From now on, we will just sit and sell things, and occasionally play cards, so we won't be tired." Lin Xiaoying saw that her son was so sensible and filial. "I feel very comforted." Then she added, "Now that you are in a relationship, you must take good care of your girlfriend and don't let her run away. Don't worry, I know this, your future daughter-in-law won't run away. Even if she runs away, I will get her back." "That's good. I was just worried that you'd never been in a relationship and didn't have much experience, so you'd end up losing your wife." Su Fan couldn't help laughing. Her mother was so funny. How could he lose his own wife? "Your son is amazing. He has no experience and is self-taught. Besides, you are all adults now, and you are in a relationship, so it is inevitable that you will experience that. Of course I want to have my grandchildren as soon as possible, but you haven't graduated yet. If she gets pregnant, I'm afraid it will be bad for the woman. So, you still need to take safety measures in that regard. It turns out that my mother is quite open-minded. Su Fan didn't expect his mother to say this to him. Oh, I know that. That's good to know. Your father is sorting the goods now. I have to go help him. Let's not talk about it for now. Okay. After Lin Xiaoying hung up the phone, she went to help Su Jiangwo count the goods. When she came over, Su Jiangwo immediately said, "My son has grown up now, and he knows his limits in that regard. If you keep reminding him, he will feel embarrassed. I just said it this time. I don't need to remind him all the time. It's not like I don't know that our son has grown up." The two of them were chatting while sorting out the goods that had just arrived. At this time, the aunt from next door came in. "Can we go shopping now?" Lin Xiaoying hurriedly stood up and said, "Sure, Aunt Wu, what do you want to buy?" "My son is cooking and we just ran out of salt. It's too far to go to the supermarket now." "Okay, I'll give it to you now." "How much?" $2.50 a pack. Aunt Wu handed the money to Lin Xiaoying. "I am very envious. I heard that the son of this family is doing well in life. Now the couple has no pressure and quit their jobs. I just opened a small shop downstairs and my life became leisurely. Your son is excellent and filial. I really envy you." Aunt Wu couldn't help but sigh. Now she has to go out to work and earn money to help her son supplement the family income. There's really no comparison. Lin Xiaoying's face is full of smiles. Her son is excellent and sensible. Now I am proud of myself among my neighbors. Actually, there is nothing to envy. My son is not married yet and has made a little money. If you can be filial to us in normal times, you can get married and have children like your son. There may not be much extra money left for us. We are an old couple now, so we still need to save some money. If he needs money in the future, we can still give him some subsidy. Parents in the world are so pitiful. They always want their children to live a better life." After hearing what Lin Xiaoying said, Aunt Wu felt much more balanced. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In order to give her children a better life, she has to work hard and earn money. At Everbright Futures Company, those colleagues who followed Su Fan to buy this futures contract learned that Su Fan had sold the futures contract. They also sold it immediately. Sure enough, not long after the sale, this futures contract began to become volatile. They made a lot of money this time along with the additional colleagues. The general manager has even extended an olive branch. Invite him to join Everbright Futures Company and become an employee of the company. Moreover, his colleagues in the company also wanted him to recommend a few more futures. This was entrusted to the young lady who had previously received Su Fan in opening an account. She called Su Fan. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Xiao Lu from Everbright Futures. Do you still remember me?" "Oh, I remember," Su Fan said lightly. "Our general manager sincerely invites you to join Everbright Futures as the director of the client department. I wonder if you have any ideas." "I'm sorry, I'm still in school and have no intention of looking for a job yet." "Is that so? Then our company feels really bad. It is a real loss for us to not be able to attract talents like you. How about this, our colleagues all want you to recommend a few more futures, for a fee, is that okay with you?" "I'm sorry, I was confused when I bought futures last time, so I don't have anything to recommend now." The young lady was at a loss whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. A bunch of people followed him and bought that futures contract. He now says he is confused. Good job. Is this crushing the IQ of their company's employees? Since Su Fan has already found an excuse to refuse. She no longer forced him to do anything, but she just felt it was such a pity. Last time, Su Fan wanted to take Su Xiaoxiao to buy a new mobile phone. But she was busy reviewing, and Su Fan didn't want to disturb her. Now it's finally the weekend. He just wanted to take Su Xiaoxiao out to buy a mobile phone. "Xiaoxiao, let's go." "Where are you going?" "Just follow me." Su Fan took her to the mobile phone store. "Su Fan, you want to buy a mobile phone? Isn't your phone still in good condition? You came here to buy a cell phone, but not for me. Who is it for?" You. Su Xiaoxiao looked surprised. Me? My phone still works. The screen is broken. I'll buy you a new one. It's still usable, don't buy a new one. No, I'll buy you a new one. Su Fan asked the clerk to take out the latest Huawei mobile phone for Su Xiaoxiao to choose the color. Su Xiaoxiao was forced to choose a white mobile phone. Su Fan walked around the store again and bought a mobile phone for the elderly. You also have this old age phone. Ah. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Fan blankly. Give it to grandma at home, so it will be convenient for you to talk on the phone in the future. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes moistened. Thank you, Su Fan. What are you thanking me for? We are one family and we should keep our differences. We haven't gotten married yet, so who are we to be family with now? Su Xiaoxiao said with a mischievous smile. We are a family after all. One day, your name will appear in my household register. I'm waiting. We'll talk about it then. Now we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Xiaoxiao pouted her little mouth happily. Got it, my girlfriend. Su Fan scratched Su Xiaoxiao's nose affectionately. Chapter 30. Let us go. Let us drink. In the dormitory, Qin Shouxing and Du Ziting were preparing their resumes and looking for internship companies. He Yang, however, lay on the bed as if something was making him unhappy. He Yang, we are all working on our resumes, so don't lie down, get up and work on your resume. Qin Shouxing glanced at He Yang, who was lying motionless on the bed, and said depressedly. Oh. He Yang said weakly. Qin Shouxing felt that something was wrong with He Yang's condition. He Yang has always been very cheerful, and it is rare to see him like this. Qin Shouxing secretly sent a WeChat message to Du Zitung. Don't you think He Yang is weird? He was like this when he came back from home this morning. I also thought he was acting strange today, so I didn't dare to call him. I guess he's in a bad mood right now, so you mustn't provoke him. If He Yang gets angry, he can be very fierce. I know, there's no way I could possibly mess with him. The two were discussing quietly. When Su Fan returned to the dormitory, he saw He Yang lying on the bed with a quilt rolled up. However, Du Ziting and the other man were busy writing their resumes. He Yang, aren't everyone submitting resumes and interviewing for internships now? You are too lazy. You are still lying down now. Qin Shouxing immediately gave Su Fan a look. Tell him not to ask too many questions. He Yang's voice was still weak. I don't want to submit my resume yet. When Su Fan heard his voice, he immediately knew something was wrong. What's wrong? Don't you want to do the internship? Are you going to go home and live off your parents? Speaking of going home to live off his parents, He Yang felt even more depressed. He could hardly suppress his emotions, so he suppressed his voice. Almost choking, don't say any more. Su Fan was stunned. He Yang didn't just look unhappy. Something more serious must have happened. Su Fan couldn't imagine what could happen to make He Yang lose control of his emotions. The problem with the Windsor project on his father's side has been resolved. Logically speaking, nothing unexpected would happen to his family. What would that be? At this time, He Yang suddenly got up and walked out of the dormitory. He could no longer hold back his tears, but he didn't want the people in the dormitory to see them. So I ran out of the dormitory. Su Fan was afraid that something might happen to him, so he followed him out. He Yang, what happened? You can tell me. At the corner of the stairs, Su Fan called He Yang. He Yang stopped and turned to look at Su Fan. At this time, tears were already flowing from the corners of his eyes. He choked. Go ahead, it's okay, just let out whatever's on your mind. My clothing factory is going to be gone. How come? Hasn't the problem with the Windsor project been solved? Su Fan was very surprised. I don't know why, even though the problem was solved, something went wrong at their clothing factory. We were suppressed by our competitors, and there were also some problems with the company's internal management. So now the garment factory can no longer operate and is facing the crisis of being acquired. If my dad didn't sell the company, he would have no money to pay his employees. And it also faces a huge debt problem. He Yang sobbed as he spoke. He has lived a privileged life since he was a child. It has not experienced any major storms. Now that something like this has happened suddenly, he really can't stand it. So that's how it is. Su Fan thought that the problems with the Windsor project had been solved. Nothing will happen to He Yang's family. But even after that problem was solved, their clothing factory still encountered problems. Is it true that the fate of He Yang's family cannot be changed? No. He couldn't bear to see his brother's future ruined. He Yang, calm down first, let's think of a solution. What can I do? I'm just a student who hasn't entered society yet. He Yang's eyes were filled with despair. Don't say that. There may be no way out, but spring will come when the willows are dark and the flowers bloom. But I really don't have the ability to share the burden for my dad. He Yang said sadly. You need to calm down first before you can think of a solution. Su Fan kept persuading He Yang. He Yang's emotions also stabilized. Follow me. Where are you going? Take you for a drink. Su Fan grabbed He Yang's shoulder and walked towards the food street next to the school. The two were drinking. He Yang told Su Fan all the details about the garment factory. It is said that Tuayuan Garment Factory, also a clothing manufacturing company, is going to acquire He Yang's clothing factory. And their clothing factory's business was suppressed by this company. Su Fan thought about it. I also have a solution in mind. Your father is going to sign a purchase contract with the other party tomorrow? Yes. Then take me to see your father tomorrow before he signs the contract. Do you have a solution? He Yang looked puzzled. I don't know what Su wants to do. Yes, I have a way to help your father resolve this crisis. Really? That would be great if it were true. A hint of joy flashed through He Yang's heart, and then he returned to his original state of loss. Like him, Su Fan is a student who has not yet started working. How could I help my dad resolve the crisis? Su Fan was just looking for a reason to temporarily relieve his mood. Oh, don't comfort me. Who comforted you? Really, I will go to your hometown early tomorrow morning. He Yang looked at Su Fan's serious expression, as if he had really thought of a solution. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Su Fan. You don't need to ask too much. The matter will be resolved tomorrow. After Su Fan said this, He Yang didn't ask any more questions. Su Fan is usually smarter than him, maybe he really has a solution. The next morning, Su Fan and He Yang bought tickets for the earliest bus. At 10 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the county town where He Yang lived. Although this is just a county town, there are many factories built here. Therefore, the level of development here is comparable to that of a city. After getting off the car, He Yang took Su Fan directly to his home. He lives in a luxurious villa. As soon as I walked to the door, I felt it was very impressive. If their clothing factory can't survive this time, it will be difficult. He Yang and his family are about to move out of here. Mom, where's Dad? He Yang opened the door and saw his mother sitting in the living room blankly. They are all a little mentally ill. Son, why are you back? He Yang sighed, something happened at home, and I can't stay in school anymore. Where's my dad? Your father went to the company to sign the contract. Didn't you say it was afternoon? The other party changed the time. They can't wait to take over our factory. These guys are so despicable. He Yang gritted his teeth. He Yang, we have to hurry to the company. Call your dad first and tell him not to sign the contract so quickly. Okay. He Yang immediately called his father. Son, what's wrong? There was a dejected voice on the other end of the phone. It no longer has the spirit of the past. Dad, don't sign the contract yet. Wait until Su Fan and I get there before making a decision. Chapter 31 Vice President Lin, please have a safe journey. Son. He Zhongxing was surprised by his son's words. But what can he, a child, do? Tuayuan's deputy general manager Lin Tianyang came over. When he arrived at the company, he went straight into He Zhongxing's office. Mr. He, please take a look at the contract. After you sign it, this factory will have nothing to do with you. Lin Tianyang threw the contract on He Zhongxing's desk. He Zhongxing was very angry at this time. But he was powerless in the face of such a result. He picked up the pen and prepared to sign his name. At this time He Yang rushed in. Dad, don't sign. He Zhongxing's hand holding the pen paused. Lin Tianyang looked over in the direction of the voice and a hypocritical smile appeared on his face. Oh, this is your son, he's quite handsome. It's a pity that I can't take over the factory you've built up over your lifetime. What a pity. You. He Zhongxing was so angry that he almost developed high blood pressure. Mr. He, what's wrong? You have to take care of yourself. You can't collapse now. Lin Tianyang smiled sarcastically. When Lin Tianyang was in his early 30s, he was a material purchaser for He Yang's clothing factory. He has strong working ability and a very sharp mind. But he was too corrupt and practiced bureaucracy in his small team. He Zhongxing did not allow this kind of atmosphere to exist, so he fired him. And his bonus of 50,000 yuan was also deducted that year. Lin Tianyang held a grudge against him for this. After he left, he went to Tuoyuan Group. And with his 10 years of hard work, he became the deputy general manager of Tuoyuan Group. It was he who planned the acquisition of He Yang's clothing factory. Now that he can personally purchase the garment factory, he is very happy. Listening to Lin Tianyang's irritating words, He Yang clenched his fists. I wanted to rush up and beat him into a pig's face. Su Fan grabbed He Yang's shoulders and told him not to be impulsive. Then Su Fan stepped forward and asked, "Are you the deputy general manager of Tuoyuan Group?" Lin Tianyang looked at Su Fan and He Yang, both of them looked like students. Then she laughed at him for meddling in other people's business. "Who are you? Boy, you don't understand adult matters, so don't make trouble here. Get out now and don't interfere with our contract signing." Su Fan smiled disdainfully. "Uncle, he won't sign a contract with you today, so go away." "Hey, kid, your mouth could bring ruin to their family. How could he not sign with me? Now, apart from our group, who else would take over this factory? You've pissed me off. I really won't sign with him. I'll be bankrupt then. A series of debt problems, just wait for the police to come and take him away." Lin Tianyang flicked the ash off his hand and continued with a look of contempt. "You, a brat, won't understand even if I say so much. Su Fan, you too, please get out." He Zhongxing shook his head and said, "Uncle He, why am I going out? I came here today to discuss the shares with you. How can I talk to you if you have sold the company?" Several people heard Su Fan say this. Everyone was surprised. Su Fan actually said that he wanted to discuss the shares with He Zhongxing. He is just a student, what right does he have to talk about shares? Lin Tianyang thought he was pretending. He Yang didn't know what Su Fan had come up with, so he talked to his father about investment. Of course He Zhongxing would not believe Su Fan's words. Because he had heard He Yang mention Su Fan's family before, and his family situation was not very good. How could a student like Su Fan have the money to deal with money-related matters like investment? "Uncle He, please believe me, I really want to invest in your factory so that you don't have to sell the company." When Su Fan said this, Lin Tianyang laughed at him and said, "Little boy, this is a very serious matter. Stop making trouble, and invest? I see you have trouble with your living expenses at school. And you come here to brag." Su Fan glanced at Lin Tianyang with a hint of contempt in his eyes. This old man actually despised him for not having money. If he knew he was worth hundreds of millions now, he would have had a heart attack. "Uncle He, how much did they spend to buy your factory?" 8 million. "Okay, then I'll invest 10 million. Su Fan said seriously. Every pore on the face is taken seriously. "Real?" He Zhongxing was stunned and confirmed Su Fan's words again. Su Fan's words really shocked him. "Yes, now we can directly draft the contract, sign it, and the money will be deposited immediately. And you are also a shareholder of this factory. Is everything you said true?" "I am not dreaming, son, come and pinch me to see if I am dreaming." He Zhongxing seemed extremely excited. Of course He Yang was also very excited. His originally heavy heart finally relaxed. He Yang really pinched his father's arm. "Ouch, that hurts." "Dad, it's true." Lin Tianyang, who was just complacent and looked down on Su Fan. His eyes widened in surprise and his eyeballs almost popped out. "No way. This little kid really has money to invest. And it's not a small amount, it's 10 million. 2 million more than their purchase price. My carefully planned plan was destroyed by a little kid using money. Countless alpacas are running through my heart." Lin Tianyang was still standing there staring at them blankly. He Yang stepped forward and said, "Deputy General Manager Lin, please go back. We won't see you off. Have a safe journey." Lin Tianyang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He snorted and went out angrily. "Su Fan, thank you so much, but where did you get so much money?" He Yang was puzzled. "I told you guys before, I won the lottery, and then I used the money to invest in stocks." With luck, I made a few more bucks. In that case, you are really lucky. Fortunately, I was very lucky before, otherwise I wouldn't be able to invest so much money. At this time, He Zhongxing also said to Su Fan, Su Fan, this time it's really thanks to you. Uncle He, you're too polite. I'm also investing. I should say that you've given me the opportunity to make more money. Su Fan smiled. He had already decided last night to use money to defeat Tuoyuan Group. He Zhongxing was forced to sign an acquisition agreement with Tuoyuan because of money. Then money can definitely solve the problem. You will be in charge of any part of the production, and I will handle the marketing. According to Su Fan, the garment factory's business has been severely suppressed recently. Many orders were cancelled after they were produced. There is a lot of inventory that cannot be sold. If we continue to follow He Zhongxing's old marketing method, it's already difficult to work. If we follow the previous marketing tactics, even if we invest 10 million, it will also be difficult to get up, and in the end I will still face the same hunger problem as now. In his previous life, Su Fan switched to sales and marketing after working for a year. Although he has not achieved much, he has rich marketing skills and practical experience. It's just that he doesn't like to flatter his superiors. So not promoted. In his previous life, if he had been able to flatter his boss a little, with his marketing skills, he would not have done too badly. Chapter 32, Hailan House, Men's Wardrobe. He Zhongxing sighed, I also realized that in terms of marketing plan, I have fallen behind other colleagues, but I am old and can hardly keep up with the times. I couldn't think of a good solution. So we have to change our strategy. Su Fan pondered for a moment. He Zhongxing's garment factory has always been processing clothes. There are no trademarks affixed to them. Instead, customers buy the clothes they produce and sell them under their own brand name. Therefore, this clothing factory does not have its own brand or reputation. However, Su Fan now wants to change this pattern. Build your own brand and go the brand route. Because there are too many people doing OEM clothing now. Some garment factories keep their prices too low. This has led to vicious price competition. This factory continues to follow the processing route. Even if orders come, the profit will be small. It is difficult to resist the pressure of rising raw material prices. So what do you want to do next? He Zhongxing asked. We abandoned the OEM model and established our own brand. Su Fan said firmly. The way He Yang looked at Su Fan, he almost didn't recognize Su Fan. He seemed like a different person, mature and steady. And business strategy. This is something that ordinary students rarely have. Now He Yang saw how capable Su Fan was, and suddenly felt envious and admired him. Su Fan, you know so much. Su Fan chuckled and made up an excuse. I don't know much, I just read a few more books on marketing when I go to the library. He Yang lowered his head and said dejectedly, Alas, I usually only know how to play games. I have never stepped into the school library. I should learn more from you in the future. It's never too late to learn. Don't be so depressed. Your father is still counting on you to help him share the burden in the future. Su Fan encouraged He Yang. In the past, He Yang was indeed playful. Even if he didn't play games, he would take leave to go out and pick up girls. From time to time, I would take the girl I liked out traveling. After this incident, Su Fan also found that he had suddenly matured a lot. Su Fan, you are sensible, son, Su Fan is right. You have to study hard. I am old now and I really hope you can share my burdens with me. He Yang scratched the back of his head, got it, Dad. He Zhongxing showed a look of relief, then turned to look at Su Fan. If we go the brand route, our clothes will become very expensive. Will so many people buy them? Don't worry, if we build a good brand, we will have our own core competitiveness. Only with core competitiveness can a company become stronger. And if you can build a good brand, you don't have to worry about consumers not buying from you. He Zhongxing felt that what Su Fan said made sense. I didn't expect him to be so insightful at such a young age. Then do as you say. We also have to change the company name. After all, if we want to have our own core competitiveness, we must have a good name. Change to what? Let's call it Hailan House, specializing in men's clothing and creating a wardrobe just for men. It sounds so noble. I think it's good. He Yang, who thought he knew nothing, immediately expressed his opinion. He Zhongxing was a little hesitant. If we only make men's clothes, won't the target audience be too small? Lubai smiled and said, now our dragon country has more male population than female population. Besides, men should dress decently, and we make money from men. Okay, I'll do as you say. After Su Fan and He Zhongxing signed the investment contract, he started to take action. It was reorganized from top to bottom, and a lot of publicity was carried out for the factory's newly created brand. In addition to the hard publicity, we also arranged to sponsor some charity events. Increase brand exposure. And Su Fan also started selecting a location to open a Hailan Jijia store. Of course, the first store was opened in the most prosperous capital of Dragon Country. The capital's economy is prosperous, and the consumption level is higher than that of He Yang's hometown. Consumers here are more receptive to branded clothing. After Su Fan and He Yang returned to the imperial capital, they went out to look for a storefront. The storefront you choose for your first store must be large. He wants to open his first store in a grand manner. After searching for about a week, they found a suitable storefront. The store area is more than 80 square meters, and the rent has been negotiated to the most suitable price. Su Fan, you are really getting better and better, and you are so good at bargaining. While sitting in the milk tea shop to rest, He Yang looked at Su Fan with his admiring eyes. As long as you learn a little, you will be able to do it in the future. Once the brand is established, these things will be left to you to do. Ah. What about you? Isn't it great to get a good return on my investment? Su Fan joked. What about you? He Yang seemed a little nervous. I also want to start my own business, but don't worry. I will definitely help you build your brand, otherwise my 10 million will be wasted. His original intention was to help He Yang's factory overcome difficulties. I didn't intend to take over the factory. So once the transformation is stable, he will focus all his energy on doing his own thing. Su Fan and He Yang were busy all day and only returned to the dormitory in the evening. Du Ziting looked at both of them with strange eyes. You two have been acting strangely lately, leaving home early and coming back late, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Are you planning something? Xin Shoxing came over when he heard this and said, what are you two doing? Take me with you. Take me with you too. Su Fan smiled and said, okay, when I become rich, I will help you guys start your business together. In their previous lives, Du Ziting and Xin Shoxing had stable jobs. But the salary is not very high. It is still very difficult to support a family. As their good brother, I must help them make money in this life. Really? Then we'll both wait. Of course. When I start a company, I will give you the entire manager position. Brotherly enough. However, Du Ziting, Xin Shoxing and others just thought Su Fan was joking. I didn't take it to heart. After chatting and laughing for a while, the two of them began to prepare for tomorrow's internship interview. Neither of them has found an internship unit that they are satisfied with yet. Su Fan has been busy recently and Su Xiaoxiao hasn't seen him for a long time. She knew Su Fan would come back so late. Afraid that he would be hungry, I packed some midnight snack for him and sent it to the bottom of the boys' dormitory. Su Xiaoxiao sent a message to Su Fan. Su Fan, I'm downstairs in your dormitory. I brought you some midnight snacks. Come down quickly. Su Fan received a message from Su Xiaoxiao. The tired body was instantly filled with strength. The fatigue completely disappeared. Okay, wait for me, I'll be down right away. Su Fan put on some clothes and went out. Chapter 33 I have become bad, do I like myself? Su Fan, are you going out again? Xin Shoxing asked. Yes, your sister-in-law is waiting for me downstairs. Okay, go ahead, go on a date, I'm going on a date with my Thumbelina too. Xin Shoxing waved his hand and climbed onto the bed. Su Xiaoxiao was standing by the corridor with some midnight snacks. The light was dim, but she was still a beautiful sight standing there. The boys passing by would take a few glances and then show envy. Isn't this Miss Su? She must be here to bring supper to her boyfriend. It's so happy to be her boyfriend, bringing her midnight snacks. I wish I had a girlfriend who could bring me midnight snacks. That would really be a great show-off for a long time. Have a dream tonight. Your girlfriend will appear in your dream. The boy next to him teased the boy who just spoke in a low voice. After a while, Su Fan came downstairs. Silly girl, have you been waiting for a long time? No, I just sent the message when I was about to go downstairs. I packed a bowl of wontons for you. You really care about your boyfriend. Thank you, silly girl. Su Fan took the wontons. No thank you. I know, I won't tell you. Su Fan looked very happy. I'm having spicy hot pot outside with He Yang tonight. The portion is too small. I'm a little hungry now. Su Xiaoxiao brought him a midnight snack, which made him feel very warm. Over there on the lawn of our football field. Why are you going there? You still want to eat wontons. No matter where you go, it won't affect my eating wontons. You haven't seen me much recently. Don't you miss me? Yes. Su Xiaoxiao blushed. They came to the lawn of the football field. Because of the takeout box, it didn't affect Su Fan at all from sitting there and eating wontons. Have a quick bite. Su Fan picked up a wonton and put it next to Su Xiaoxiao's mouth. Su Xiaoxiao slowly opened her little mouth and put the whole wonton into her mouth. Is it tasty? It's delicious, you can't just let me eat it, you have to eat it too. The classmates who were sitting in the shade not far away were all shouting kill the dog. The couple across the street are so sweet. Look, the boy is feeding the girl. Why is my boyfriend so inconsiderate? He won't even buy me a midnight snack when I ask him to. We should record this scene and then bring it back to show him. Let him know what it's like to be in love. Let's go. There's too much lethality at night. Let's go, or you'll really have a dream when you go back tonight. Those girls left on their own because they were afraid of eating too much dog food. What have you been busy with these days? I can't see you anywhere. Su Xiaoxiao said after swallowing the wontons. He Yang's factory encountered some problems, and I'm helping them solve them. Su Fan didn't intend to hide it from Su Xiaoxiao. Is it resolved now? We are still working on it. Now we have switched to another model and are creating our own clothing brand. By the way, the first store is about to open. If you want to do part-time work, then you can go there to work part-time and then quit your part-time job at the internet cafe. Su Fan knew that Su Xiaoxiao still wanted to earn some money on her own. Out of respect for her, Su Fan did not object to her working part-time. But I don't want her to work so hard. Working in an internet cafe is really not that good. The environment there is terrible and there are all kinds of people. A girl as pretty as her is definitely not suitable to work there. But I've never sold anything, and I have no sales experience. I heard that I work in a clothing store. It also depends on performance. Will they want a part-time job like me with no sales experience? Yes, as long as I let you go, they must. Wouldn't that be bad? I'm afraid you'd be embarrassed. Why bother? I am still an investor in their factory now. Ah? Su Xiaoxiao was surprised. You invested money in them? How much? 10 million. Su Xiaoxiao thought there was something wrong with her ears. 10 million. What a concept. How many? 10 million. Su Fan answered again. Did I hear correctly? My boyfriend actually invested 10 million. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't believe it. Did Su Fan have so much money to invest? You heard me right, it's 10 million. Didn't I tell you before that I'm your boyfriend? I'm rich. So you are the invisible rich man. I can't say I'm a millionaire, but I do have a little money, so you really don't have to work too hard in the future. Even so, I still have to learn how to make money myself. It's hard to be so kind to others. I knew you would say that, so you need to review well. Study hard for the postgraduate entrance exam, and when you graduate, make a lot of money to support me. Su Xiaoxiao joked, I'll support you, but I'll call you rich woman first. Wife. What? Wife. I didn't call you wrong. I asked you to call me rich woman. I just love to call you wife, wife. 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 Su Xiaoxiao punched Su Fan's chest muscles with her little fist, still screaming, still screaming. She just says one thing and means another. Women are like this, they like to hear people screaming. If you don't want me to call you that, I'll just call you silly girl. Just after he finished speaking, Su Fan called out again, wife. You said you wouldn't let me call you my wife, but now that I've called you my wife, you've agreed. You are destined to be my wife from now on. Su Fan, you are cheating. Where is the cheating? It's just cheating. The two people started fighting. The sweet atmosphere filled the entire football field. Su Xiaoxiao pinched the flesh around Su Fan's waist to punish him. Oh, honey, you're too harsh. Humph, I told you to cheat. Su Xiaoxiao puffed up her little mouth. Su Fan had a wicked smile on his face at this time. Xiaoxiao, if you continue like this, I will have to check your body. That's too bad. Su Xiaoxiao immediately withdrew her hand and turned away. Hee, this trick still works. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned red. Su Fan, why are you getting worse and worse? It is said that women don't love men who are not bad. If I am not bad, how can you love me? Tisk, this is just a man making excuses for himself. Who likes a bad man? So you're saying I've become a bad person? Does that mean you don't like me anymore? Su Fan sounded a little aggrieved. Let me think. Is this even worth thinking about? No, it's because you always have bad thoughts. But in the end, I didn't do anything. And who can control that thought? What should I do? Su Xiaoxiao doesn't like me anymore, a bad guy. Silly, I was just kidding you, how could I not like you? Su Xiaoxiao smiled proudly. Su Fan tapped her forehead gently. You used to be shy, but now you have become naughty. In fact, Su Xiaoxiao is only so relaxed in front of Su Fan. In front of him she could act naughty without restraint. Chapter 34. This smells really good. It was 12 o'clock in the evening, and Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao were sitting on the lawn. Xiaoxiao, come here. Su Fan patted his shoulder. He wanted Su Xiaoxiao to snuggle on his strong shoulders. Su Xiaoxiao moved over and leaned on his shoulder. The feeling of the thickness of Su Fan's muscles made Su Xiaoxiao feel extremely happy. It feels so safe leaning on Su Fan like this. As Su Xiaoxiao approached, a sweet fragrance drifted into Su Fan's nose. This smells so good. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Yes. It's beautiful. Su Fan looked down at the beautiful face in the moonlight. Your face is so beautiful too. As he said that, Su Fan wanted to kiss her. Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes consciously, waiting for Su Fan's warmth. Just as Su Fan's lips were about to touch Su Xiaoxiao's rose petal-like red lips, a beam of flashlight came over. What's going on? Who ruined my good deeds? Only when the flashlight shone over them did they come out of that atmosphere. Then, the voice of the security guard was heard. Students sitting over there, it's so late, don't linger there. Su Fan felt speechless. This uncle must have done it on purpose. It must be that the bed at home is not warm enough, and he can't stand seeing other young couples dating in the middle of the night. Su Fan, let's go. The security guard has already chased us away. Su Xiaoxiao tugged at the corner of Su Fan's clothes. Why are you still not moving? Hurry up and get up and go back to the dormitory. The security guard kept shining a flashlight on them. As a last resort, they got up and went back to the dormitory. Su Fan sent Su Xiaoxiao back to the dormitory. He was on his way back to his dorm. I get angry when I think of the security guard just now. He was really good at finding the right time. Su Fan has helped Su Xiaoxiao quit her part-time job at the internet cafe. After the Hailan Jijia store opens, she can go there to work part-time. After opening the first one, we will open the second and third ones. National chain model. Not only did he prepare for the store opening, he also hired professionals to set up an online store. Online and offline, two-pronged approach. Now most of the senior students go out for internships. Xin Shouxing and Du Ziting also reported to their internship positions. Su Fan and He Yang have been busy with the store opening and clothing factory matters. Soon, they could no longer live in the dormitory. He didn't want to live in the dormitory anymore. He now plans to buy a house and let Su Xiaoxiao move out and live with him. The living environment is good and comfortable, and Su Xiaoxiao can prepare for the exam with peace of mind. Su Fan thought about it and thought of Lin Zixin. So I sent her a message. Are you free today? See you at the Mixue Cafe. I need to talk to you about something. Lin Zixin was very surprised when she received the message. I had more dealings with Su Fan because of our previous dealings in stocks and futures. He hadn't made any financial investments recently and they hadn't been in touch at all. Now Su Fan asked her out, could it be that he wanted her to be his lover? The more Lin Zixin thought about it, the more excited she became. She herself was also quite pretty. It is entirely possible to be noticed. Besides, Su Fan is so handsome, so young, and so rich, she would not dislike him. Lin Zixin immediately replied to Su Fan's message. Of course I have time. See you this afternoon. After replying the message, I became even more excited. She could hear her own heart pounding. She asked for leave from her boss and went back home. Wash up immediately after returning home. Take out your best suit. Only go out after dressing up carefully. At 3:30 in the afternoon, she arrived at the cafe. And Su Fan was already sitting there waiting for her. Hello, Mr. Su. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I just arrived not long ago. As soon as Lin Zixin sat down, the waiter served her a cup of cappuccino. She asked excitedly, "May I ask what Mr. Su wants to talk to me about today?" Su Fan looked at Lin Zixin's expression and knew at a glance that Lin Zixin had misunderstood him. It's not her fault that she misunderstood. When Su Fan sent her the message, he did not make it clear that he was talking about work. A beauty like Lin Zixin, who is pretty and has a great figure, would definitely misunderstand. I asked you out because I wanted to talk about work. Would you be willing to be my assistant? The reason why Su Fan asked Lin Zixin to be his assistant was because of their several contacts. He felt that this girl was reliable, even though the suggestions she made during the investment period were useless. But she is serious, responsible, and hardworking. Lin Zixin calmed down her excitement. It turns out that he didn't have that kind of thought. I was just overthinking it. But it didn't matter, it was just her wishful thinking at first. Besides, Su Fan invited her to be his assistant, which sounded like a good idea. Before Lin Zixin could answer, Su Fan said, "The basic salary is 10,000 per month. Plus performance appraisal, if you perform well, 20,000 to 30,000 a month is no problem." Lin Zixin's eyes lit up. A monthly salary of 20,000 or 30,000 is not bad. Now she works very hard and can barely earn a salary of 10,000 yuan every day. Su Fan offered her more than double her salary. The temptation is too strong. Lin Zixin instantly threw away all the dirty thoughts that she had before she came. In fact, it would be great to give her a high-paying job. Lin Zixin agreed without even thinking about it. Okay, no problem, but I don't know what I need to be responsible for as your assistant. Right now, there is not much going on because the company has not yet been established. You just need to help me with a few things in the near future. Please go ahead. Help me pick out a suitable house, with an area of 150 to 200 square meters. My girlfriend and I are moving in soon. Lin Zixin wrote it down silently. It turns out that Su Fan already has a girlfriend. Now that she already has a girlfriend, she no longer has any such thoughts. Although she wants to find a rich boyfriend or a wealthy man to keep her. But those who have girlfriends or families are exempt from this requirement. No matter how high the quality of this kind of high-quality sex is, she cannot go beyond the line. Okay, got it. Anything else? Then I'll go and help look for a car, which I'll need soon. Hopefully both of these things can be done by the end of next week. No problem. Lin Zixin wrote down both things. In the financial circle, you can come into contact with many wealthy people. I also made a lot of friends at work. Regarding which house location is the best and which brand is suitable for the boss to open. She knew it clearly. These two things are not difficult for her. Chapter 35: The Joy of Tearing Off Film. After leaving the coffee shop, the first thing Lin Zixin did was to resign from the company. The next day, he found someone to hand over his work and then left in style. Lin Zixin's previous clients include those in real estate and those who run 4S stores. Soon she was out looking at houses. Not long after, she found a large house with a high cost effectiveness and ready for move-in. The decoration style is simple Nordic, concise and generous. Many young people like this style. She guessed Su Fan and his girlfriend would like it. This was the house of one of her previous clients. Business is slow, so we are selling at a low price to raise funds. This house was originally bought for investment. I bought it 2 years ago, but I haven't moved in yet. So this house is still brand new. And the price is affordable. It is about 200,000 yuan cheaper than houses in the same community. It took a total of 4 days to find a house. There are still 5 days until next weekend. Lin Zixin must hurry up. She contacted the owners of 6 4S stores at once. The result was very smooth. By comparison, I found a store that offered the most suitable price. And the store manager prepares several cost-effective luxury cars for them to choose from. Although Lin Zixin knew that Su Fan had assets worth hundreds of millions. But when helping him choose things, he still considered Su Fan. Find the best price. So, Su Fan did not choose the wrong assistant this time. Lin Zixin completed the task and was waiting for Su Fan to inspect it. She called Su Fan. Hey, Mr. Su, I've already picked out the house and car for you. Do you have time to inspect them today? It's not even the weekend yet, and Lin Zixin has already finished it so quickly. The efficiency is really high and the speed of work is really good. Okay, take me to see the house and the car today. Okay, I'll go look at the house first. Tell me exactly where the house is, and I'll take a ride there and meet you there. Yujing Dragon Court. Okay. More than an hour later, Su Fan arrived at Yujing Longting. Lin Zixin was already waiting for him at the gate of the community. Mr. Su, this way. She saw Su Fan coming and waved to him. Su Fan looked at the surrounding environment and found it was good. Moreover, the housing prices in this area are relatively high in the capital. The houses built here are considered luxury homes. Mr. Su, the house is on the 33rd floor of Building 10. Let's go up now. Su Fan followed Lin Zixin into the community. The environment within the community is also very good, surrounded by green trees and in a garden-style community. When they reached the 33rd floor, Lin Zixin opened the door. Su Fan went in and took a look around. He liked the decoration style, and Su Xiaoxiao would definitely like it too. The balcony has a wide view. You can see the most beautiful night view of the imperial capital from the balcony. Has the price for this set been agreed upon? What's the final price? The owner of this unit is in a hurry to sell it. The asking price is 7 million. After negotiation, the price is 6.95 million. It's already 20% below the market price. What do you think? Good, I'll take this one, thank you for your hard work. The 50,000 yuan that we bargained for will be your bonus this month. This month's bonus is 50,000. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lin Zixin's eyes widened. I got a bonus of 50,000 yuan just after working for a few days. A huge sum of money fell from the sky, it's so nice. It's much better than her previous job. This is what you should do. Contact the owner as soon as possible to complete the formalities. Let's go and see the car. Okay. Lin Zixin bought a scooter last year. It took me several years of saving to buy it. Now she works under Su Fan. If everything goes well, I will be able to afford my own house soon. Lin Zixin feels that she has followed the right boss this time. She must work hard. Su Fan followed Lin Zixin in her mobility scooter. More than half an hour later, they arrived at the 4S store. As they got out of the car, the store manager came to greet them. Said enthusiastically, Mr. Su, Miss Lin, you are finally here. Where's the car we want to see? Lin Zixin asked. Please follow me this way. The store manager took them directly to the garage. The car I recommend to you is here. Su Fan followed the direction pointed by the store manager. There were 5 vehicles in total lined up. At first glance, it looks very impressive. The models of each car are very cool and suitable for young people to drive. The store manager started introducing the first car on the left. The first one is Lamborghini Urus, which costs more than 2 million. Then I introduced the second and third cars, and finally focused on the last one. It is also the most expensive of these cars. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Luxury car, engine, 6.7 TV 12-cylinder twin turbocharged. This car is also the coolest one among these. Su Fan looked at the car with liking. This is every man's dream car. Today he can finally get it. I like this Rolls-Royce very much. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, the store manager said excitedly, I also think this car is particularly suitable for you. You are so handsome, you are suitable to drive such a luxury car. In order to close the deal, the store manager will do anything to flatter the other person. But it is true that Su Fan is handsome. I want this one. The final price of this model is 8.7 million, which is cheaper than other places. You won't get this kind of price anywhere else. The store manager reported the final price to Su Fan. Su Fan knew the current price of Rolls-Royce. You really can't get a Phantom worth more than 8 million anywhere else. Okay, this one. Pay the full amount and go and get the paperwork done for me. Su Fan handed the bank card to the store manager. The store manager's hands were shaking when he took the bank card. A big order came out today. When he first met Su Fan, he thought he was so young. I guess you don't have enough money to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Finally, he bought that one. So luxurious. After paying the money and completing the formalities, Su Fan was ready to pick up the car. The store manager handed the card to Su Fan. Mr. Su, all the formalities have been completed. The car film has not been removed yet. You can go over and experience the joy of removing the film now. Tear off the film. He had never torn it in his previous life, so he must have the pleasure of tearing it in this life. Su Fan stepped forward excitedly. Hiss. This sound is so nice. Hiss. It feels so good to tear off the film. Especially the film of Rolls-Royce Phantom. When Su Fan was tearing off the film, the store manager and Lin Zixin were standing nearby. Thank you so much for introducing such a big customer to our 4S store. The store manager couldn't stop smiling. You're welcome. Our boss just needs it. At this time, the store manager glanced at Lin Zixin. His eyes stayed on her sexiest part for about 10 seconds. Then I couldn't help but sigh. Young, handsome and wealthy men are always surrounded by beauties. Hearing this, Lin Zixin's face changed. Isn't this a subtle hint that there is that kind of relationship between her and Su Fan? Lin Zixin was angry. Manager, please be careful when you speak, our boss loves his girlfriend very much. If they knew you said that behind my back, they would probably ask for a refund right away. The store manager was so frightened that he dared not speak anymore. Su Fan thought that the house procedures had not been completed yet. It wouldn't be good for him to drive it directly to school and leave it there. So the car was left at the 4S shop until the house procedures were completed. Come back and pick up the car. The first person to sit in the passenger seat was Su Xiaoxiao. P.S. No one is urging me to update, is it because no one is reading it? Woo woo. Chapter 36 Another Day of Killing Dogs. There are still 4 days until the planned opening date. The store has been fully renovated and the first batch of high lawn house clothes have been produced. Already delivered to the store. They have currently recruited a store manager and 2 store clerks. These days, all 3 of them came to the store to help with the tidying up. Su Fan and He Yang also went there. Su Xiaoxiao no longer works part-time in the internet cafe. I have more free time than before. So he had to go to the store with Su Fan to help. Su Fan did not refuse. It was a good opportunity to familiarize himself with the environment in advance. In the morning, Su Fan, Su Xiaoxiao, and He Yang went out together. Originally Su Fan wanted to call a taxi. But it was raining, and their school was in the suburbs, so it was quite remote. No taxi came. If Su Fan had brought the car back, he could drive there by himself now. But now they can only take the bus. The rain was not heavy, just drizzling. Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao held an umbrella together. He Yang held an umbrella by himself. Now He Yang regrets it very much. He had dated a lot of girls before. I just don't take anyone seriously as my girlfriend. It only stayed at the ambiguous stage and soon ended up in nothing. If she had been in a serious relationship, she wouldn't have been forced to eat dog food by Su Fan now. He Yang shook his head. I always feel lonely when you 2 walk in front of me. You should let me walk in front of you. He wants to turn a blind eye to it. Arrived at the bus stop. After a while, the bus they were going to take arrived. Bus number 303 is here. He Yang, stop playing with your phone. The car is here. Get ready to get in. Su Fan reminded He Yang, who was playing with his mobile phone. There are a lot of people on the bus. There are so many people up there that there is almost no place to stand. Su Fan and He Yang are tall and can easily grab the bar with the handle. But Su Xiaoxiao felt a little embarrassed. Where she stood, all the places she could hold on to were taken by others. Xiaoxiao, you can hold me. There were so many people in the car that Su Xiaoxiao didn't dare to hug Su Fan. I think that's too conspicuous. She just pulled at the corner of Su Fan's clothes. There were so many people here that Su Fan was afraid that someone would take advantage of the situation to take advantage of him. So he always protected Su Xiaoxiao in the car. The first part of the journey was fine because it was in the suburbs and there were constant traffic on the road. The traffic got congested in the second half. The car started and stopped. The people standing in the car were staggering from side to side due to inertia. At this time, girls are most afraid. Those who can't stand steadily can easily fall into the man's arms. At this time, the men were also excited. I also hope that the car will shake a few more times, and if I'm lucky, a girl will throw herself into my arms. Xiao Xiao, you should hold me, it's safer that way. As he said that, Su Fan grabbed Su Xiaoxiao's hand and put it around his waist. The distance between the two of them grew closer. They are just stuck together. Su Fan could feel the softness of Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao looked up and her eyes met Su Fan's. Her face couldn't help but turn red. He Yang was standing nearby and happened to see the scene by accident. Another day of killing dogs. Why didn't Tiu run to the back and stand there just now? I insist on standing next to them and eating dog food. Now it's stuck in your throat. But he can't interfere with other couples' loving relationship. I had to turn my head away and avoid them. After so much effort, we finally arrived. He Yang finally doesn't have to eat dog food in a confined space anymore. They entered the store and saw the manager and two other employees already busy at work. Seeing them come in, the clerk greeted them warmly. And his eyes involuntarily fell on Su Xiaoxiao. This girl is so pretty and charming. Seeing Su Fan holding the girl's hand, everyone knew the reason without having to guess. This beautiful girl must be Su Fan's girlfriend. Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to help them sort out their clothes. Iron the clothes and hang them in the window. Su Fan and He Yang are responsible for hanging and posting posters. Su Xiaoxiao had just finished ironing a t-shirt. When I looked up, I saw Su Fan climbing up the wooden ladder, holding a promotional poster that he was going to hang on the ceiling. She was so worried that she immediately went over to hold the ladder. No need to hold on, this ladder is very stable. It's so dangerous to climb so high. Su Xiaoxiao looked worried. Seeing this, He Yang directly teased, Xiaoxiao, I'm on the ladder too. Come on, you still want your sister-in-law to help you hold the ladder? Su Fan retorted. Didn't you tell your sister-in-law not to help you hold the ladder? Then help me hold it. You're just dreaming. If she doesn't help me with the ladder, I won't let her help you. As Su Fan spoke, he picked up the rag hanging on the wooden ladder and threw it towards He Yang. Su Xiaoxiao held onto the ladder, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You two stop messing around, it's very dangerous on the ladder, okay? Sister-in-law, I'm also on the ladder. It's very dangerous without someone to hold the ladder. He Yang was joking and wanted to tease the young couple. Wait a minute. I'll call Xia Xiaotang right now to come and help you. Su Xiaoxiao said, with a very happy expression. Last time, Xia Xiaotang quietly told her that she thought He Yang was good. It seems that Xia Xiaotang might be interested in He Yang. Su Xiaoxiao started making fun of He Yang. Some jokes become true as time goes by. Maybe one day they will really be together. As soon as He Yang heard Xia Xiaotang's name, his expression changed immediately. Although Xia Xiaotang looks okay, she is quite pretty. But He Yang felt that she was a bit of a tiger. If Xia Xiaotang were asked to help hold the ladder, he would probably be shaken down. Such a dangerous person doesn't need her to help hold the ladder. Xia Xiaotang, forget it. She's too aggressive. He Yang, aren't you afraid that I will complain to you when you say that about her? It turns out that this is how Xia Xiaotang appears in He Yang's eyes. Fortunately, Xia Xiaotang thought he was good. Originally, Su Xiaoxiao wanted to act as a matchmaker or something. It seems that it won teamwork. Sister-in-law, you are a kind person. I know you won't complain. Am I right, Su Fan? Your sister-in-law is a kind person, but I may not be. If you take care of lunch later, I can consider not going to complain. Brother, you are so cruel. He Yang threw back the rag that Su Fan had just thrown at him. Just because of an inadvertent word. He Yang was forced to treat everyone to a meal. It is said that Xia Xiaotang is a bit fierce. If this rumor really reaches Xia Xiaotang, with Xia Xiaotang's personality, he would definitely be picked on every now and then. He Yang doesn't want to make his life difficult. This time He Yang Xue was smart. If he and Su Fan went out to eat, I'm sure I'll be force-fed dog food again. So he ordered takeout directly to the store. And ordered the 3 waiters' portions as well. Eat it directly in the store, this way at least you have company when eating dog food. Chapter 37. It turns out that tickling is my wife's weakness. After returning to school in the evening, He Yang went back to the dormitory first. Su Fan sent Su Xiaoxiao back to the dormitory. On the way, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly stuffed a small bottle into Su Fan's hand. Su Fan was surprised. What is this? Whitening essence, very effective. Why give me this? Haven't you noticed that your skin has gotten a little darker recently? I didn't notice. Su Fan has been going outside a lot recently because the sun is very strong. He did get a lot of tan. Xiao Xiao, do you think I'm ugly, so you gave me this? Su Xiaoxiao chuckled and followed his words, so you have to take good care of yourself. You dare to say that my husband is ugly, I will teach you a lesson. After saying that, Su Fan used the sunflower acupoint pressing technique and pressed on her waist. Su Xiaoxiao didn't have time to dodge. Let Su Fan succeed. It was very itchy, and Su Xiaoxiao laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Two people were playing and fighting on the side of the road. Do you still dislike it? Please let me go. I don't despise you anymore. Su Xiaoxiao begged Su Fan for mercy. She is most afraid of being tickled, especially around her waist and armpits. Su Fan had grasped her weakness. Only after Su Xiaoxiao begged for mercy did Su Fan stop. Just trying it out. It turns out that the little girl is so afraid of this trick. A sly smile appeared on Su Fan's lips. If the little girl doesn't listen to me in the future, I will use this trick. After a while, we arrived at the girls' dormitory. They happened to meet Xie Xiaotang downstairs. Xie Xiaotang saw them holding hands. I pretended not to see them and prepared to walk around them. Su Xiaoxiao saw her. Xiaotang, where are you going? You saw us but you pretended not to see us. I'm not afraid of disturbing you too. Xie Xiaotang smiled. The boyfriend took his girlfriend back to the dormitory building. There will always be reluctance to leave. Then have a little kiss or something. Xie Xiaotang understood all this, and she was indeed afraid of disturbing their good deeds. After Xie Xiaotang said this, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt embarrassed. Her face turned red to her ears. Su Fan, I'll go upstairs now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Su Fan took the bottle of essence given by Su Xiaoxiao and returned to the dormitory. In fact, that bottle of essence was not bought by Su Xiaoxiao. It was a benefit given to its employees by the cosmetics store where Xie Xiaotang worked part-time. There were 2 bottles in total, and Xie Xiaotang gave one to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao saw that Su Fan had really become much darker. I just thought of taking it out and giving it to her. When Su Fan returned to the dormitory, the first thing he did was look at himself in the mirror. He touched his face. It seems that it has really turned darker, just as the little girl said. Su Fan came out of the shower. He was only wearing shorts and his arms were bare. Then I started brushing my teeth and washing my face. The girl said that this small bottle of whitening essence is to be applied after washing the face. So he washed his face and opened the bottle. Pour out the lotion and apply it on your face. At this time, He Yang also came in to take a shower. He took off his clothes before coming in. Seeing Su Fan smearing something on his face, he curiously leaned over to take a look. Su Fan, what are you putting on your face? Apply essence. Really? Will my skin become better after applying it? I think so. It's my first time using it, so I don't know. Then let me use it. He Yang did not get Su Fan's consent. Just pick up that bottle. A milky white liquid was poured out. He Yang also applied it on his face. How did you use it? This was given to me by Su Xiaoxiao. Su Fan said with concern. He Yang turned to look at him. The scene at this moment, why does it look a bit gay? Du Ziting heard them talking about what they used inside. Then he came in and said, He Yang, what did you use on Su Fan to make him so angry? I used Su Fan's sunscreen essence cream. What? You actually used Su Fan's sunscreen essence cream, huh? Du Ziting suddenly smiled wickedly. Qin Shaoxing also joined in. If you guys do this, I'll be scared when I go to sleep at night. I'm so scared of you guys at night. These words made Du Ziting laugh even harder. How about you guys come in and use it too? No, you can enjoy it yourself, but I'm going to tell my sister-in-law. He Yang, you bastard, Su Fan already has a sister-in-law, and you still don't let him go. Du Ziting and Qin Shaoxing made jokes about the two of them without restraint. Hee, the two guys outside are going too far. Su Fan's sunscreen essence cream is for sun protection and whitening. It's not the essence you think it is, please don't get the wrong idea. And your skin will look better after applying it, and it can make you look more handsome. Can I become handsome? I've been ugly for so long, I'm fed up with it, I want to put on some paint too. Although I am a little more handsome than Qin Shoxing, I want to be more handsome, so I want to put on the makeup too. Qin Shoxing and Du Ziting also ran in to grab Su Fan's bottle of essence to apply. You pour a little, I pour a little, and the whole bottle of essence is gone. Su Fan was so angry that his teeth itched. You guys have used up all the things Su Xiaoxiao gave me. Du Ziting massaged his face with his fingers. No wonder this thing works so well, it turns out it was given to me by my sister-in-law. Su Fan rolled his eyes at him and said, next time she gives me something, she has to hide it better. A few days later, Su Fan had completed the formalities for buying the house in Yujing Longting. His house also comes with a parking space. It just so happens that he doesn't have to buy another parking space. The house was ready for occupancy, and Su Fan immediately went to the forest store to pick up the car. It feels so good to sit in a luxury car. Sitting on it makes me feel a little bit floating. It's normal to feel a little bit dizzy. After all, this car is what thousands of men want to pursue. Su Fan drove the car directly back to Yujing Longting. The next day was the opening day of the first store of Hailan House. Su Xiaoxiao also wants to go there early in the morning to help. The car has now been brought back. They don't have to take the bus anymore. He drove to pick up Su Xiaoxiao in the morning. This car is just so cool. It drove into the school and attracted the attention of countless students. Isn't this a luxury car? I recognize that little golden man worth $200,000, it's a Rolls-Royce. It's so cool, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, more expensive than a ghost. I wonder which female classmate he is here to pick up. I don't know if that female classmate is going to be in trouble. Men who drive such luxury cars must be greasy men who already have 3 highs. It's terrible, but what can I do? Beautiful women love this kind of old men. No wonder I still don't have a girlfriend after 2 years of college. It turns out these old men like to come to school and snatch me from us. Many boys became jealous after being envious. Some girls were so envious that they wanted to go up and touch the car. Which girl is so lucky to be picked up by such a luxury car? She must be so lucky. Oh my God. My sister dreams of riding in a car like this. Early in the morning, many girls and women walked to the corridor to watch. When the girls in Chen Siyu's dormitory heard that there was a luxury car downstairs, they also ran out to see. In fact, they are just watching the fun. I want to see which girl this luxury car is picking up. Chapter 38. The first store opens. Chen Siyu saw the 3 girls in the dormitory running to the corridor to watch. She shouted from inside, "Are you guys running out to check your bodies?" Xia Anlin turned around and said, "A luxury car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's parked downstairs of the dormitory. I don't know what the uncle driving the car looks like, and I don't know which pretty girl from school was picked up." Hearing this, Chen Siyu also came out. Luxury car. Of course she was interested. Su Fan sat in the car and sent a message to Su Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, I'm waiting for you downstairs." Su Xiaoxiao replied immediately, "I'm going down now." After a while, Su Xiaoxiao came downstairs. She had no idea Su Fan drove here. I didn't even know he had bought a car. She went downstairs and looked around. I'm confused. Where are the people? Didn't you say you were waiting downstairs? How come there's no one in sight? It must be a lie. Su Xiaoxiao opened her phone and sent a message to Su Fan. You are lying to me now. He said he was waiting downstairs, but where is he? Su Fan watched Su Xiaoxiao's every move in the car. Seeing her silly look, I want to laugh. At this time, Su Fan opened the car door and got out. I'm here, right? Come on over and get in the car. Su Xiaoxiao turned around and looked over, her mouth wide open in surprise. She doesn't know much about luxury cars, she only knows about brands like Shanghai Volkswagen and Beijing Hyundai. She didn't recognize the brand of the car that Su Fan got off. But just by looking at the appearance of the car, you can guess that this car must be very expensive. The moment Su Fan got off the car, the students who were watching were dumbfounded. I thought people who drove luxury cars like this were all greasy middle-aged men with Mediterranean hair. I didn't expect that he was a handsome man with a great body. It's rare, the car and the man are so handsome. I'm so envious, being able to drive such a luxury car at such a young age. Isn't this Su Fan from the Department of Mechanical Engineering? How come he is so rich all of a sudden?
Rich and handsome, he is simply the ceiling of quality men.
Look, isn't that the school beauty Sue next to him? It's true that only rich men can embrace school beauties.
Everyone was whispering and discussing with each other.
Hey, aren't those Sue Fan and Sue Xiaoxiao from our class? The one driving the luxury car is actually Sue Fan. A girl who shares the same dormitory with Chen Siyu said. Sue Fan is so capable. He uses the phantom, Siyu. Sue Fan is trying to show off in front of you.
Another roommate said.
Chen Siyu's face turned ugly. Sue Fan's Rolls-Royce directly crushes her current boyfriend Jiang Taiching's Audi S8. I feel unbalanced just thinking about it. And secretly he despised Jiang Taiching for being so disappointing. She used that Audi to show off in front of Sue Fan. Now Sue Fan is driving a Rolls-Royce.
I was so stupid at that time, and now I'm slapped in the face. Unexpectedly, one of the roommates blurted out, "See you, if you were with Sue Fan at the beginning. Then the person sitting in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce is you, what a pity." These words made Chen Siyu so angry that she jumped up and down.
But in order to avoid being embarrassed, she said, Sue Fan, can he afford it?
Someone as vain as him must have rented it from outside and brought it to school to show off.
What's the point of that?
Xia Anlin was the best friend to her, and immediately agreed, that's right, with Sue Fan's conditions.
You definitely can't afford it, but you're showing off when you rent it, how shameless. After that, the two walked back to the dormitory.
After they went in, the two roommates outside said in unison, "This is jealous, can't stand seeing others doing well." Sue Xiaoxiao got into Sue Fan's car. It was her first time riding in such a luxurious car and she seemed a little nervous.
This car.
Sue Xiaoxiao spoke slowly.
I just bought this car. Isn't it cool?
Before Sue Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, Sue Fan interrupted her with a smile.
You really bought this car? It's expensive, right?
Not bad, almost 9 million.
Sue Fan said this easily.
Sue Xiaoxiao almost fainted when she heard this number.
Sue Fan invested 10 million yuan in He Yang's family clothing factory. Now I have bought another car worth almost 9 million. How much money did he make?
Sue Xiaoxiao began to wonder how much money Sue Fan had. But no matter how much money Sue Fan has, she still has to make money through her own efforts. She couldn't be that kind of delicate girl.
Just spending boyfriend's money. Sue Fan drove himself and arrived at the store quickly.
It's still early, just 7:30.
They just arrived.
He Yang, Xin Shoxing, Du Ziting, and the other three just arrived. Today is the first day of business, and Xin Shoxing and others also came out to help. In fact, just now at the turning on the side of the road, when Sue Fan drove over, I have already seen the three of them walking on the roadside. As soon as Du Ziting arrived, he immediately said excitedly, "Sue Fan, it turns out that the Rolls-Royce that just passed by us was driven by you."
MMD. I have a rich brother. Sue Fan, did you really buy this car?
You made some money investing in stocks. Sue Fan said with a smile.
Brother, you've become rich. I want to cling to you.
Xin Shoxing looked envious.
He Yang was also very envious.
Although he is considered a rich second generation, his father will not buy him a car because he has not graduated yet.
Moreover, the family business now relies on Sue Fan's investment to survive.
It may take him a long time to buy a car. But looking at Du Zitang and Xin Shoxing's funny expressions of admiration. If they knew that Sue Fan invested 10 million in their factory,
that means I am completely prostrated.
At this time, Sue Fan waved his hand and said, "Everyone, stop chatting and start working."
Okay. Opening today, Sue Fan launched many preferential activities. There are buy one get one free promotions, discounts, and discounts.
After they put away the gifts they bought today,
it's time to open. The opening ceremony was also grand. A lion dance troupe was specially invited to perform.
The scene was very lively.
The event was lively and Sue Fan also organized many preferential activities.
In the eyes of passers-by, this brand looks unfamiliar. But I was still attracted to it. Previously, the quality of clothes made by the garment factory was average.
Now change the business model. Sue Fan requires that the quality of the clothes must be excellent.
Moreover, the styles are designed by specialized designers according to modern men's trends.
The styles are more trendy than other clothing stores.
A men's t-shirt costs around 70 to 100 yuan.
The pants are priced at over 100 yuan. In fact, this price is not very expensive. As long as the quality is good, many people can still accept it. Many people who came in at the beginning did not trust the brand. Just took a look and left. The transaction rate is not high. He Yang started to get a little worried. Su Fan, there are not many customers buying right now. Will today's sales be very bad? I'm a little panicked. I'm really worried that the store won't be able to operate in a few days. Chapter 39, the old men are the ones who get the eggs. It's only been open for less than 2 hours. What are you afraid of? Su Fan seemed very calm. But I feel like they think our brand is new and don't trust our quality. He Yang, don't worry too much. The quality of the clothes is okay, and we have done the promotion and invited Brother Hu to be the spokesperson. No matter what, the sales volume won't be that bad, and it's only a little after 8 o'clock. At this time of the weekend, many young people have not gone out yet, and the ones waiting to get our free eggs are all old men. They got the eggs and went into the store to look around, but they were just looking around. Where can I buy clothes? Besides, there are no clothes suitable for them. The time period from 8 o'clock to 8:30. They had an event where they gave away free eggs, and the door was full of people lining up to get the eggs. Of course, people who receive eggs will also go into the store to look around. After Su Fan said this, He Yang observed the people queuing and entering the store. Just as Su Fan said, almost all the people queuing and entering the store are old men. There are young people too, but very few. It's true. Most of them are old men. Su Fan had guessed this result from the beginning. But he still arranged this free event. The first is to increase the popularity of the store. The atmosphere of the opening should be lively. Secondly, the entrance is so lively, which can serve as a promotion for passers-by. So it doesn't matter whether they buy or not, as long as the atmosphere is there. Just as Su Fan said, it was after 10 o'clock. A lot of young people started to come out for a walk. The location they chose has a lot of traffic, and there are several residential areas nearby. Next to the commercial side, there are a lot of people passing by the Hailanji Jia store. 3 men, about 30 years old, passed by. Seeing how busy it was at the entrance, he slowed down and looked into the store. This store just opened, it's quite busy, and it's endorsed by Brother Hu. Where is my idol? I must go in and take a look at the clothes endorsed by him. Brother, this store is well decorated. Are the clothes expensive too? Let's go take a look. There must be some discounts since it's opening today. I just wanted to buy a few shirts to wear. The 3 of them were drawn into the store. The store manager was a good salesman. With his salesmanship, each of them bought 2 shirts. The 3 of them bought it together, and the total price was over 500. I gave them a 20% discount, so the average price per item was only over 50 yuan after the discount. In fact, the opening event is very cost-effective. You can tell the quality of clothes by how they feel. Those 3 guys are in the insurance business and they usually wear shirts at work. If you buy something of poor quality, it will be difficult to wear it out. The wrinkles are very ugly, so they usually buy shirts of better quality and a little more expensive. They felt that the shirts they bought today were quite worthwhile. It felt like good quality, not even worse than the ones they usually bought. Normally they buy one for around 200 yuan. Now, during the opening event of this new store, you can buy clothes of the same quality for more than 50 yuan. It's really worth it. One of them, who usually liked to share in the company, yelled directly in their company group. A new store called Hailanzijia has opened next to Xingyue Commercial Street. The clothes are of good quality and are now open for business. If everyone buys together, it's only over 50 yuan each, it's totally worth it. You must be exaggerating. How good can the quality of a shirt that costs more than 50 yuan be? I usually spend more than 200 or 300 yuan on a shirt. Mine was no less than 100 yuan, and I did it to save money. I bought one for $50, but it broke after I wore it once, so I threw it away. Don't disbelieve me, my other 2 sons and I have bought some. We will be at the company soon. You can take a look. When they arrived at the company, several colleagues gathered around to check the quality of the clothes. This is of good quality, very soft to the touch and very comfortable. It's incredible that a piece of clothing of this quality costs only over 50 yuan. At over 50 bucks a piece, it's definitely worth buying a few. I feel the quality is better than the clothes I wear. This is a promotion that was only offered today when the store opened. The clerk over there said that this price will no longer be available. If you want to buy it, go buy it now. After checking out the quality, my colleagues felt that it was a great bargain. Several people immediately went together to join the order. This campaign is very powerful, and it is endorsed by Brother Who. Attracted many customers. The old man had already received the eggs and went back to rest. Now almost every customer who comes into the store has a need. There are 2 lines of people queuing to pay in the store. Xin Shoxing and Du Ziting were in charge of collecting the money and were very busy. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, some styles were running out of stock. The weather is very hot at this time and there are fewer people shopping. There are no longer as many customers in the store as there were at noon. There will definitely be more people around in the evening. Taking advantage of the fact that there were not many customers, Su Fan asked Xin Shoxing and Du Ziting to go out and distribute flyers. He and He Yang went to the warehouse to pick up the goods. There were only 4 ladies left in the store. Not long after, a couple came in. Su Xiaoxiao received them. The man is not tall and a bit fat. The woman is also short and fat. The man saw that the person who received them was a beautiful young lady. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. This young lady is like a fairy. He is looking at his wife next to him. My face is covered with pimples and my waist is thick. The woman noticed something strange in the man's eyes. Do your eyes widen when you see a beautiful woman? Do you still care about me? Damn it, looking at a beautiful woman in front of me. The fat woman felt very uncomfortable because her husband obviously disliked her after seeing the beautiful woman. She was angry with Su Xiaoxiao and jealous of her looks. When Su Xiaoxiao took a pair of pants and asked the man to try them on. Of course, men are happy to be greeted by beautiful women. But the fat woman just kept a stern face. The man put on his pants and came out. Wife, how is it? Does it look good? The fat woman shook her head. It doesn't look good. It's so ugly. The man was speechless. He thought it was pretty. Changed another one. When she came out, the fat woman was still shaking her head. Then he turned to Su Xiaoxiao and said, What kind of clothes and pants do you sell here? It's so ugly, and is it wearable at this quality? Everyone thinks that the clothes and pants are of good quality and that the fat woman is simply mentally unbalanced. Deliberately looking for trouble. This pair of pants fits the gentleman well, and the quality is also very good. Su Xiaoxiao said politely. But the fat woman just wanted to make things difficult for Su Xiaoxiao. This quality is good? You are lying with your eyes open, it's fake. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that she almost laughed. Why is this fat woman so unreasonable? But the customer is God, so Su Xiaoxiao still looked polite. Chapter 40, Bringing the Little Girl Home. Sister, our store is a brand-owned store, so it's impossible for us to sell fake goods. Who among the sellers would admit that they are selling fake goods? Fat women are aggressive. The man stood nearby, not knowing what had happened to his wife. Did she eat explosives while going out? Honey, okay, there are no fakes in the direct sale stores. I want this one. Are you attracted by beauty? Just because a girl is pretty, you buy any kind of pants? The fat woman said unhappily. The other shop assistants were busy serving their own customers and had no time to come and help Su Xiaoxiao. When the fat woman said this, Su Xiaoxiao felt very aggrieved. At this time Su Fan came back from the warehouse. I just happened to hear what the fat woman said. Isn't this bullying, Su Xiaoxiao? Su Fan immediately walked over and said, Sister, could you please be more careful about your behavior when you speak? The fat woman said disdainfully, You're not telling anyone who sells fake goods, but you're looking for such a pretty girl to sell them. Isn't your purpose obvious? The fat woman was off base. Su Fan was completely enraged. You can scold him, but you can't scold Su Xiaoxiao. Besides, the store is open for legitimate business. But how did it become selling in the fat woman's mouth? Big sister, you look like a prostitute, don't you? The man next to you is not someone you met when you were selling yourself, right? The fat woman was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my husband. It turns out that when I sold it, I found a husband. Then let me tell you, your husband has the face of an LSP. Keep an eye on your husband when you go out. What are you talking about, you little brat? You came out here to sell yourself. What are you so proud of? We are not buying it. Let us go.
The man also changed his pants angrily.
Wife, let's go.
I don't want to argue with these migrant workers.
The fat woman glanced at them disdainfully.
Having said that, the man pulled the fat woman out. If today wasn't the opening day, Su Fan would have gone in the morning and beat that guy up.
Xiao Xiao, you weren't affected by them, were you? Su Fan asked with concern.
No, they are being unreasonable. I don't care about what they say or do. Su Xiaoxiao said calmly.
That's good. Nowadays, there are all kinds of people in the world. We don't need to pay too much attention to them. Su Fan was also worried that Su Xiaoxiao would be bullied by customers and would be affected in her mood.
Judging from her current appearance, she can still endure the psychological stress.
He wasn't so worried anymore.
As the evening approached, more customers came. Several people are very busy.
Until 11 o'clock at night.
They were about to close the store when no one came to shop. However, Qin Xiaoxing and Du Zitang will go to their internship unit to work tomorrow. They had to get up very early in the morning, so Su Fan asked the two of them to go back to school at around 9 o'clock.
Now the 3 shop assistants have also gone off work.
Only Su Fan, Su Xiaoxiao, and He Yang were left in the store. They are still counting today's sales.
Total sales today are 100,000. That's great.
After finishing the statistics, He Yang jumped up excitedly.
A sales volume of 100,000 is considered very good. This is a good start.
And he felt particularly accomplished today. Because he also had a share in these achievements. In the past, he only knew how to ask his father for money.
Now I finally realized the achievement of creating money with my own hands. Su Fan looked at He Yang's excitement and said with a smile, "It's only 100,000 now, there will be more in the future." He Yang suddenly said sincerely with tears in his eyes, "Thank you, Su Fan." Su Fan helped them a lot this time and is a great benefactor to their family.
He secretly swore in his heart that if Su Fan could help him in the future, he would be the first to step forward and help without hesitation.
Why are you crying? What are you thanking me for? The store is making money, and I'm an investor.
We are making money, so we should close the shop and go home. He Yang turned his head away and said, "I didn't cry, I just got sand in my eyes."
Really? Then let me help you blow out the sand, or you'll get pink eye. Su Fan's words made He Yang, who was crying, suddenly laugh.
Su Xiaoxiao was also amused.
The cheerful laughter of 3 people could be heard in the store. After closing the door, He Yang ran away in a flash. Su Fan looked at his hurriedly walking back and said, "Is it that urgent? I'll take you back to school."
He Yang didn't even turn his head, but just waved. "No, given the current situation, I'm better off taking a taxi.
I want to give you some time to be alone together."
It was accompanied by his laughter.
Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red to her ears. Su Fan is different. This brother is quite sensible and does not disturb their world of two. "Xiao Xiao, get in the car, I'll take you to my house."
Ah?
Su Xiaoxiao wondered. Isn't Su Fan's home only 20 kilometers away from his hometown? It takes 5 hours to go back from here. Besides, it's not appropriate to go back so late at night. How do we get back so far?
I'm not talking about my hometown, but my home in this city. Su Xiaoxiao showed a surprised expression again.
Home here? Yeah, I bought a house here. No way, Su Fan, you even bought a house. Yes, otherwise we will have to move out of the school soon, and where else can we live if we don't buy a house? And I don't want to take you to rent a small house of a few square meters. If the living environment is not good, you won't be able to study well. Su Fan, you are so nice, you consider everything for me. But I haven't done anything for you. Silly girl, it starts again. Don't think like that. Your happiness is the best thing for me.
Su Fan pinched the tip of her nose lovingly. Su Fan helped Su Xiaoxiao open the car door. At this time, the fat woman who was causing trouble in the store in the afternoon and her husband happened to pass by. See Su Xiaoxiao and Su Fan get into the luxury car.
They actually drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Honey, this is the car I've always dreamed of driving, but I can never drive it.
The fat woman was also shocked.
We can only afford to buy a car worth more than 500,000 yuan. We can't compare with these two. Today I said they were selling them.
The fat woman and her husband both lowered their heads in embarrassment.
I walked past their car pretending not to see it. Yujing Longting is not far from here. It's about 10 kilometers.
It was late at night and there was no traffic on the road, so we arrived in about 20 minutes. The moment Su Xiaoxiao walked into the house,
she was stunned again. The house is so beautifully decorated.
She had never seen such a beautiful house.
And it's not that wide. You can sleep in that room tonight.
Su Fan pulled Su Xiaoxiao, who was in a daze, to a large room on the right.
The house is so beautiful. Su Xiaoxiao even stuttered when she spoke. Chapter 41. Su Xiaoxiao, stop. We can't proceed to the next step.
She's like a bumpkin who has never seen the world. I was excited and happy to see such a beautiful house.
Don't worry about changing clothes, I have prepared them all.
Su Fan originally planned to let Nizi move in with him. So a few days ago, he asked Lin Zixin to help buy some clothes that would be more suitable for Su Xiaoxiao.
Just in case. There is a bathroom in the room, which is very convenient.
The clean clothes are still in my room, I'll get them for you.
Su Fan turned around and went to his room.
Su Xiaoxiao was still very nervous.
Because tonight was the first time she lived in the same house with a boy.
Although we were not in the same room, my heart was still pounding.
After a while, Su Fan came over with clothes. He handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. Are you hungry?
I'll buy you a midnight snack.
Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, I'm not hungry, so don't go buy it.
Well, you must be very tired today, so take a shower and rest.
Su Xiaoxiao nodded and walked into the room with a red face.
Su Fan was sitting in the living room playing with his cell phone.
Didn't stay in for long.
Su Fan heard the sound of water.
Su Fan could even tell which stage the process had reached.
Half an hour later, Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the room.
Sure enough, the girl who just finished bathing is so beautiful. Su Fan's eyes widened.
Su Xiaoxiao saw Su Fan staring at her.
She lowered her head in embarrassment. What are you looking at? It's beautiful, why don't you show it to me? No, you are not allowed to look at it.
No, I'll just watch. As Su Fan spoke, he pulled Su Xiaoxiao over.
Kissed her. It came suddenly and without warning.
Su Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then he was brought into the state by Su Fan's rhythm.
Hugged too tight.
Su Xiaoxiao looked up again.
She could hardly breathe.
Su Xiaoxiao felt the rhythm was getting stronger and stronger.
I pushed it open immediately.
Blushing, she said, it's enough for tonight, but we can't proceed to the next step for now.
Su Fan was afraid that if he went too far,
Su Xiaoxiao would be angry, so he obediently stopped.
Okay, then why don't you go to your room and go to sleep, otherwise I will.
Su Fan deliberately scared Su Xiaoxiao.
You dare. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. Why not? Su Fan raised his hand deliberately. You are so mean, Su Fan. So don't go to bed yet.
Su Xiaoxiao immediately ran into the room in a panic and closed the door.
Su Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao's cute flustered look. I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. Little girl, sleep in my room next time. The next morning, they both got up early.
However, Su Fan still got up earlier than Su Xiaoxiao. Toothpaste and toothbrush were prepared for Su Xiaoxiao. He also went to buy soy milk and fried dough sticks. The two of them ate soy milk and fried dough sticks before going to the store.
In just 2 months, Hailan Home has opened more than 50 stores.
Several more stores are in the works.
Relying on his experience in his previous life, Su Fan personally trained a professional operations team.
Although the new brand has only been established for more than 3 months, but it has put the business on the right track.
Su Fan also needs to start concentrating on his own things.
He Yang, these hundreds of stores are going to be handed over to you to manage.
What about you?
I said last time that once the company is stable, I will withdraw and start my own business.
Su Fan said with a smile. But I'm still afraid I can't handle it. What are you afraid of? I've trained you so well that you can handle things on your own.
He Yang is a boy with a good ability to accept things. I studied under him for a period of time.
I'm already familiar with it.
In his previous life, Su Fan couldn't see that he had potential talent in this area. He Yang scratched the back of his head. Other people are still a little unconfident.
Yoko, just go for it, I believe in you.
Su Fan patted his shoulder. After saying that, he walked towards the teaching building.
Where are you going? Go to the finance department. Why are you going to the finance department? Looking for a beautiful lady. Su Fan, you found a beautiful woman in a fair and honest way. I'll tell my sister-in-law. Just go. Su Fan found out that Lin Yan was preparing to represent the school in a finance competition. So now she is still staying in school and has not gone out for an internship. And I also found out that she would be in the classroom today. Su Fan pretended to walk to the door of classroom 320. Looking inside, Lin Yan was really there. Su Fan no longer had anything to worry about. Anyway, I'm here to let her make money together, which is a good thing for her. Of course, you don't have to worry about anything. Su Fan knocked on the door. Lin Yan looked up and looked at Su Fan, who was standing at the door. Who are you looking for? This boy is so handsome. But where have I seen her before? Student Lin Yan, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? You don't remember me? Su Fan. Su Fan was very upset. He was such a handsome man. He is also a famous figure in school because of his appearance. This top student from the finance department had actually met him before but didn't remember him. Lin Yan thought for a while before she remembered. Oh. I remember we met at the bird's nest shop before. No wonder, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. What do you want from me? Su Fan sat in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan was the only one in the classroom. Su Fan also expressed his thoughts without hesitation. Would you like to join my company? Lin Yan thought Su Fan was joking. Although some students start their own businesses before they officially graduate. But there are very few such people, almost rare. Su Fan is very handsome, but being handsome doesn't mean he is capable. Lin Yan disagreed. Sorry, I want to join Huachuan for an internship. Su Fan had guessed that he would say this. My company is also a financial company, which is in line with your profession and is no worse than Huachuan. If you are willing to join us, I can offer you a higher salary than Huachuan. Speaking of money, Lin Yan became interested. Who would be reluctant about money? What's more, she needs money now. Although she always felt that Huachuan was her best choice. But if other companies offer higher salaries than Huachuan, she will still consider it. So Lin Yan asked realistically, how much salary can you offer me? You haven't graduated yet, so you should have an internship period, but your ability is okay. You can skip the internship period and directly receive the salary of a regular employee, with a base salary of 7,000 plus commissions. Su Fan had already inquired about Lin Yan before. Her family situation was not very good. Her father owed a huge gambling debt and could not bear the pressure, so he jumped off the building and committed suicide. And the gambling debt fell on her and her mother. She has to make money quickly to pay off her gambling debts. Only then can she and her mother live a peaceful life. Chapter 42, The Strawberry Marks are coming out. A basic salary of 7,000 plus commission is quite high for a student who just graduated. It's really high. Interning at Huachuan, the base salary is 4,000 plus commission. I heard from seniors that after becoming a regular employee, the salary is only 5,000 plus commission. Subsequent salary increases will be assessed and adjusted based on personal abilities. If we only look at the basic salary, what Su Fan offers is indeed more advantageous than Huachuan. The most important thing is that she needs money now and definitely wants a high-paying job. How many points of commission? It depends on your performance. The more you work, the more you get. If you do a good job, you will definitely get no less than Huachuan. I can guarantee you that. And $1 million annual salary is not a dream, even a few $1 million annual salary is not a dream. Su Fan said seriously. Lin Yan also quietly noticed that Su Fan's tone of voice revealed his sophistication. His tone doesn't sound like a student who hasn't graduated yet, but more like the charm of a mature man with a lot of experience. She felt it was quite reliable. In fact, you may not learn less in a newly established company than in a mature company. I have learned a lot. Lin Yan understands this principle. If the commission rate is almost the same as Huachuan's, as long as you work hard enough, your salary will definitely not be lower than Huachuan. There is even a possibility of a breakthrough, as Su Fan said. Seeing the sincerity in Su Fan's words, Lin Yan really wanted to take a gamble. We can still act according to circumstances at that time, if Su Fan's company doesn't work out. It's not too late for her to resign and leave. Okay, I'll join. When will I be assigned to work? It will be almost time for you to finish the competition. I'll let you know then.
Su Fan felt relieved. He had found a powerful general today, and his company would be able to operate soon.
Okay, I'll wait for your news.
Both parties reached the decision happily. Su Fan left the classroom.
Call Lin Zixin immediately. How is the company registration going? The documents will be available tomorrow. Not bad, it's pretty fast. What's going on? Hurry up. We can't delay you from making money, boss.
Lin Zixin is now very familiar with Su Fan.
And Su Fan is an approachable type. Not the kind of cold and domineering president.
So generally the conversation is quite relaxed.
How's the decoration of the office? It's almost finished. 30 office computers will arrive tomorrow. Good.
These were the things that Su Fan asked Lin Zixin to do last week. She was very efficient and got the job done in no time. It really saved Su Fan a lot of trouble. Su Fan tried his best to persuade Su Xiaoxiao, and finally last month she moved into his house. Although they moved in, they still lived in their own rooms. Su Fan promised Su Xiaoxiao that he would not force her as long as she didn't want to. Since moving in, the two of them have become closer. Su Fan didn't want to hide anything from Su Xiaoxiao,
to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. This can be considered as healthy communication between lovers. During breakfast, Su Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, Su Fan, isn't your company going to be established soon? I want to go to work with you. I don't understand finance, but I can do administrative work. Of course you can. I want you to not have to do anything and concentrate on preparing for the exam, but you just can't relax. I can study while working. It's not tiring to work. I can handle it. I know that a top student like you can pass the exam after a little review. Su Fan believes in Su Xiaoxiao's strength. A top student like her really only needs a little review. So can I start helping you recruit now?
During her college years, Su Xiaoxiao studied foreign languages, her major. I also took another subject, administrative management.
By the time her diploma was issued, she had a double degree. She had no problem taking on an administrative role at Su Fan's new company. And it will be professional.
Look, I'm still my wife's major, and I haven't even thought about recruiting, but you've already thought about it.
Su Fan said with a smile. Recently he just went to dig up Lin Yan. Indeed, we haven't started recruiting yet. Su Xiaoxiao is right. We can now slowly recruit people.
Take action immediately after speaking. Su Xiaoxiao started to register accounts on 51job and Zhaopin.com.
Such a fast speed. Su Fan took a bite of the bun. Of course, this is my job.
This employee is so serious and responsible in his work, he is sure to win the Model Worker Award today. I don't want the Model Worker Award, I want a bonus at the end of the year.
Su Xiaoxiao laughed along with Su Fan's words.
Su Fan chuckled, no need to wait until the end of the year. As he said this, he suddenly buried his head in Su Xiaoxiao's neck.
After a while, a strawberry appeared. Hate it. How can I go out and meet people? Su Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Su Fan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. There is even a sense of satisfaction.
3 days later, Su Fan received a call from Lin Zixin.
Boss Su, the office has been renovated and we are arranging for an aunt to clean it. Do you want to come over? I'll go over there later and set up the computer while I'm there. No problem.
When Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao arrived, the cleaning lady had already cleaned the place.
She was helping Lin Zixin put out the computer. Chapter 43. The school recruitment meeting has begun. Sister Zixin, let me help you.
As soon as Su Xiaoxiao arrived, she enthusiastically offered to help.
She is a person who can never stay idle wherever she goes.
When I see others are busy, I want to help.
We can just take care of these things, you can just go over there and rest.
Lin Zixin said with a smile.
When I first met Su Xiaoxiao, I felt that she was easy to get along with. She is beautiful but not delicate. Unlike some girls who have rich boyfriends. She is just a bit delicate. Even she likes girls like this, let alone boys. And she has a great figure. Su Fan is so blessed. She can't sit still, so just ask her to help. Su Fan also joined. In a short while, 30 computers were neatly placed on the table. The office is already in good shape.
Xiao Xiao, the campus recruitment fair will start in a while, you have to prepare.
Boss Su, no problem. Please don't call me President Su.
Su Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully. Boss Su sounds nice.
It would be fine if others just called him President Su. Why are you joining in the fun?
I'm the administrator of the company, so of course I call you President Su.
Do I have to call you my boyfriend in the company?
The two started flirting with each other.
The cleaning lady is old and numb. She didn't think anything of it.
Seeing Lin Zixin still not having a boyfriend makes me feel jealous.
Hey, do you guys care about my feelings? Lin Zixin joked. Zixin, don't be too pessimistic. When the time comes, the company will give you a boyfriend.
To be honest, Su Fan really had this idea. Du Ziting, Qin Shaoxing, and He Yang, all three are still single.
It can be sold directly domestically.
But according to Su Xiaoxiao, Xia Xiaotang is somewhat interested in Qin Shaoxing. Since Qin Shaoxing is the man Xia Xiaotang likes, he will not put him on the table.
Is the boss so nice that he even has a boyfriend while working here?
Otherwise, you work so hard for the company, I have to show some appreciation.
Let your boyfriend reward you at any time. Su Fan's words can only be understood but not expressed in words. Really? Really?
I'll arrange for Du Ziting and He Yang to come tomorrow, and see which one you like. Lin Zixin's own conditions are already good.
He is only 3 years older than them. A girl who is 3 years older than a man will bring him a fortune.
You really need to arrange a blind date.
Yes.
Seeing Su Fan's serious expression, Lin Zixin panicked. She wants to find a boyfriend, but she hasn't been on a blind date yet.
If Su Fan really called the two boys over and asked her to choose, she would feel embarrassed. Okay, boss, I give up.
Lin Zixin spread her hands, indicating that she was helpless. After completing the competition, Lin Yan officially took up her post.
In terms of work experience, Lin Zixuan is slightly better.
After all, he has been working for several years.
However, in terms of professionalism, Lin Yan is much better than Lin Zixin.
Each has its own strengths.
The right person has not been recruited yet. There are only a few of them in the company now. They are still in the recruiting stage.
The campus recruitment fair has also begun. Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Zixin, and Lin Yan all went to the school to recruit.
Early in the morning they put up recruitment posters in the areas designated for them, waiting for students to come for interview.
However, the recruiting company next to them is Huachuang.
Lin Yan was quite embarrassed,
because she had already made an agreement with Huachuang to intern at their company. Instead, she came to Su Fan's newly established company. And Manager He, who was in charge of the interview with Lin Yan at that time, also came. Manager He admired her very much at the beginning. But Lin Yan did something that made her very confused. Some people want to intern at Huachuang, but they can't get in no matter how hard they try.
Lin Yanqi chose a small company.
Several other colleagues who came with him were also whispering about it. Look, the girl sitting over there is the one who said she wanted to come to our company for an internship. But later she stood us up. I don't know what she was thinking, giving up such a big company.
Go to a company that is not even a third-rate company.
I heard that the company was not established in time and has not yet recruited anyone.
I really don't know what she can do there. They used to recruit people every day. Alas, this girl is really out of her mind.
Lin Yan could also sense from the corner of her eye that they were whispering and discussing herself.
But it's nothing.
Since you have chosen the leading investment company founded by Su Fan.
So here we are, trying to get things done.
At this time, Manager He came over.
Hey, isn't this Lin Yan? So the company you chose is this newly established company. The salary for a newly established company may not be that high.
Lin Yan smiled and said, it's okay.
Manager He doesn't know what kind of salary Linghang will give her. If I knew that the salary offered by Linghang is much higher than that of Huachuang. She must regret saying this.
Manager He continued, at Huachuang, we pay our interns a base salary of 4,000 yuan. You can also get commissions like regular employees.
If you still want to return to Huachuang, I can apply for you.
In her opinion, such an intern's salary is already very good in a financial company in the capital. Only strong and mature companies can offer such internship wages. Forget about the newly established companies, the salaries they offer are definitely not as good as theirs. Lin Yan said calmly, "Thank you, manager He. Huachuang treats interns very well. But I think I am doing well in piloting, and it suits me very well." Of course, Lin Yan would not tell Ling Hang's competitors about her salary situation.
Just speak politely to manager He.
She came to the school to attend the job fair today.
The representative's leadership, not her personally. Her every word and action represents the image of a leader.
Manager He shook his head, thinking that Lin Yan was a hopeless case. He also looked down on the pilot. "Lin Yan, you are very talented, and it is really a waste of your talent to stay in Linghang.
I am advising you because I admire you.
I have tried to persuade you, but you won't listen.
I can do nothing more."
After manager He finished speaking, he returned to his recruitment position.
It was getting late and students started to arrive one after another.
All the students who come here to learn about it are from the Department of Finance.
Among the people Huachuang recruited, several were graduates from here.
This arrangement also increases the sense of intimacy between Huachuang and its students.
Huachuang has become famous among students in the Department of Finance. As soon as they arrived, they all went to Huachuang to queue up for interviews.
The pilot next to it seemed a bit deserted. For students of the finance department, navigation is very unfamiliar. They will definitely not give priority to companies they have never heard of.
However, Lin Yan is also a well-known figure in the finance department. Some people would go over to ask for advice when they saw Lin Yan there. Chapter 44 Madam Boss, are you hiring non-professionals like us?
At this time 2 girls came over.
Lin Yan, are you working at Linghang now? One of the girls, named Li Fei, asked curiously. A student as outstanding as her should choose a job in a big company. I didn't expect to go to the pilot.
Lin Yan smiled and said, "Yes, do you want to come to our company?" As she spoke, she handed the 2 girls the company's brochures. They looked at each other, and another girl, Yan Yeager, said, "This company was just established, right?"
"Yes, the new company is more challenging,"
Su Xiaoxiao said as she sat aside.
"But it's still not better than a big company,"
Yan Yeager said to himself.
"Not necessarily.
Each has its own advantages. Besides, our company is not new, so we won't hire anyone.
We also require new employees to be able to meet our requirements."
Su Xiaoxiao continued, "Moreover, outstanding students like Lin Yan from your department have chosen to come to our company.
That also shows that the pilot is not bad."
Li Fei asked, "Would it be convenient for us to understand the salary and benefits first?"
This is the issue that students are most concerned about.
This issue is not only of concern to students, but also to veterans who have worked for many years.
There is a saying that goes, "Without money, what can you do?" I know everyone is concerned about this issue.
Su Xiaoxiao did not hide it, 7,000 a month, 3 months to become a regular employee. After becoming a regular employee, the base salary is 7,000 plus commission.
This salary is a little different from Lin Yan's salary.
Lin Yan was specially recruited by Su Fan, so her salary will definitely be higher than theirs. The 2 girls discussed with each other. "This salary sounds pretty good, we just joined the company and got 7,000 a month. It's not bad to get 7,000, and I can get commission after 3 months. After becoming a regular employee at Huachuang, my base salary is 5,000 yuan. This salary is better than Huachuang's, but I don't know what the commission rate is like."
Yan Yeager became interested and after thinking for a while asked, "Then I'd like to ask, how will the commission points be calculated after becoming a regular employee?"
"Based on the level of achievement, between 20% and 40%. This is the commission plan formulated by Su Fan, although it is rather vague.
But when they are able to complete the tasks of great performance, you will be able to taste the sweetness."
After Yan Yeager heard this, he turned to look at Li Fei and said, "The commission seems to be okay."
"Yeah, I think so too." Li Fei turned around.
Then the 2 looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yan.
"So can we have the interview now?"
"Of course you can, but this is just a preliminary test, so I'll collect your resumes first."
"Just a simple interview. After the initial interview, we will notify you for the second interview."
The 2 girls listened and nodded. After the 2 of them finished their interviews, there were a lot of people lining up behind them. In that day, Su Xiaoxiao and her team received more than 200 resumes. Submit more resumes to Huachuang.
But it's okay. More than 200 resumes are enough for Linghang to screen out some people. When you are ready to finish work.
He Yang, Qin Shaoxing, and Du Ziting came over.
Sister-in-law, did you have a good day today? Su Xiaoxiao picked up the stack of resumes and showed them. What do you think? He Yang smiled and said, wow, what a great harvest. Lin Yan interrupted, 3 women on one street, there will be a good harvest. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao introduced them to Lin Zixin. Sister Zixin, this is He Yang, this is Du Ziting, and this is Qin Xiaoxing. Lin Zixin smiled awkwardly, hello, my name is Lin Zixin. Then it got a little silent. Aren't those people named He Yang and Du Ziting the ones that Su Fan mentioned to her a while ago that he wanted to introduce to her for a blind date? It was Lin Zixin who remembered this matter. It will feel embarrassing. I actually saw 2 of them today. Wouldn't Su Fan also tell them to let her choose between the 2 of them? It would be too embarrassing if I said it. But the one called He Yang is okay. He is quite tall, although not as handsome as Su Fan. But he is also a handsome guy. That Du Ziting is also considered a handsome guy. But in terms of figure and appearance, she is slightly inferior to He Yang. Hee, Lin Zixin, what are you thinking about? Is this what it feels like to go on a blind date? Lin Zixin cleared her mind for a moment. Su Xiaoxiao saw Lin Zixin was stunned. Sister Zixin, what's wrong? Nothing. I suddenly remembered that I have something important to deal with when I return to the company tomorrow. Lin Zixin made up a perfect excuse for herself on the spot. Where is Su Fan? Why don't we see the big boss coming here? Du Ziting asked. He was busy today, so he didn't come. Su Xiaoxiao replied him. I also wanted to come over and ask him if he would recruit non-professionals like us. Qin Xiaoxing said with a smile. Isn't the boss lady here? Why don't you just ask her? He Yang said immediately. Yes, Madam Boss, will the company hire non-professionals like us? Yes, as long as you don't mind cross-disciplinary studies, Su Fan will arrange a position for you. Du Ziting and Qin Xiaoxing were not joking either. During these months of internship outside, they felt the horror of competition in the workplace. And even if you get a permanent job, you won't earn much salary. I heard that people working in finance make money. If you do well, you can have a car and a house in 1 or 2 years. Su Fan now has his own financial company, if only he could take them both with him. Naturally, they are willing to give it a try. If you try hard, a bicycle may become a motorcycle. If you don't try, your car may become scrap metal. He Yang is not considering joining other companies for the time being. He has to run his own business well. Su Fan paved the way for him. What if he loses his own business again? Then he was really sorry to Su Fan. When she returned home in the evening, Su Xiaoxiao cooked dinner and waited for Su Fan to come back. She had just cleaned up the kitchen when Su Fan came back. It smells so good. What are you cooking tonight? Pan-fried hairtail fish, stir-fried scallops, stir-fried choysum with garlic, and a white fungus and kelp soup. Su Xiaoxiao walked out while speaking. Not bad, my wife is becoming more and more virtuous. But wife, if you are too busy, you don't have to cook in the evening, we can just go out to eat. Su Xiaoxiao glared at Su Fan and said, the food out there is all gutter oil, it's not as nutritious as what you cook yourself. You still want to take your wife to eat gutter oil. I'm worried that you'll be too tired. It's not tiring. Cooking for you is a very happy thing. Su Xiaoxiao looked like a happy little woman. The more Su Fan looked at it, the more he loved it. Hurry up and wash your hands before eating. Su Xiaoxiao pushed Su Fan to wash his hands. However, Su Fan hugged Su Xiaoxiao back. Hug first, then eat. Hey, why did my boyfriend suddenly become so greasy? Su Xiaoxiao was joking. Since she has been with Su Fan, she has become much more cheerful. I often joke with Su Fan. Chapter 45, My wife has learned to exploit her boss. I'm not afraid. Even if I become a greasy uncle, you will still love me. Su Fan hugged Su Xiaoxiao and touched her head. So confident? I am so confident. Who says I am Su Fan and you are Su Xiaoxiao? No matter what, we are made for each other. I just know you're just a chatterbox. Okay, go wash your hands quickly. Try the stir-fried scallops I made tonight, which I just learned how to cook today. Su Fan washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. Serve my boyfriend a bowl of soup first. Su Xiaoxiao scooped a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Su Fan. I also picked up some scallops for him. Try it. Well, Xiaoxiao, your cooking skills are pretty good. They're even better than the food my mom cooks. Really? Then I'll cook for you every day from now on. Su Fan looked very satisfied. I am so happy. Du Ziteng and his group came over during the campus recruitment meeting today. I don't know if they've told you that they also want to come to work in the company. I haven't seen them tell me. Even if they didn't tell me, I would go find them. Su Fan originally wanted to make money with the two of them. He doesn't need to worry too much about He Yang. As long as he manages Hai Lan House well, he can make a lot of money. Today they told me that they want to come to work in the company. When will they be arranged to come? Anytime. Okay, I'll send them a message right now. I'll post it after dinner. No, work comes first. Su Fan knocked her head and said, "You little brat, you said that on purpose in front of the boss. Raise salary." Su Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue mischievously. You've even learned how to exploit your boss. That's not called exploitation, this is called more work, more pay. Okay. Whatever my wife says is what it is. Su Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks and picked up her cell phone. Send messages to Qin Shouxing and Du Ziteng respectively. Ziteng, Su Fan said that you can come to work anytime, Ling Hang welcomes you. Shaoxing, Su Fan said that you can come to work anytime, Ling Hang welcomes you. They both responded at about the same time. Du Ziteng, that's great, thank you sister-in-law. I am going through the formalities at my internship unit these days, and I can go to work once I am done. Qin Shaoxing, thank you, sister-in-law. It's great. I can start work in a few days. Su Xiaoxiao replied to them one by one. Okay, I look forward to having you at the pilot. These days, Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao are among hundreds of resumes. 50 people were selected for the re-examination. Another 30 were eliminated during the re-examination. 20 people left. Some people can go to work directly. The contracts signed by some people with their internship units have not yet expired. Generally, all of them will be available by the middle of next month. Those who arrive at the post will start work first. Su Fan divided the sales department into Sales Department 1 and Sales Department 2. Lin Zixin is responsible for managing Sales Department 1. Lin Yan is responsible for managing Sales Department 2. Su Xiaoxiao is the company's boss. Manage all personnel administration matters. Du Ziteng and Qin Shouxing also arrived at their posts, and Su Fan directly assigned them to the sales department. Lin Zixin has relatively more experience, while the other two have no experience at all. She was even given the responsibility of sales without any professional knowledge. It would be better to bring a little. If it were handed over to the second sales department, Lin Yan might have a headache. Because Lin Yan is also in the improvement period now. The division of labor is clear and everyone has their own responsibilities. The company's business started to take off. It is not easy to establish a financial investment institution. Not only does it require huge amounts of money, it also requires connections. Su Fan doesn't have to worry about the funding. Because he was helping Lin Zixuan prepare to register the company. I searched the stock market and futures business again. When it comes to personal connections, Su Fan is indeed weak. He is not from the financial industry and is a student who has not yet graduated. So in terms of connections, he used Lin Zixuan's resources. This is also the reason why Lin Zixin was recruited with a high salary. She has been in the financial industry for many years and has a certain network of contacts. He even brought his old customers over. Du Ziteng and Qin Shouxing had no previous experience in finance or sales. However, the salary structure for sales is different from that for clerical or technical positions in a company. In their understanding, salary is generally the base salary offered by the company, plus performance appraisal and the like. But the performance appraisal amount is not much, only a few hundred or thousands. This is what is commonly known as a dead salary. But the salary for sales is different. Base salary plus commission, and the commission is based on the proportion of performance. The better the performance, the higher the salary. Du Ziteng and Qin Shouxing looked at the contract that Ling Hang signed with them. The two were discussing salary. The special sales commission plan developed by Su Fan is to get commission points according to the level. If the monthly profit performance is less than 2 million, the commission is 20%. If the monthly profit performance is more than 2 million and less than 5 million, the commission point is 25%. If the monthly profit performance is more than 5 million and less than 8 million, the commission is 30%. If the monthly profit exceeds 8 million, the commission rate is 35%. Du Ziting did some calculations and said excitedly, if we can achieve a profit of 1 million in a month, we will be rich. Xin Xiaoxing's face was also very excited. It's true, after calculating, it's still the financial sector that makes money. Like the company where we interned before, all we did every day was repair machines. I worked so hard for a month and didn't make a penny. Yes, Su Fan has a good vision and can find the right way to make money. But as he spoke, Xin Xiaoxing's eyes dimmed a little. But we know nothing about finance. We won't be at the bottom of the performance list every month and just get the minimum salary. I am still confused about those professional terms, and I am also worried about only getting the basic salary every month. Su Fan happened to walk over and heard these words. If you too are so worried about only being able to collect a basic salary every month, then study hard. As long as you are willing to learn, earning millions a year is not a dream. Su Fan, give us some more encouragement. Can you get hard without chicken blood? Okay, you Su Fan, you actually said that we can't get hard. You want to fight, right? Xin Xiaoxing, let's go together. Stop. I'm so scared by your behavior. Su Fan said with a grin. No kidding, I'm telling the truth. Lin Zixing teaches you so carefully, as long as you are willing to learn. You will definitely make money. After Su Fan said this, the two of them regained confidence. Since we're following you, we can't let you make money alone. Du Ziting stood up and patted Su Fan on the shoulder. Xin Xiaoxing also stood up and said, Su Fan, we will definitely not let you down. I will persevere to the end even if I only have a pair of shorts left. Chapter 46: The Noodle Between the Mouths. The Investment Trading Department Director and Product Department Manager recruited by Su Xiaoxiao through the job posting online also started working at the company officially. Su Fan recruited experienced managers for these two departments. Chen Daoyang, head of the trading department, has worked as a trading department head in a well-known company for 5 years and has extensive experience. Liang Guo, manager of the product department, is also an experienced professional manager. They are all several years older than Su Fan. It is very appropriate for them to guide the students who are preparing to graduate. Everyone worked hard and vigorously. Su Fan activated his God-level investment skills and gave orders to everyone in his office to carry out the operations. Chen Daoyang was busy and excited. Others get irritable when they are busy, but he becomes more excited the busier he is. He has been working for so many years, and nothing has ever been as smooth as it is now. Those who traded out were making crazy profits. And all of this was done according to Su Fan's instructions. It's amazing. At first he thought Su Fan was too young and didn't know how to do business. I kind of don't want to work here. But the salary Su Fan offered him was the highest among all the companies he interviewed at. Bow for a few pieces of rice, bow for money. He's here to lead the way. I didn't expect that the boss of Linghang is a genius. Chen Daoyang has begun to worship Su Fan. A month later, Vanguard began to make its mark in the financial industry. Many leading financial companies have taken notice of this newly established company. Lu Kai, general manager of Huashuang, is checking the information of leading investment company on the computer page. He also asked a friend who was good at computers to help him find Su Fan, the legal representative of Linghang. Soon, the friend sent him a message. This is information about the Pilot Corporation. Lu Kai was puzzled. He couldn't believe that a mechanical engineering student who was about to graduate could establish a financial investment company in just 1 month. You will be able to stand out among many mature financial companies. Could it be that Su Fan has a powerful background? If this is the case, this company really should not be underestimated. Lu Kai immediately called the friend who helped him with the doxing. Hey, Lao Jiang, I saw the message you just sent. Is it true that the legal representative of Linghang is a student who has not yet graduated? Yes, he will graduate in a few months, and his family is average, not some rich second generation. He is so young and yet so outstanding. It is simply a legend. There must be someone behind him. I have been in the financial industry for so many years. I don't believe that a young boy who is still wet behind the ears is so capable. But I found out that there is no rich person associated with him. Oh, by the way, I found out that he has an investment relationship with Hailan Jijia. Hasn't Hailan House just transformed not long ago? Yes, the quality and style of the clothes there are quite good. Since a Hailan House opened near our community, I often patronize it. Hey! Lao Jiang, don't get sidetracked. We were talking about the legal representative of Linghang, and you mentioned buying clothes for yourself. Doesn't Su Fan have an investment relationship with Highlands House? I think that young man is quite capable. I heard that it was he who proposed and planned the transformation of Hailan Home. Now his newly established pilot has become well known in such a short time. I think your position at Huachuan may be changing. It's not that easy. I want to make a name for myself in this industry. It must be precipitated before it can erupt. That Su Fan is talented, he just entered the financial industry. How could he possibly compete with Huachuan? His current achievements are nothing but opportunistic. From my experience, it won't last long. I don't understand your financial industry, and I don't know how long Vanguard can last. But I think this guy is pretty capable. What I just said was just a reminder to you, don't take it to heart. Okay, I know. That guy is still too young. As for me, I'm not worried about being overtaken by the pilot at all. Lu Kai felt that there was nothing wrong with his opinion. That was when he first founded Huachuan. I don't know how many difficulties I encountered. It took 15 years to achieve the current results. Moreover, before he founded Huachuan, he was an executive of a well-known financial company. He is so experienced, yet it still took him so long. Su Fan, a young man with little experience, was able to build an empire like his. I'm afraid it will take more than 15 years. Although there are some small achievements now. But it's also difficult to break through. Lu Kai waited to see the short-lived success of his leadership. 8 o'clock in the evening, in the navigation office. All other employees had left work, and only Su Xiaoxiao was sorting out the documents. Su Fan pushed open the door of her office. Still busy. There are still some materials that have not been sorted out. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and busied herself with her own things. Boss lady, you don't need to be so busy. In fact, you can just leave a lot of things to them. Su Fan said with concern. The boss lady is also a member of the company, so she has to work, understand? Then the boss will allow the boss lady to take a break now. Come and stop and eat noodles. You went out to pack? Su Xiaoxiao was puzzled as she had just seen him wandering around the office. How come you went to pack up the noodles and brought them back so quickly? I made the noodles for you to eat. Su Fan had a wicked smile on his face. Under? Su Xiaoxiao became even more confused, wondering where the pots and pans in the office came from. Yes, I boiled it in the kettle in my office. Before, it was just to avoid being hungry when working overtime. I asked Sister Zixin to buy some instant noodles and put them in my office. Su Xiaoxiao was actually a little hungry. She followed Su Fan to his office. As soon as I entered, I saw 2 bowls of noodles on the table. Come on, try my cooking. As he said that, Su Fan fed Su Xiaoxiao a mouthful. Watching Su Xiaoxiao chewing, Su Fan asked, how does it taste? Delicious, I didn't expect the noodles you cook are quite delicious. I, your boyfriend, am almighty. Su Fan looked smug. Super narcissistic. Su Xiaoxiao picked up the noodles and put them in her mouth. Su Fan suddenly stared at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao looked up at him. The two looked into each other's eyes. Bang! The fireworks of love came out. Su Fan tilted his head and approached Su Xiaoxiao. He sucked the other section of the strip that Su Xiaoxiao had not put into her mouth into his own mouth. Sizzle. Pull a noodle between the two of them. Sizzle. Su Fan slowly sucked the noodles into his mouth, getting closer and closer to Su Xiaoxiao's lips. Su Fan sucked up all the noodles, and his 4 lips touched each other. Su Xiaoxiao felt a warm feeling. A soft touch. Then Su Fan licked it and left. Su Xiaoxiao felt hot all over. Damn it, this is an office, not home. Chapter 47 Su Xiaoxiao, I can't beat you when I act like a hooligan. They've all gone off work, and there's no one here now. There is a camera. You forgot. You installed it yourself. Hee hee, I actually forgot about the camera being installed, but it doesn't matter. You can watch the video when you are free. What a pervert. Ha? If your boyfriend is a pervert, then you are the pervert's girlfriend. Or you just love being perverted like this. You. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that she laughed. Whenever Su Fan acted like a hooligan, she would never be able to convince him otherwise.
Just when the two were being affectionate, Su Xiaoxiao's cell phone rang. It was her grandmother calling. Before, when her grandmother called her, she would borrow a neighbor's cell phone to make the call.
The last time Su Fan sent the mobile phone for the elderly to Su Xiaoxiao's grandmother.
It is very convenient to make phone calls now. Grandma calls her when she misses her. When Su Xiaoxiao saw that it was her grandma calling, she immediately picked up the phone and answered it.
Grandma, have you had dinner?
An old voice came from the other end of the phone. I've eaten.
How about you? Have you eaten? I'm eating now. Auntie from our neighbor's house is going to the city tomorrow.
I made sweet scented osmanthus cake and rice dumplings and asked her to bring them to you.
Grandma, I understand.
Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with tears. She knew that her grandmother would not be willing to eat these things. Every time I make osmanthus cake and rice dumplings, Grandma only eats a little bit. Almost all of it was left for her to eat. Even when she was away, Grandma was always thinking about her.
When Su Xiaoxiao was almost 3 years old, her father died in an accident.
Their family's financial situation was not good to begin with, and her father passed away just a few months ago. Her mother abandoned her and ran off with a businessman from another place. Her mother never showed up again. So Su Xiaoxiao was raised by her grandmother. Her grandmother is her only relative. At this moment, she heard her grandmother's voice.
I miss my grandma especially. Grandma, are you ready to take the medicine? It's enough to last for a month. You should study hard and don't worry about me all the time.
Grandma is old now and has become useless, and she still makes you worry about the medical expenses.
Alas, my poor child. Grandma, what are you talking about?
I didn't grow up by myself, you raised me.
Now that I'm grown up, it's my duty to take care of you. Please don't say such things again. If you keep saying that, I won't come back to see you.
Su Xiaoxiao said, pretending to be angry.
Okay, my dear granddaughter, I won't say it anymore.
After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaoxiao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Su Fan noticed it. Do you really want to go see Grandma? Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Well, the last time I took Grandma to see a doctor, the doctor said that Grandma was already very ill.
I am taking medicine now, but I don't know how long I can last. Su Xiaoxiao choked up as she spoke.
Su Fan held her in his arms and said gently, Don't be sad. I will take you to see Grandma tomorrow.
Yeah. But my house is terrible. I hope you won't be disgusted when you see it.
Of course not. I like you, not your house.
Su Xiaoxiao agreed. This means that Su Xiaoxiao has to take Su Fan to meet his parents. She wanted her grandma to see her bringing her boyfriend back home.
I should be happy.
The next morning, Su Fan set out early with Su Xiaoxiao.
After driving for more than 2 hours, they arrived at Su Xiaoxiao's hometown.
This was the first time Su Fan went to Su Xiaoxiao's house. He knew that Su Xiaoxiao's family was not well off, but he didn't expect that she grew up in such a harsh environment. Their house is still an old-fashioned mud-roofed house with tiles.
The neighbors next door all have cement bungalows. Against the backdrop of the bungalows, their small mud house looked very shabby. Chapter 48. A man who can make money is truly successful.
They stood at the door, and Su Xiaoxiao smiled awkwardly. This is my home.
Let's go in.
Seeing such an old house, Su Fan did not feel disgusted at all.
He now wanted to build a house for their family.
Although Su Xiaoxiao will live with him in the future, she will not live in this house. You can even bring your grandma to live with you. But this is my hometown, and I have to repair it no matter what.
Su Fan didn't dislike it, which made Su Xiaoxiao feel relieved.
They came into the house carrying things they bought for Grandma.
Grandma, I'm back.
Grandma was lighting a fire by the stove when she heard Su Xiaoxiao's voice. She immediately stood up and dragged her hunched body over to take a look.
Grandma said happily, Xiaoxiao, why are you back? I came back because I missed you.
At this time, Grandma also noticed Su Fan, who came in with Su Xiaoxiao.
Who is this?
Grandma, this is my boyfriend, Su Fan. Su Xiaoxiao responded to her grandmother's words. Grandma became even more excited after hearing this. Our Xiaoxiao has a boyfriend. Grandma is so happy. Come in and sit down. She turned around and brought a small wooden stool to Su Fan. She would also be embarrassed. It was the first time Xiaoxiao's boyfriend came to our house, and we didn't have anything delicious to treat him. Moreover, the house was so simple, she was afraid that Su Fan would dislike her granddaughter after seeing them living in such a house.
Take a rest, I'll cook for you. Grandma, don't be so polite. Just sit down and we'll take care of the cooking. Su Fan helped his grandmother sit down. Yes, Grandma, you don't have to work, we will do it. And these supplements were bought by Su Fan for you, I put them here. Su Xiaoxiao put the supplements she bought in the corner next to the table. When they arrived at the county town, they got off the car and bought some fresh vegetables. Now, it's time to cook lunch. The two of them started tinkering in the kitchen. Grandma had already lit the fire before they arrived. So there is no need to go through the trouble of relighting the fire. Su Fan asked people to add more firewood to the stove, and Su Xiaoxiao put the spoon into the basin to wash the vegetables. The picture is warm and harmonious. There was smoke rising from the roof, and the house smelled of firewood, as well as rice and cooking. In a short while, lunch was ready. Su Xiaoxiao brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Grandma, it's time to eat. Grandma looked at the plate of shrimps in Su Xiaoxiao's hand and said, such a big plate of shrimps must have cost a lot of money. Shrimp is very expensive for their family, and Grandma has never eaten such expensive shrimp. Su Fan heard it in the kitchen and responded, Grandma, if it doesn't cost much, you shouldn't be reluctant to eat it. After they finished lunch, Grandma suggested that Su Xiaoxiao take Su Fan for a walk around the area. The more she looked at her future grandson-in-law, the more she liked him. Now she can finally rest assured that if she passes away someday, there will be someone to take care of her granddaughter. Su Xiaoxiao listened to her grandmother and took Su Fan for a walk around the area. She also took Su Fan to visit the school where she attended elementary school. We also met many people from the village on the way. An old lady came over and asked curiously, Hey, Xiaoxiao, this isn't your boyfriend, is it? Yeah, he's my boyfriend. There is nothing to hide, Su Xiaoxiao admitted it openly. Not bad, your boyfriend is very handsome. The aunt's face was full of envy. However, there were also some gossips who made unpleasant comments. As a person, he may be very handsome, but being handsome is useless, it also depends on whether he is good at work. My niece started dating a boyfriend last year. Although he is not very good looking, he works in the company. The benefits are good, the salary is high, and it is smart to date a man like this. That's not true. Being handsome can't make a living. The ability to make money is the key. There was even a nosy aunt who pulled Su Xiaoxiao aside. Chapter 49, Causing a Lot of Trouble. I specifically told her, Xiaoxiao, I've been through this before and I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. When you look at a man, don't just look at his appearance. It's useless if the boyfriend you have now is just handsome. I think most men like him have unstable jobs, so you are more suitable for men who work in an office. Auntie advises you to break up with him as soon as possible. Su Fan could hear these words clearly from not far away. The aunties in the village are really worried about Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao was speechless when she heard these words. Then he said, Aunt Wu, Su Fan is not like what you said, he is very good. Others are urging them to reconcile, why are you urging them to separate? Oh, this little girl, why doesn't she listen to the advice of experienced people? Aunt, I am very good at judging people. He is just pretending to be outstanding in order to seduce you. I've seen a lot of people like this, so you'd better be careful. Don't take my kind reminder for granted. Aunt Wu felt very unhappy with Su Xiaoxiao's rebuttal. She was just kindly reminding the young people who were still inexperienced in the world. This is great, it seems like I have gotten myself into trouble. Su Xiaoxiao felt even more upset than Aunt Wu. In the village, their family is the poorest and not many people look up to her. There are so many times when people gossip about me. She doesn't need to care about these. But why did he blame Su Fan? What's funny is that he even encouraged her to break up with Su Fan. This gossipy woman is just sitting at home doing nothing. Aunt Wu, if you have this much free time, you might as well educate your own daughter. Don't you know how strong your daughter is? And you're still criticizing other people's children. Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and mustered up the courage to refute. Anyway, she just didn't want them to say anything bad about Su Fan. Su Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao's cute look as she helped him refute the argument. My heart feels so warm. Normally the girl doesn't argue with others. Now she actually started arguing with others for him. Su Xiaoxiao has always been like a docile little lamb. This is true in school and in the village. Aunt Wu was furious, you little girl, you have grown so powerful that you are now confronting the elders in the village. Don't think you can be proud just because you went to college in a city. You still haven't paid back the money you borrowed from other relatives in the village.
After saying this, Aunt Wu raised her head proudly. Oh, Su Fan couldn't bear to hear such harsh words.
Auntie, your voice smells so bad, did you rinse your mouth with feces this morning? Xiao Xiao goes to the big city to study and comes back looking so proud, so what? If you have the guts, let your daughter get into a prestigious university. Also, I, Su Fan, am not the bad man you say I am. I have a career and I have money. I think that money of mine can be used to destroy your house. And you don't have to worry about Xiao Xiao's family's debt. We are here to pay it back.
Aunt Wu's teeth creaked as she clenched her teeth after hearing Su Fan's words.
You. Boy, everyone can brag, but you? It looks like you only make 3,000 yuan a month. As the aunt spoke, she did not forget to make confusing gestures such as back, back, back. Just as Aunt Wu was immersed in her own confusing behavior.
A middle-aged woman came over and stopped her, saying, Aunt Wu, they are really rich.
The car I saw him driving today was a Rolls-Royce.
The middle-aged woman recognized the Rolls-Royce Golden Man logo.
I don't know if it's an illusion or something.
In short, in her opinion, Rolls-Royce is a luxury car. It would be impossible to get it without several million. Therefore, those who can afford a Rolls-Royce are all wealthy people.
Chapter 50, Rolls-Royce? My car is still a Beijing Hyundai. Aunt Wu said impatiently, what Rolls-Royce? My car is a Beijing Hyundai. I spent 200,000 yuan to buy it.
When saying this, Aunt Wu looked at people with her nose up.
Be more and more arrogant. Like she was the richest person in the world.
The middle-aged woman couldn't help but laugh at her. Aunt Wu, you really have no sense at all. How can a car worth more than 200,000 yuan be compared with a car worth several million yuan?
Rolls-Royce is worth several million yuan. Even elementary school students know about Rolls-Royce, but you don't know it. Aunt Wu is usually domineering and looks down on others.
The middle-aged woman had long been fed up with her. However, her family was not as rich as Aunt Wu's, so she could only suppress her dissatisfaction in her heart.
Now she finally found an opportunity to make fun of Aunt Wu. Millions? No way. A car worth hundreds of dollars, how much salary do you need a month to afford it? Aunt Wu lowered her head in embarrassment. Wrong decision.
If she knew Su Xiaoxiao's boyfriend was so rich, she wouldn't have said that.
If you offend them, you will never be able to curry favor with them again. Oh, that's Xiao Xiao, take your boyfriend for a good tour around the village. I haven't fed the pigs at home yet.
I'm going to go back and feed the pigs, so I won't chat with you guys anymore. Before Aunt Wu left in disgrace, she did not forget to find a way out. It was very disappointing to meet such a person, and Su Xiaoxiao was in no mood to continue traveling with Su Fan.
So they went home.
When I got home, I didn't see Grandma at home. Su Xiaoxiao guessed that she should have gone to the vegetable garden at the foot of the mountain.
Xiao Xiao, do you have any photos of your childhood?
Su Fan really wanted to see what she looked like when she was a child. She must have been very cute when she was a child.
Yes, there is, but I won't show it to you. I want to see it. No. Hey, say it again.
Su Fan approached Su Xiaoxiao with a wicked smile on his face. Su Xiaoxiao still said no, but her voice became noticeably softer.
Okay, if you don't give it to me, I'll start tickling you.
Su Fan stretched out his evil claws and was ready to attack Su Xiaoxiao at any time. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately begged for mercy. Okay, I'll give it to you. Please put away your claws. Every time Su Fan said this, he would really mean it. She was afraid of this move. If Su Fan tickled me,
it was really itchy. Su Xiaoxiao went into the room and took out a very old photo album. For you. She handed it to Su Fan. Su Fan took the photo album and opened it immediately. This chubby face is so cute.
Su Xiaoxiao glanced over and said, that was when I was 4 years old.
You were so fat when you were little. I guess you couldn't run even if I asked you to.
Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, are you disgusted with me? So cute, how could I dislike it? In the future, you should give me a chubby monkey cub like this. As he was talking, Su Fan took out his cell phone and took a picture of her when she was a child.
What?
I'll take a picture and save it in my phone. When I miss you, I'll take it out and take a look at it. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to snatch the phone and delete the photos. As a result, not only did Su Xiaoxiao fail to snatch the hug, but she was also hugged by Su Fan.
Don't move. I won't delete the photos.
No, you will definitely use that photo to make fun of me in the future. Su Xiaoxiao tried to break free and wanted to continue snatching Su Fan's phone.
If you try to steal me again, I'll kiss you.
Su Fan threatened him.
Su Xiaoxiao's face turned red instantly.
Before she could reply, Su Fan kissed her.
As soon as their lips touched, Su Xiaoxiao's grandmother opened the door and came in.
She happened to see this scene. When Su Xiaoxiao heard the noise, she quickly pushed Su Fan away. And she was too shy to look at her grandma. Grandma smiled knowingly and said, "You came back at the right time.
This is how young people should fall in love."
You guys continue, Grandma will go wash the vegetables that she just picked from the garden. Grandma is an experienced person, so she can understand what happens between lovers. Besides, she has decided on this grandson-in-law. After saying this, Grandma walked out with a smile.
Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao didn't stay long.
I stayed in my hometown for one day and then returned to City A.
Su Fan also started looking for a good nursing home for Su Xiaoxiao's grandmother.
After all, she was old and sick, and Su Xiaoxiao was not by her side.
If you go to a nursing home, there will be special people to take care of you.
This way Su Xiaoxiao can feel at ease when she is outside. It was time to pay salaries, and Su Xiaoxiao went back to her hometown for a day. Therefore, the salary calculation was delayed. In order to pay her employees on time, she worked all night to prepare the payroll.
Chapter 51, Too Greedy, isn't this enough? After finishing the payroll, she went to Su Fan's office and asked Su Fan to sign it.
Su Fan, the payroll has been prepared, please sign it.
Su Fan glanced at it and then signed his name. Everyone's salary was within his expectations.
After receiving their salaries this time, those who have thought about changing jobs probably won't have that urge anymore.
However, Su Fan will still focus on evaluating those with poor performance.
Once you sign, I'll give it to the finance department and have them pay you your salary.
No problem.
After working for a period of time, let us look at Su Xiaoxiao again. There is already another kind of mature charm. Wearing a smart business outfit, her figure is more obvious. The shyness and immaturity on her face were a little less.
However, she has a bit more charm of a mature woman.
Su Fan felt that Su Xiaoxiao was even more charming like this.
He put his arms around Su Xiaoxiao's slender waist. Another gentle tug and she was straddling his lap.
Being embraced by a pair of big hands, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed.
What are you doing? Let go quickly. This is the company.
It would be bad if our colleagues saw us.
Su Fan grinned, you mean, I can do whatever I want when I get home? Su Xiaoxiao pinched Su Fan's face shyly, what do you think? Really? Is it really what I thought? This made Su Fan start to daydream endlessly.
Su Xiaoxiao moved in and lived with him for a few months.
But we have never slept in the same room. It's so difficult to have sex with this little girl. I don't know when I will be able to completely pass her assessment. Is it possible to do?
Su Fan had a wicked smile on his face.
Su Xiaoxiao immediately understood, you bad guy, you just want to.
As she spoke, her face became redder and she immediately got off Su Fan's lap. However, Su Xiaoxiao still took the initiative to peck Su Fan's lips.
That's enough. Of course it's not enough. Greedy.
After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao turned around and left the office. In the office, she felt that the two of them being too close was indeed a bad influence.
Ding dong. Du Ziting received the message.
As soon as I turned on my phone, I found a message notifying me that my salary had arrived. When he saw the eye-catching salary amount, he jumped up excitedly, the salary has arrived.
And it's really a lot.
When Qin Shoxing heard that his salary had arrived, he also opened his mobile phone to check the message. Oh my god, he also jumped up excitedly. The two were so excited that they almost hugged each other. Oh my god, this salary is beyond my imagination.
Su Fan, my god, you helped me make a lot of money. Although Du Zitang and Qin Shoxing are non-professionals.
But in the past few months, under Su Fan's encouragement, the two of them have worked hard to learn. His performance last month was pretty good. Each person received a salary of more than 100,000 yuan.
How could they remain calm after receiving such a huge salary all at once? Du Ziting's voice was trembling a little when he spoke.
Lao Qin, my previous concept of a maximum monthly salary was more than 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. But today, I refreshed my cognition. I received a salary of more than 100,000 yuan a month. I have become one of the high-income earners in the eyes of others, so I must celebrate.
It's a must, a whole meal.
Qin Shouxing was also very excited when he saw more than 100,000 yuan deposited into his account.
Drink. Okay, let's drink. I'll call Su Fan right now.
Su Fan was blowing Su Xiaoxiao's hair. At this moment I received a call from Du Ziting.
Brother Du, what's the matter so late? Su Fan picked up the phone. Su Fan, come out for a drink.
I got my salary today, I'll treat you to a drink.
Wow, you thought of treating me to a drink after getting your salary.
Brother, of course you should. Even though you are the one who pays us, it doesn't affect my treat at all.
Okay, send me the location and get out right away. Su Fan hung up the phone, and Su Xiaoxiao asked, want to go out?
Yes, Du Ziting will treat you to a drink, go change your clothes quickly.
Let's go together and kill him.
Su Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, how about I call Xie Xiaotang as well? You know, she has some feelings for Qin Shouxing. Okay, it would be great if Qin Shouxing, who has been single since birth, could find a way out.
Chapter 52 Preparing for Pregnancy? How many babies do you plan to have?
Su Xiaoxiao called Xie Xiaotang first.
Hello? What's up, Xiaoxiao?
The other person's voice sounded a little weak, probably he had already lain down.
Xiaotang, are you asleep?
Yeah, I have nothing to do after get off work, and it's not like you have a boyfriend.
I can only lie down early and let the pillow accompany me.
Xie Xiaotang yawned as he spoke.
Hurry up and get up. Let's go out for a midnight snack. Qin Shouxing is here too.
Really? Okay, I'll get up right away. When Xie Xiaotang heard that Qin Shouxing was also going, he immediately perked up.
There is absolutely no trace of the depression just now. When you are dressed, wait at home. Su Fan and I will come pick you up.
Okay. Su Xiaoxiao changed her clothes after finishing her phone call.
Not long after, Su Fan's car stopped downstairs of Xie Xiaotang's rental house.
Xie Xiaotang was already waiting for them downstairs. She had seen Su Fan's car before, when it was still far away.
She already knew they were coming. Look at how impressive this car is. Xie Xiaotang has never ridden in Su Fan's car.
Now I'm about to get into the luxury car, and I'm still quite excited.
Xiaotang, hurry up.
Good.
Xie Xiaotang got in the car.
Su Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat, so she was free to sit in the back. I can't help but sigh, luxury cars are luxury cars, the feeling of making them is just different. Su Fan smiled and said, keep working hard. Qin Shouxing also has great potential. Maybe soon, he will also be driving a luxury car.
Xie Xiaotang's face flushed slightly, but she usually didn't blush that easily.
Now if you joke with her about Qin Shouxing, she will definitely blush.
What does it have to do with me if she has a luxury car? Xie Xiaotang blushed and said one thing but meant another.
Su Xiaoxiao looked back at her and saw that she was blushing.
He teased her, Xiaotang, this is not your usual style. I'm always like this.
Bullshit.
You never blushed no matter what I said to you before.
Su Fan just made a little joke and your face is turning red like your butt. Xie Xiaotang touched his face and said, no, I'm not blushing.
Ha! Is that because I'm color blind? Ha ha ha, look in the mirror yourself. Su Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to make fun of Xie Xiaotang. Damn it, Xiaoxiao, you have changed. You have been led astray by that kid Su Fan.
Xie Xiaotang said angrily, feeling her face getting hotter and hotter.
Su Fan interrupted, you don't understand, this is called the husband sings and the wife follows. Well, now I can't win over you too.
All that could be heard from the car were the sounds of them joking and bickering.
Half an hour later, they arrived at Du Zitingfa's location.
If you want to drink, the food at the food stalls is still the best.
Drinking big gulps of wine and eating big mouthfuls of meat, that feeling is awesome.
In their opinion, drinking at a food stall is the real deal. That kind of taste is not found in high-end restaurants. So Du Ziting chose the food stall. Su Fan got off the car first, and Du Ziting thought Su Xiaoxiao did not come.
Won't your sister-in-law come and watch you drink?
Su Fan said proudly, your sister-in-law wants to stick to me all day long.
How could I not come? My girlfriend follows me wherever I go.
You guys are jealous, right?
Su Fan, I can't let you be like this, don't think you are our boss now.
He brazenly showed off his girlfriend in front of us.
If we are not happy, we will go on strike.
Qin Shaoxing said in a joking tone.
All right. If we deduct your wages during the strike, I won't feel bad. It's you who will feel bad.
Su Fan retorted with a smile.
Damn capitalists. I became an evil capitalist because you forced me to do so. They were joking around. Su Xiaoxiao got off the car.
Then Xie Xiaotang also got off the car. Du Ziteng noticed immediately, oh, not only is the sister-in-law here. He tugged at Qin Shaoxing's clothes, even Miss Xie is here. The look in his eyes as he looked at Qin Shaoxing revealed something that could only be understood but not expressed in words.
Actually, just because people don't talk about something doesn't mean they don't know about it. Who doesn't know Xie Xiaotang's carefree mind?
Originally, Du Ziteng was sitting next to Qin Shaoxing. But he finally patted the stool and said, Xiaotang, please sit here. I'll give this seat to you. When Qin Shaoxing heard what Du Ziteng said, he felt a little embarrassed.
To be precise, it should be nervous.
He rubbed his hands, feeling that he had no idea where to put them. I didn't have this feeling at all when I met Xie Xiaotang before.
Everyone was chatting casually.
Now they all loved to play jokes on both of them. Now when he saw Xie Xiaotang, he suddenly became nervous. Xie Xiaotang is still thinking about whether to take that position. If she went over and sat there, it would be very obvious that she liked him.
Just when Xie Xiaotang was still hesitating, Du Ziteng added, why? You don't dare.
Look at how fierce you usually are.
You don't even dare to sit next to Qin Shaoxing? A perfect way to provoke someone. Xie Xiaotang really fell for it. Who said I don't dare? Sit down if you want. It won't cost you any more meat.
Having said that, Xie Xiaotang walked over and sat down.
This made everyone laugh.
Qin Shaoxing himself also smiled awkwardly. When he turned around, he was very close to Xie Xiaotang. Looking at her from such a close distance, she seems a little gentler than from a distance.
This woman is usually a little fierce.
Looking at it this way today, it seems quite well behaved.
Now the only one who hasn't arrived yet is He Yang.
When Du Ziteng called He Yang, He Yang said he was on a business trip during the day and would not be back until the evening, so he would be here a little late. But it wasn't too late, they just started eating. He Yang has also arrived. Du Ziteng saw him first and waved, He Yang, here.
He Yang came over and sat next to Du Ziteng.
He looked at Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao, then at Xie Xiaotang and Qin Shaoxing.
I feel like this atmosphere is a bit. He grinned, the combination tonight is pretty good.
One woman and one man over here, and one woman and one man over there too.
Du Ziteng, you tricked me, we are the only ones who are gay. Why didn't you say on the phone that there were female compatriots beside them? Otherwise, I would have brought a girl with me. Du Ziteng chuckled, someone has to accompany me. If you bring a girl with you, I won't be lonely alone. Stop joking, let's have a toast first.
Su Fan picked up the wine glass in front of him. But when he saw Su Xiaoxiao also picked up the wine glass, he replaced it with a drink for her. Girl, you should stop drinking alcohol and drink instead.
Qin Shaoxing saw Su Fan considerately change the drink for Su Xiaoxiao.
Then he said, Su Fan,
you don't give your sister-in-law alcohol, are you trying to prepare for pregnancy? Preparing for pregnancy? Are you planning to have a baby? It's good to have babies, how many do you plan to have?
Qin Shaoxing said this, and several people didn't wait for the two parties to speak.
I agreed excitedly. Chapter 53. Be good, don't move, okay? Seeing everyone is so interested in this issue.
Su Fan turned around and asked Su Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, you have to give birth to children for me.
How many monkey cubs should we have?
There were so many people around, Su Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed.
She was too embarrassed to speak now.
But Su Fan had already asked, so she couldn't just remain silent. One son and one daughter, both sons and daughters.
Su Xiaoxiao answered with a smile. Su Fan suddenly frowned, how can two be enough? How can we not have 5 or 6 children?
Su Xiaoxiao punched his chest with her little pink fist.
Bad guy, you thought it was a sow giving birth.
My goodness, my girlfriend is so cute, how can she be compared to a sow?
Su Fan scratched the tip of Su Xiaoxiao's nose. Several people present said it was an eyesore. Did we see something we shouldn't have seen?
It's all your fault, Qin Shaoxing.
Why don't you bring up something else?
Talking about Su Fan and his sister-in-law having a baby, now we have dog food to go with our wine.
What?
I'm showing some affection to your sister-in-law, and you're not convinced. Su Fan said proudly. I accept it. Of course I accept it, but you still have to consider the feelings of us single guys. Du Ziteng looked aggrieved, he had never even touched a girl's hand. Su Fan fed her dog food, the kind that made people want to fall in love with him. How can a man bear this kind of impulse? He just wants to fall in love when he lies down every day. Lin Yan is a nice girl, Du Ziteng, why don't you try to pursue her? Su Xiaoxiao actually instigated Du Ziteng. I don't dare to pursue her. She is so outstanding, how could she possibly be interested in me? Du Ziteng denied it immediately. It's not that he thinks Lin Yan is bad. But compared to him, Lin Yan is too outstanding. How can he be worthy of Lin Yan when he is such an idiot? How do you know if you don't try? I'm afraid I'll die if I try. You coward. That's why you're single. Su Fan also interrupted. Why don't you talk about Qin Shushing and that kid He Yang? Are they the same as you? Both of them are liked by girls, what about you? These words made Du Ziteng feel heartbroken. Can you blame me for this? Are you blaming your mother? I'm saying you're a coward. Su Fan said deliberately. Good guy, you didn't blame my mother? Du Ziteng spread his hands, unable to argue with them. The root cause of all the problems is that he has no girlfriend. They drank until late at night. Coming out of school, everyone is busy. It's been a long time since I drank so recklessly. Plus tomorrow is a rest day. No one has to go to work, even if you drink late tonight. No need to worry about having to go to work tomorrow morning. Su Fan was almost drunk, so he called a designated driver. He also assigned Qin Shushing a difficult task. Just send Xie Xiaotang home. Xie Xiaotang also drank a lot of wine tonight. It's a bit hard to explain. Only Su Xiaoxiao didn't drink a drop of alcohol. He Yang and Du Ziteng each took a taxi. Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao returned home. Su Xiaoxiao immediately poured a cup of warm water for Su Fan. Here, drink some water to sober you up. Su Fan was a little tipsy and lay down on the sofa as soon as he arrived. When Su Xiaoxiao handed him the hot water, he was in a daze. Leave it there for now and drink it later. No. Su Xiaoxiao put the cup of water on the table and tried to pull Su Fan up. Who would have thought that even though Su Fan was a little tipsy, he still had so much strength? She didn't pull Su Fan up. Instead, he was pulled into Su Fan's arms by the reaction force. Hey, don't act like a hooligan when you're drunk. Su Xiaoxiao threw herself into his arms. Just hug for a while. Su Fan hugged Su Xiaoxiao and said softly. But will it be comfortable for me to press you like this? It must be comfortable. Su Fan had a wicked smile on his face. How could Su Xiaoxiao feel this kind of feeling? Su Xiaoxiao lay there for a while and felt it was difficult to breathe. And she also felt hot. In order to calm everyone down, she prepared to get up. But Su Fan held her tightly. Be good, don't move. I feel uncomfortable if I don't move. Su Xiaoxiao struggled to get up. Okay, I'll let you go then. I saw Su Xiaoxiao's little face flushed red. It must be extremely uncomfortable. So Su Fan let go. Let her move. Okay, get up and drink some water. After Su Xiaoxiao started to laugh, he pouted. Su Fan got up obediently and drank the water. Su Fan took a sip and asked, Did you add lemon juice? Yes, my grandmother told me before that adding lemon juice can sober you up. Su Fan didn't know whether lemon water could really sober people up. However, the lemonade prepared by Su Xiaoxiao is quite delicious. Just take a gulp and finish the cup. While he was resting, Su Xiaoxiao went to take a shower. However, he heard the sound of water again. It hurts. This annoying little goblin, when will I be able to let him pass the test? After taking a shower, Su Xiaoxiao shouted out from her room. Su Fan, you have to take a shower after you have rested. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning, take a shower and go to bed early. It's too late, I won't wash anymore. Su Fan replied. If you don't want to wash it, then don't wash it. You're not sleeping in my bed anyway. Wife, you are so cruel. You won't let me get into your bed. Su Fan felt aggrieved. It depends on your performance. Go take a shower. After Su Fan came out of the shower, he felt sleepy. It wasn't long before he fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was already past 10 in the morning.
He came out after washing. Then I saw Su Xiaoxiao busy in the kitchen.
Su Fan walked in and put his arms around her slender waist from behind.
Wife, you are so virtuous. You come as soon as you get home to prepare food for your boyfriend.
After saying that, he buried his head in Su Xiaoxiao's neck.
Stop it, it's itchy. I'm still cooking, go out and stay here. Su Xiaoxiao shrank her neck.
She has been ticklish since she was a child. I really felt itchy just now.
Hurry up, go out and wait.
Su Xiaoxiao said gently, and that voice was so sweet to hear. After being ordered to leave, Su Fan had no choice but to wait in the living room.
After a while, the meal was ready.
Su Fan went to the kitchen to help Su Xiaoxiao serve the dishes. After eating 3 dishes and having a soup, Su Fan's stomach started growling when he smelled the delicious food. Sitting at the dining table, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something. Last night Xia Xiaotang put the lipstick in her bag and forgot to take it. So she called Xia Xiaotang. I wanted to tell her that she would send it over later, and we could go shopping together.
The phone rang for a long time before Xia Xiaotang answered it. This guy must not have woken up yet. Hey, Xiaoxiao. The sun is shining on my butt and I haven't gotten up yet. Well, I'm so sleepy. There was a hint of panic in Xia Xiaotang's tone.
Su Xiaoxiao could hear this subtle change.
Xiaotang, why do you seem strange? What's wrong? No. Nothing happened.
As soon as Xia Xiaotang finished speaking, a boy's voice appeared.
Xia Xiaotang, why is there no water in your bathroom? Chapter 54, Go to the Island Country to Sweep.
When Su Xiaoxiao heard the voice, she was shocked at first. This man's voice sounds familiar.
It seems to be Qin Xiaoxing's voice? Su Xiaoxiao immediately asked, Xiaotang, why is there a man's voice in your room? Is it Qin Xiaoxing?
This idiot called out while she was on the phone.
Now she couldn't hide it anymore, she said awkwardly, well, it was him, last night.
He stayed at your place last night?
Well, and we both got drunk last night, and then that happened. What should we do, Xiaoxiao?
Su Xiaoxiao was surprised again. But think about it, if drunk men and women are in the same room, something could easily happen.
What's Qin Xiaoxing's attitude? Have no idea.
Xia Xiaotang said listlessly. She likes Qin Xiaoxing, but she doesn't know whether Qin Xiaoxing likes her too.
What happened last night was purely an accident and I acted on impulse. Qin Xiaoxing can't be blamed for this. What's going on? If this guy doesn't take responsibility, I'll skin him alive.
Su Xiaoxiao rarely gets so excited that she says harsh words.
A quiet girl suddenly said this. Su Fan, who was sitting next to them, was horrified. Xiaoxiao, let's not talk about it for now. I want to be quiet.
After saying that, Xia Xiaotang hung up the phone.
At this time, Su Fan spoke, Xiaoxiao, what happened to you today? Did you take medicine? Whose skin are you going to pluck? Su Fan was cautious, he guessed that the girl must still be very excited. Qin Xiaoxing. Why? Su Xiaoxiao paused, he did that with Xia Xiaotang last night. Ah.
For Su Fan, this news was shocking enough. This guy, he was already doing that with Xia Xiaotang before they even started dating.
Faster than him.
He and Su Xiaoxiao have been dating for several months, but it hasn't come to that stage yet. Qin Xiaoxing is indeed Qin Xiaoxing.
Although he likes to tell jokes normally, he still looks silly overall.
I didn't expect him to move so quickly. But you probably won't have the chance to skin Qin Xiaoxing.
I know him, and he is not the irresponsible type.
If he was really irresponsible, there would be no need for my wife to skin him alive. I skinned Qin Xiaoxing alive.
If that's the case, then wouldn't it be natural for the two of them to be together? Su Xiaoxiao said. I don't know what's going on between the two of them. Let's see how things develop. It's all your fault that this happened to them. Why are you blaming me all of a sudden?
If you hadn't asked Qin Xiaoxing to take Xia Xiaotang home, they wouldn't have been able to have sex after drinking. I'm worried that a drunk girl might be in danger on her way home.
It's better for this to happen to Qin Xiaoxing than to happen to others. Wife, don't you think I'm right? Su Fan's eyes were innocent. He had never expected that they would behave like this after drinking. So did you also want to have sex after drinking last night? Su Xiaoxiao turned her face away. Hey, my wife still understands me. He wanted to, but he didn't succeed. As for me, I have the will but not the courage to do it.
I have to consult Qin Shoshing about this matter.
You dare? Why not? You're my wife.
The two started flirting with each other.
The picture is very harmonious.
On weekdays, Qin Shoshing came to work. Su Fan saw that he was in good spirits. It's not like the kind of state where you're troubled afterward. When Qin Shoshing took the report to Su Fan's office,
Su Fan coughed twice. Ahem. What good things did you do the night before last? He asked deliberately. Ah? You know that too?
Qin Shoshing felt guilty when he heard Su Fan say this.
I immediately reflexively thought of that incident.
You are so brave, kid. I was drunk at the time and didn't know what was going on, so I just acted on impulse. It happened, I really didn't mean it, I'm so sorry to Xie Xiaotang.
You mean you don't take responsibility? We have been brothers for so many years. You know me well. How could I be that kind of irresponsible scumbag?
Qin Shoshing shrugged.
Scumbag. He definitely won't be one.
In the past, he did think that Xie Xiaotang was quite aggressive and that she was not his type. But now, he thinks Xie Xiaotang is still pretty good. Although not so gentle, he has a kind heart.
So, how are you going to take responsibility? Su Fan asked him. So I declare that I now have a girlfriend too.
When Qin Shoshing spoke, a happy smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Xie Xiaotang agreed? Nonsense, she was the one who confessed to me, brother, I'm awesome.
Qin Shoshing finally found something to be proud of and could show off in front of Su Fan. He never thought that there would come a day when a girl would chase him and confess her love to him.
Congratulations, brother. You finally don't have to be a virgin solo. You can't let me down so easily.
Having said that, it's amazing that Qin Shoshing and Xie Xiaotang got together so quickly.
It's all thanks to Su Fan, he can be considered the matchmaker.
If Qin Shoshing treated Xie Xiaotang badly, then he, the matchmaker, will also feel bad.
I see.
Now that I've gotten to know her, I've discovered that Xie Xiaotang is such a good girl.
How could I possibly let her down? That's good to know.
To celebrate your success in finding your partner, I'll give you an extra 5,000 yuan bonus this month. Just consider it as your date expenses.
Oh my god. The boss is so generous, he even gives me a bonus for dating. Where can I find such a good boss?
I will tell Du Ziting about this and encourage him to find one as soon as possible.
Then come and collect the dating fund you gave me.
Qin Shoshing patted Su Fan on the shoulder.
This brother is so loyal. Su Fan smiled and said, finally one has been dealt with. There are only two singles left, He Yang and Du Zitung. Qin Shoshing, you are the most promising.
After chatting for a while, Qin Shoshing went out to do something. Now that he has a girlfriend, he has to work even harder.
After Qin Shoshing went out, Su Fan asked Lin Zixin to come to his office. Boss Su, what do you want from me?
I'm going abroad soon and it may take some time for me to come back. I'll leave the company's affairs to you.
Yesterday Su Fan had an idea.
He wanted to go to the island country to raid their stock market.
Why is it an island country? The reason is very simple. This small island country has always been annoying. Okay, I understand. I will make sure to arrange everything for the company while you are away.
Lin Zixin could not help but feel that she was under a lot of pressure. But she thought she should be able to do it well.
Su Fan bought 2 plane tickets to the island country.
Then he took Su Xiaoxiao home to pack her luggage. Su Xiaoxiao was confused.
Isn't it working hours now? Why are you going home? Let's go to the island country. Where are you going to travel? Take you to stock trading.
Chapter 55, Boy, you're dead this time. Su Xiaoxiao is in the foreign languages department and is proficient in multiple languages.
The language of the island nation is beyond doubt.
Su Fan didn't understand the language of the island country, so when he got there he couldn't understand what he heard or saw.
A translator is required.
It would be just right for Su Xiaoxiao to go with him.
They went home and simply packed their bags.
And bought a plane ticket to the island country. More than 3 hours later, they got off the plane. They first found a hotel to stay in. After putting away your luggage, you will reach the island country's stock trading center. There are relatively few people from island countries investing in the stock market.
Compared with stock speculation, they prefer to deposit their money in the bank. Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao walked into the trading center.
A young man came towards them.
Speaking in the island language, "Excuse me, do you two need any help?" Su Fan didn't understand. The system does not give him the ability to speak language. At this time, I can only rely on Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what does he mean? He asked us if we needed any help.
Oh, I see. Then tell him I need to open an account to trade stocks.
Su Xiaoxiao nodded.
Then he said to the young man, I want to open an account to trade stocks.
Could you please help me with the operation?
Okay, both of you please come over here. The young man's name is Shanmu, and he is a powerful trader in the trading center. In no time, he helped Su Fan open an account. After opening the account, he said, Mr. Su, I am your trader now.
If you have any questions, you can ask me. Su Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao.
It's really troublesome not being able to understand these bird languages. After Su Xiaoxiao translated, Su Fan said, I'm sorry, I don't need a trader. Shanmu was surprised, Sir, it looks like you are speculating in island country stocks for the first time.
Are you sure you can do it?
My goodness, the Japanese devils actually question others so casually.
What's more, Su Fan is a man. Su Fan said speechlessly, okay, I'm in good health.
Su Xiaoxiao translated it word for word to Shanmu. Yamaki suddenly felt embarrassed and realized that he shouldn't say no to a male customer. Su Fan didn't need a trader, and Shanmu didn't continue to impose his trading business on Su Fan. Just at this time, Shanmu's big customer Tingmu came over.
Hello, Mr. Fujiki, long time no see. Mr. Tingmu is an old man in his 60s.
As soon as he came in, he saw Shanmu greeted him warmly. He also responded enthusiastically, Shanmu, long time no see, you've become much more handsome.
Yamaki and Fujiki started chatting. Su Fanza and Su Xiaoxiao were trading stocks on their own. 50 million was transferred into his account. Su Fan, you transferred so much money?
It's okay.
Su Fan replied indifferently, still thinking that the money was not money.
It's just a string of numbers.
50 million, what if I lose it all?
Su Xiaoxiao didn't understand stocks, but she saw that Su Fan was going to use so much money to invest in stocks. She always worries about losing money.
I've always heard that the stock market is very risky. Although you make money quickly, you also lose money quickly. Some people lost everything they had invested overnight.
Su Fan raised his eyebrows, loss? That's impossible. With the stocks in my hands, I can make a fortune. Xiaoxiao, please help me buy all the Nissan ones. Su Fan couldn't understand the language of the island country, so he could only ask Su Xiaoxiao to help him.
Buy all of them? Isn't that risky?
Su Xiaoxiao doesn't understand stocks, but she can invest in this thing.
It's safer to diversify your investments. Isn't it extremely risky to bet all your money on one stock now?
I guess anyone who watches Su Fan trading stocks will easily have a heart attack.
Just bet on him, you will definitely make money. Su Fan said firmly.
However, Mr. Fujiki next to him could understand the language of Longwe. He understood everything that Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao said. He quickly noticed Su Fan. Because Su Fan's stock trading method is too extreme.
It's just for fun.
Mr. Fujiki is now 60 years old.
He started trading stocks at the age of 20.
I have been holding stocks for 40 years. He is now the island country's #1 stock god.
Everyone in the island country's stock market knows him. Because he is good at stock trading, many investors admire him. In short, he has a huge influence in the stock market.
When he heard Su Fan ask Su Xiaoxiao to use 50 million to buy Nissan motor, it can be concluded that Su Fan is a rookie stock trader. And he's very arrogant. He just can't stand young people who don't know how to trade stocks and are very arrogant.
I don't even know my own weight.
Young man, this is not how you play the stock market. Playing it this way will only lead to your own death. You will definitely lose money if you buy Nissan, and if you don't lose money, you won't make any money either. Mr. Fujiki is very familiar with this stock, he bought it last year. Let him make a small profit, and when it fell sharply, he sold it in time, so he reaped the biggest dividend from this stock. After he sold it, the stock kept falling.
There is no sign of recovery yet. Based on actual combined analysis, this stock will continue to fall. Because the company is already in financial crisis.
However, if a company wants to go public, it must enter the stock market for financing.
Get more funds for development.
Now this stock has fallen to the point where it seems there is no way back.
It will be difficult for this company to recover.
Mr. Fujiki has 100,000 reasons not to be optimistic about this stock. And this young man from Longwa actually bet 50 million directly on this stock. I will definitely make money if I buy this stock for 50 million.
You will see me making money later. Su Fan was as determined as ever. Nonsense, how could he not be firm?
The page in the system shows the trend clearly. This stock is about to pick up. The price is the lowest at this time, and it is the best time to buy and hold.
Just buy and earn.
For Su Fan, he came to the island country just to make money.
I see that you also buy stocks frequently. You can buy this stock with me and we can make money together. Su Fan said to Mr. Fujiki with a smile. Mr. Fujiki smiled disdainfully. He is not a fool.
He is the #1 stock god in the island country.
80% of my judgment is accurate.
Unless he was out of his mind, he would buy this stock from Su Fan.
I'm just reminding you kindly, but you want to drag me into this. If you don't believe me, forget it. I'll just make the money myself.
Seeing that the old man had a friendly face, Su Fan also said something casually. It doesn't matter if he doesn't buy it.
Then, Yamaki and Mr. Fujiki made some gestures. Yamaki also knew the content of their conversation just now.
When he learned that Su Fan bought Nissan. I also guess that Su Fan will definitely die this time. Fortunately, Su Fan just rejected him from being a trader. Otherwise, cooperating with such a client would definitely make him very worried.
It's easier to do business with clients like Mr. Fujiki.
Chapter 56. Those who trust me will earn money.
Su Fan, the K line has turned red. Does that mean the price is going up?
Su Xiaoxiao, a stock rookie next to her, asked while staring at her phone. Su Fan said casually, yes, if the K line turns red, it means it's going up, and if it turns green, it means it's going down.
This stock was green just now, but it turned red as soon as I bought it, so it's going up, right? Great, Su Fan, the stocks you bought have gone up in value. Su Xiaoxiao's face was full of joy. Just now she was still worried about Su Fan. When Su Fan heard that the stock price had gone up, he did not show any excitement at all. These were all within his expectations and there were no big surprises. When Mr. Fujiki heard Su Xiaoxiao say that Nissan's stock had gone up, he didn't believe it.
He immediately opened his stock platform to check the current situation of this stock.
Mr. Tengmu was stunned. How did this stock survive?
The stock he valued least actually survived.
Is this young man from Longwa so lucky? Yamaki was surprised when he saw Mr. Fujiki looking at his phone. He asked curiously, Mr. Fujiki, what's wrong? Mr. Fujiki said excitedly, Nissan has increased. Shanmu was also shocked when he heard this. As a trader, he is very sensitive to the ups and downs of the stock market. He had previously listed Nissan Motor Company, Limited as a bad stock. Why did it suddenly go up? In fact, in the island country, they are not the only ones who think that this stock will not rise. Financial analysts in other island nations agree. This is just a backlash, and Nissan is now in financial crisis. How can their stocks continue to rise? I guess I will have to exit the stock market next week. Shanmu analyzed with confidence. Mr. Fujiki also agreed with Yamaki's statement. Based on his experience, this stock will not last long. What shocked him was that the stock actually went up a little bit before he died. Half an hour passed.
Nissan Motor Company, Limited has been in the green and shows no signs of falling. Moreover, the increase has been increasing from 2% to 8%. Mr. Fujiki and Mr. Yamaki were still paying attention to this stock at this time. It's strange, Mr. Yamaki, this stock feels a bit strange.
It's still rising. Is there something wrong with our prediction?
Seeing the rate of increase continue to rise, Shanmu began to doubt himself.
It is normal that there were deviations in previous forecasts.
Because the stock market is unstable.
But there is definitely no point in looking at stocks like this one. The forecast will not be biased. Why is this stock like this? By 3 o'clock, it had risen by 40%. The momentum is very strong.
Because it has already fallen to the bottom and is now rising steadily.
There is no doubt that you can make a lot of money on this stock. Nissan was already in a serious financial crisis.
And also be prepared to withdraw from the stock market.
What I never expected was the critical moment.
Their boss attracted a wealthy investor.
The financial crisis is over.
This was the news that Mr. Yamaki and Mr. Fujiki only saw after the stock price soared.
Su-fan, the stocks you bought have soared, amazing. By this calculation, I have made a lot of money. How do you know that this stock will definitely rise sharply? Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su-fan with admiration.
This was the first time she looked at him with admiration.
Just a guess. Su-fan replied.
You're such a good guesser.
My boyfriend is awesome. Guess? Only a fool would believe that.
Of course, Su Xiaoxiao didn't believe that Su-fan could make so much money by guessing.
He must have strong capabilities. The two people were chatting and laughing.
Mr. Yamaki and Mr. Fujiki just stared at Su-fan blankly. Mr. Shanmu, this guy must know the inside story, otherwise how could he bet so accurately?
Among so many stocks today, the one he bought made the most money. It's a real profit. There's no doubt about it. How could someone who can't even speak the island country's language know the inside story? The bet was so accurate, this guy is really good.
After Fujiki finished speaking, he walked beside Su-fan.
Good job, young man. You predicted all of this. Mr. Fujiki's original disdain for Su-fan turned into admiration.
Su-fan looked at the old man. The attitude changed too quickly. Just now he looked like he didn't think highly of him.
Now I start laughing.
It turns out that talented people are welcome wherever they go.
Old man, what do you think? I was right, right? Buying this stock is a sure win.
Judging from the situation, this stock will continue to rise, so you should buy it now.
You can still get a little bit of sweetness. If you trust me, you will definitely make money. How do you analyze that this stock will rise today? Professional people ask professional questions. Fujiki really wanted to know his analysis. It looks good. Su-fan answered casually. This answer is better than telling them that he has a system that can check trends. Of course, Fujiki knew that what Su-fan said was definitely not true.
I think he just wants to share his experience. But after Su-fan finished speaking,
Fujiki really followed him and bought this stock. Su-fan saw Fujiki bought it and added another sentence. It must be sold the day after tomorrow afternoon. The price will start to drop slightly the day after tomorrow afternoon. The following words may become unstable again.
At this moment, Fujiki had the illusion that Su-fan was teaching him how to trade stocks. He nodded for some unknown reason.
Agree with everything Su-fan said.
At this moment, he did not look like the number one stock god of the island country at all. Who would have thought that one day, the island country's number one stock god would follow a young man in his 20s from the dragon country to buy stocks?
And the young man has just entered the industry. If this news spreads to Longhua, I'm afraid even the shareholders of Longhua will feel proud.
2 days later, Su-fan sold all his holdings. At this time, he had already earned 40 million, and with the principal, the total was 90 million. He used another 90 million to buy 3 stocks, Kangda Trading Company, Limited, Dongmo Holdings, and Yuenya Company, Ltd. Mr. Fujiki kept Su-fan's words in mind and sold all the Nissan shares he had bought the next afternoon. He also made 10 million from it. Good boy, he actually made 10 million in 2 days. This was a height he had never reached in his previous 40 years of stock trading career.
He can make $1 million in 2 days.
But he had never thought about making tens of millions in 2 days. However, a young boy from Dragon Country helped him reach this height. Everyone heard that Mr. Fujiki made 10 million in the stock market in 2 days. They all worship him. Mr. Fujiki is worthy of being the number one stock god in the island country. He has achieved another great success.
Mr. Fujiki is awesome. I wonder if Mr. Fujiki is still accepting apprentices. I want to learn stocks from him.
You made 10 million in 2 days, Mr. Fujiki, please be merciful and don't take all the meat. Please give some to small shareholders like us. P.S. Dear readers, please help me to update more, leave comments and rate me.
Thank you so much. Chapter 57, Sweep and Sweep, Revive the Glory of Our Dragon Nation.
It was also because Mr. Fujiki made 10 million in 2 days by trading stocks. Many people in the industry who had dealings with him called to congratulate him and say a lot of words of worship. Mr. Fujiki felt that he did not deserve these words.
So he posted a message on his personal social media platform. Hashtag hello everyone, I am Fujiki. Everyone has always called me the stock god. I once thought that I was the stock god, but when I met a young man from Longwa a few days ago, I began to feel that experts are everywhere, and I am just an ordinary stock investor. I made 10 million from stock trading in the past 2 days, and everyone admires me. In fact, you don't have to worship me. I'm just following the trend of that young man from Dragon Country. This time I made 10 million in just 2 days by speculating in stocks, but the glorious moment did not belong to me. But it's the young man from Dragon Country. Mr. Fujiki published a long article in which he gave Su Fan a very high evaluation. Those who usually pay attention to Mr. Fujiki were quite shocked when they saw it. For decades, Mr. Fujiki has been a big name in our island nation's stock market. What kind of young people from Dragon Country can make Mr. Fujiki call himself an ordinary stockholder? I have always thought that Fujiki is the best at stock trading, but now Fujiki actually says that there is a young man who is better than him. Moreover, the young man also made 10 million in 2 days by investing in stocks with Fujiki. Is the young man from Dragon Country really that powerful? Following the publication of Mr. Fujiki's remarks, the young man from Dragon Country aroused everyone's curiosity. How capable is this young man? And he came from Dragon Country. Most people in the island country feel that their country is stronger than the Dragon Country. Now the number one stock god in the island country actually depreciated himself in front of a Dragon countryman and said he was just an ordinary stock investor. Many people immediately went to dig up the legendary young man from Dragon Country. At this time, Su Fan had already made 3.6 billion in the island country's stock market. The employees at the trading center were in an uproar. And someone also dug out a young man named Su Fan who made 3.6 billion in the island country's stock market in a short period of time. This is the young man from Dragon Country mentioned by Mr. Fujiki. After learning that Su Fan made a huge profit of 3.6 billion in the island country's stock market, the people of the island nation are no longer calm. This guy came to our island country on purpose to make money. 3.6 billion, what a concept, and he made that much in just over a week. What kind of god is this? And he comes from the Dragon Kingdom. I used to think that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were all ordinary people. It turns out that his money-making skills are better than any of us. Oh my god. There are such talented young people in Longwa. I instantly want to send my own children to study in Longwa. Maybe I can make more than 3 billion when I come back. Su Fan made more than 3 billion in a short period of time, which caused a sensation in the island country. I just exclaimed that this young man is amazing. Even the Prime Minister of the island country wanted to meet Su Fan. But Su Fan refused. He came to get money from the island country, not to meet their Prime Minister. Besides, he has no feelings for the Prime Minister of the island country. After plundering more than 3 billion from the island country, Su Fan immediately took Su Xiaoxiao back to China. Su Xiaoxiao felt like she was still dreaming. Su Fan, I counted that string of numbers over and over again, and it really is more than 3 billion. You have earned more than 3 billion. When will you be able to spend all this money? Su Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw Su Xiaoxiao's silly look. Are you starting to worry about running out of money now? No matter how much money others earn, they always think it's not enough. But you're worried that you won't be able to spend it all. That's a lot of money. Just counting the numbers would make me dizzy. Isn't that enough? Not to mention Su Xiaoxiao, even a rich second generation would be very excited if he saw so much money. What's more, Su Xiaoxiao has never seen a rich person since she was a child. If she were allowed to spend it all, she would never be able to finish it in several lifetimes. It's okay, I still have to keep making money and let you live like a princess. We are going to have several more children, and we have to ensure their quality of life. So, having earned more than 3 billion, I, as a future father, will have to continue making money. And I want to make my business bigger and stronger. In Su Fan's opinion, he still needs to continue making money. He is also very ambitious. Now that I have been reborn, I must do something meaningful. Don't miss Su Xiaoxiao anymore and let your parents live a good life. He also wants to build a business empire. However, Su Xiaoxiao also supports Su Fan. I just heard Su Fan say that he wanted to give her a good life and also consider the future children. A sense of happiness arises spontaneously. Su Fan. Ha? You called my name but you didn't say anything? I just like calling your name, Su Fan, Su Fan, Su Fan. Naughty.
Su Fan pinched Su Xiaoxiao's little nose.
Return to Dragon Country.
The news that Su Fan earned 3.6 billion in the island country also spread to the Dragon Country.
This news will not only cause a stir in the island nation. The same is true in Dragon Country. Netizens on Weibo forwarded this topic one after another. Su Fan is amazing.
He went to the island country and made 3.6 billion.
He did a great job. He is a role model for our generation.
I have always hated the entrepreneurs from the island countries coming to Dragon Country to make money. This time, Su Fan made more than 3 billion from them in just over a week.
Although the money is not mine, I feel great.
I support Su Fan to continue sweeping the island country's stock market and boost the glory of our Dragon Country.
Professor Liang also needs to know this news. He couldn't help but sigh. Su Fan is definitely a well-deserved financial genius.
He was not mistaken.
This leading figure in the financial circle immediately wrote down his high praise for Su Fan on Weibo.
As a scholar who has studied financial products for many years, I have come into contact with countless financial talents. I have never seen anyone more capable than Su Fan.
He is the most talented financial talent I have ever met.
They all praised Su Fan. Wow, even Professor Liang, a great figure, has come out to comment on Su Fan. This means that Su Fan has been highly recognized in the financial community. It's not easy to make over 3 billion in such a short period of time. It can be said that no one in Dragon Country can surpass Su Fan. I used to admire President Ling of the Finance Association, who often gave financial lectures. I went to every session, but my stock trading was still a mess.
Now I feel like I'm going to become a fan.
It's better to worship Su Fan than to worship President Ling.
I wonder when Su Fan will give a lecture. If he does, I will be the first to go. Many people know Su Fan. President Ling saw netizens leaving messages in Professor Liang's comment section. I feel really bad. Obviously, everyone admired him before.
Why are those admiring eyes now attracted away by Su Fan?
Chapter 58 Su Fan, I still want my kidney. President Ling called Lu Kai angrily. Old Lu, have you read today's news and Professor Liang's remarks?
I see, it's that Su Fan again. Lu Kai said unhappily. He already disliked Su Fan and Pilot Company. Now he has become very popular in the circle because he made more than 3 billion yuan by speculating in stocks in the island country. This made him feel even worse. He had struggled for more than 20 years, and now he saw that his status and honor were about to be taken away by a young man who had just entered the industry.
Lu Kai was unwilling.
Before, I thought he was just lucky and had the money to destroy his own company. I thought that with his behavior, the company would fail soon, but I was wrong about him.
His company is doing very well now. He is also famous in the stock market. President Ling shook his head. The president of the Finance Association is elected by the members. People who have great influence in the circle are chosen to lead the association.
He suddenly felt that his position was in jeopardy. After all, Su Fan made more than 3 billion by trading stocks in the island country. And the total amount he made from stock trading was less than 200 million. Over the years, he has won everyone's admiration through lectures and his first-class eloquence.
President Ling's heart trembled, and he felt very guilty.
When it comes to actual combat, he really can't compare to Su Fan. Lu Kai sighed, if we continue to let this situation develop, there may not be a place for the two of us in the financial circle in the future.
How could he not sigh?
Before that, he had instructed the human resources manager to recruit the backbone and outstanding employees of the company. As a result, he not only failed to recruit anyone, but also several excellent employees resigned from his company and joined Linghang.
It's infuriating just thinking about it.
Yes, in the future, the association will not invite him to any large-scale events.
No matter how many Professor Liangs came to intercede, it was useless. President Ling said solemnly. The two chatted for a long time and finally reached an agreement. Find a good opportunity to suppress Su Fan. Su Fan's heroic deeds spread throughout the outside world.
Of course, the people inside the pilot company also knew about it. The employees are all proud to have such a great boss. When I get home from get off work and talk about work with my family and neighbors. If you are not careful, you might say, our boss is so awesome. He made more than 3 billion by trading stocks in the island country in just over a week.
The little expression looks very proud. Su Fani came to the office.
Du Ziteng and Qin Shouxing immediately rushed into his office? Du Ziting wanted to go up and hug Su Fan's thighs. Because she was afraid it was too thick, her sister-in-law wouldn't let him hold it.
Su Fan, you are my idol now. When can I become a man like you? Su Fan smiled and said, you should get a girlfriend, then you can become a real man overnight. Du Ziting hit Su Fan and said, you are bullying me because I don't have a girlfriend.
Su Fan chuckled, I'm telling the truth, if you don't believe me, ask Qin Xiaoxing.
Is that why he feels like a real man?
Qin Xiaoxing also interrupted at this time, old Du, Su Fan is right.
Look at me now.
I am full of energy and radiant.
I am becoming more and more manly and charming.
Qin Xiaoxing praised himself without reservation.
This made Du Ziting even more sad. Oh, my good brothers, you all bully him for not having a girlfriend.
Du Ziting looked at Qin Xiaoxing and then followed his words.
Brother, you look so energetic, are you the legendary man who has sex several times a night?
Qin Xiaoxing tilted his head and said, you must be envious. Several people were arguing with each other. Suddenly the office was filled with laughter.
Boom boom boom. Su Xiaoxiao knocked on the door and then pushed it open.
Seeing the smiles on their faces, Su Xiaoxiao said, what are you talking about?
You seem so happy.
Sister-in-law, you should ask Su Fan alone. It's more appropriate for her to tell you about this kind of happiness. Qin Xiaoxing looked at the two of them with a wicked smile. Su Fan and Su Xiaoxiao have been dating for so long.
Su Fan must have experienced a lot of that kind of happiness. But only Su Fan knew that he hadn't yet.
Su Xiaoxiao heard the hidden meaning in Qin Xiaoxing's words. Her face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she put the documents on Su Fan's desk and went out. Qin Xiaoxing seemed to have noticed something. After Su Xiaoxiao left, he immediately asked Su Fan, brother, seeing how shy the sister-in-law is, you guys haven't.
Su Fan coughed twice, ahem. Want to hide this fact.
Now Qin Xiaoxing is an experienced person.
Su Fan couldn't hide it in front of him anymore, really? No way, Su Fan.
You have lived with my sister-in-law for so long, but you haven't gotten along with her yet. This is such a disgrace to us men.
Du Ziting immediately responded, Qin Xiaoxing, what are you talking about? It's not like every boy would take the initiative like you do.
Su Fan, this is called being responsible to your sister-in-law, okay? Su Fan quickly said, yes, it's just as Du Ziting said. Du Ziting then said with a smile, but Su Fan, this won't work. If you are a man, you must hurry up, otherwise Qin Xiaoxing's child will be born.
Your child is still. Du Ziting, what do you know as a guy without a girlfriend?
Su Fan rolled his eyes at him.
Didn't you just say that I was right? Have you forgotten it now? Du Ziting looked like he was watching the fun.
Qin Xiaoxing also echoed, hey, I told you, hurry up and find a chance to do it with sister-in-law.
Otherwise, your babies will have to call my baby's big brother from now on. Su Fan listened to the two of them jokingly talking. I really want to beat them to death. Let's not talk about performance now, let's talk about this.
It seems that you two are more concerned about my matter than your own performance.
Of course. If the boss is happy, we employees will suffer less. Du Ziting is right, so of course we have to care.
Du Ziting and Qin Xiaoxing sang the same tune?
You two can just show off and wait for this month's performance data to come out.
If your performance is too low, don't come to me, just go to the finance department to collect your salary.
Then just complete the formalities. Su Fan rolled his eyes at both of them and said angrily.
They also knew that Su Fan said these words deliberately to scare them.
Su Fan will definitely not let them leave the company. Su Fan, are you so cruel? Well, what else can I do?
You guys are here, urging me to do that all day long. I still want my kidney. After Su Fan dealt with the recent backlog of work, he was preparing to rush to the United States again. After visiting the stock market of the island country, you must also visit the stock market of the beautiful country. He knew nothing about the language of the island country, but he knew the language of the beautiful country. He can understand what he hears and what he sees. But he still wanted to take Su Xiaoxiao with him. He wanted to take Su Xiaoxiao with him wherever he went. What's more, going to such a far-away country. I will definitely take Su Xiaoxiao to see the world.
Chapter 59, The Little Girl is More Than Just a Passing Fancy. Su Fan took Su Xiaoxiao abroad again. On the plane, Su Xiaoxiao asked, are we going abroad to trade stocks again? My wife is so smart. She guessed it right. Give her a reward.
Su Fan kissed Su Xiaoxiao on the forehead. Su Xiaoxiao pretended to push Su Fan away. How can this be called a reward? It's obvious that you are deliberately taking advantage of me. So what if you take advantage of me? You are my wife. Who says you can't take advantage of your own wife? Your wife made the decision. Su Xiaoxiao punched his chest unceremoniously, at least not on the plane. Really? Su Fan gave a wicked smile. When his wife disobeys him, he has to resort to his trump card. Su Fan suddenly gently touched Su Xiaoxiao's waist. It's itchy, Su Fan, you're so abominable, you're attacking me by surprise again. Su Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She was very conflicted and always wanted Su Fan to tease her like this. But I shyly refused. Itchy? Where is itchy? Humph, that's too bad, you ask even though you already know the answer. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away and pretended to be angry. Doesn't Su Fan understand this little girl yet? His acting skills are so bad, and he still imitates others to pretend to be angry. Su Fan pinched the soft and slender waist again. Su Xiaoxiao shrank back reflexively. Hate it, no more. Who just said that you can't take advantage of your own wife? Su Xiaoxiao begged for mercy and said, okay, I take back what I just said. After saying that, he took the initiative to peck Su Fan's lips. Su Fan looked dissatisfied and said, my wife is like this, she only knows how to do things superficially. Su Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. What do you mean she only touches the surface? Su Fan's words made Su Xiaoxiao feel a little unconvinced. Suddenly he kissed her fiercely. Coming with strength. Su Fan was caught off guard. It turns out that the little girl can kiss very skillfully. And it's French. The passengers sitting next to me felt a little embarrassed. Young people nowadays are so unrestrained that they can kiss passionately anywhere, said an old lady to her partner who was sitting next to her. They are young, and young people are passionate, how great. The old man looked envious. Look at how envious you are. You're already old, but your hormones are still thriving. The old lady said unhappily. The old man smiled and said, well, of course my hormones are not secreted as much as when I was young. But the death of men is youth. And you look so much younger than your peers now. That's all thanks to me, all the credit goes to me. The old man's face was full of pride. He is still strong and healthy, which is rare among men of the same age. As a man, you can't help but be proud. Of course the old lady knew what her old man was like. At this time, she lowered her head a little shyly and said nothing more. A few hours later, they finally arrived in the United States. Because of the time difference, it is now late at night in the United States. It just so happens that they can rest for a night. The next day I went to the trading center. They went to have dinner before returning to the hotel. The room we booked this time only had one big bed. Because of the jet lag, Su Xiaoxiao felt very tired. As soon as I got back to the hotel, I went to take a shower. While taking a shower, she thought about sleeping in the same bed with Su Fan tonight. I feel very nervous. As I was thinking about it, I suddenly felt something strange about my body. Su Xiaoxiao was shy at this time. How could I be like this? She finished washing and came out of the bathroom. Her cheeks were still rosy. Su Fan glanced at him. I seemed to understand something in my heart. Did the little girl think? But he didn't verify it. Instead, he walked straight into the bathroom and started taking a shower. After a while, Su Fan came out. When he came out, Su Xiaoxiao was already lying on the bed. She covered herself with the quilt shyly and buried her head. Xiaoxiao, I want to sleep on the bed tonight. Su Xiaoxiao's voice came from under the quilt, go to sleep. Su Fan was surprised that the girl did not refuse this time. Really? Then I'll come. As he said that, Su Fan threw himself onto the bed. Su Fan passed the level. Finally I can spend a night there. In the morning, Su Xiaoxiao woke up first. She poked the arm that was wrapped around her chest and said in a hoarse voice, Su Fan, get up quickly, it's dawn. Su Fan hugged her tighter, hold her for a while longer. It's so comfortable to sleep with my wife in my arms. Hey, wife, your voice is hoarse. No. Su Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. Don't admit it yet. Su Fan smiled wickedly. When I saw that touch of red on the white bedsheet, it stimulated his eyes and gave him a special sense of satisfaction. The two of them slept in each other's arms for a while before waking up. When Su Fan got up, he still felt a hot sensation in his throat. He drank a glass of cold water to suppress the heat. At 10 o'clock in the morning, they left the hotel and headed for the trading center. The stock market of the beautiful country is much more lively than that of the island country. There are also more people in the trading center than in the island country. Su Fan followed the instructions and opened a US account. The amount he planned to buy this time was more than the amount he used to buy his first share in the island country. He deposited $300 million into the account. So the staff invited them to the VIP lounge area. Su Fan first checked the stock situation of the United States. Find a few stocks with the highest short-term returns for short-term trading. This time, Su Xiaoxiao just watched Su Fan operate from the side without saying anything. The last time they were in the island country, she was very afraid that Su Fan would lose money. But now she is not worried at all because she thinks her boyfriend is a stock trading genius. Su Fan used the $300 million in his account to buy stocks he had selected. Bruce received them at the trading center and was polite to them on the surface. In fact, what I was thinking was that this guy from Dragon Country was a fool. At first glance at Su Fan's lavish spending, he looks like the stupid son of a landlord. It's obvious that they are here to give money to their stock market. He was so polite because Su Fan invested several $100 million. Su Fan completed the operation. At this time, an old lady came in. As soon as she came in and sat down, 2 or 3 staff members from the trading center came up to serve her. When Su Fan saw her for the first time, he couldn't tell who she was. I just think it looks a little familiar. He turned his head to look again. Oh my God. Isn't this old woman Pelosi? I didn't expect to meet this old witch here. He is already old, but he is still restless and still comes to buy stocks. When Su Fan was in Longwa, he often saw her on the news. I also know a little about her deeds. In any case, he was very disgusted with the old woman. But there was nothing he could do but curse her for big losses in the stock market. It's a pity that only my underpants are left. Chapter 60, Betting with Pelosi. Bite. Warm reminder, the host and Su Xiaoxiao have achieved a happy ending last night, and the system rewards the host with the ability to modify the stock trend that he wants to modify once. Ha! The system really understands his thoughts. Whatever you think in your heart will come true. That way, he could modify the stocks Pelosi bought. Let her lose. But now there is a problem. It's just too difficult to get in touch with this old lady. She was surrounded by several extremely sturdy bodyguards. If he went over there rashly, he might be carried back here by the bodyguards with his arms crossed. In order to get Pelosi's attention, Su Fan became high profile. He shouted to the account managers who were gathered around Peros. And with an impatient tone. What's going on? I used $300 million to invest in stocks, and you guys won't even give me a glass of water? As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, they all looked towards Su Fan. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know why Su Fan suddenly acted like this. Su Fan is not the domineering type, why did he suddenly become like this? She was puzzled and shook his arm quickly. Su Fan, be low-key, you are not shouting like this to let everyone know that you are rich. Being high profile makes it easier for criminals to target you. The criminals here won't be interested in me. They will only be interested in that old witch over there. Su Fan pointed in the direction of Pelosi with his chin. Su Xiaoxiao looked in the direction Su Fan pointed. Isn't that Pelosi? Yes, that's her. She's here now. The criminals you mentioned will definitely not be interested in me. It's so unlucky that I ran into her when I first came to the United States. Su Xiaoxiao also doesn't have a good impression of Pelosi. Even felt extremely disgusted with what she did. You're right. Meeting her is really unlucky. So, I want to teach her a lesson. How? Stop talking, you'll know soon. When Su Fan said that he took $300 million at one time to invest in stocks, Pelosi noticed him, too. After all, people who can take out $300 million to invest in stocks are not ordinary people. Who is that young man? Pelosi asked Bruce in front of her. No big deal, a new customer who just opened an account today. You are from Dragon Country, so arrogant that you dare to throw $300 million into our beautiful country's stock market. Pelosi shook his head. He had always disliked the dragon people. I saw Su Fan deliberately shout out that he bought 300 million stocks. She disliked Su Fan even more. Ma'am, don't worry about him.
He's just here to give money to our stock market. After a while, Su Fan spoke again. Oh my god. It's too late. The 300 million I just bought have all gone up in value, an average increase of 20 points. 300 million increased by 20 points. This news made everyone uneasy. This kid is so lucky. Then Su Fan said loudly, damn. It has increased by another 10 points, so awesome. Pelosi saw Su Fan making money like crazy. She couldn't sit still any longer. Go ask that guy which stock he bought. When Su Fan saw Pelosi send someone to ask him, he naturally went over to try to get close to her. Miss Pelosi, it's great to see you here. When Su Fan said the word miss, he almost vomited. Pelosi gave a professional fake smile and said, not bad, young man. First of all, we in the United States are so lucky. My luck is just average, but I'm good at analyzing the stock market. It's no problem to make billions here. Su Fan looked very confident, and that confident look could instantly kill the arrogant Pelosi. Make billions in minutes? Let us have fun. Pelosi, of course, thought Su Fan was bragging. Young man, if you brag without thinking, you will die miserably. On. It should be a very profitable business. Su Fan raised his index finger and waved it in front of Pelosi. Very challenging. Pelosi is an old lady who claims to be a strong woman. How could she possibly accept Su Fan behaving like this in front of her? Pelosi said angrily, young man, don't be too proud, the Polycom and UTX you bought will soon fall. As an elder in the stock market, I advise you to sell it quickly. Pelosi had already gotten the inside information. After these two stocks rose a little today, they started to fall again. Anyone who buys this stock will lose money. If you show off now, you will cry later. Su Fan shrugged and said indifferently, it doesn't matter if we lose money, it's only 300 or 400 million. But I'm afraid you'll lose money today. Pelosi smiled and said, are the people in Longwa so rich now? They don't even care about a few hundred million. Please stop pretending to be rich, young man. Miss Pelosi, not all of us dragon people are poor, and I don't need to pretend to be rich in front of you. How about we make a bet? What's the bet? We bet on the stocks we bought to see whose stocks will rise sharply. Seeing how arrogant Su Fan was, Pelosi wanted to teach him a lesson. Want to gamble? That's perfect. He will definitely lose badly. The STC stock that Pelosi is buying now will definitely rise. She has inside information, so nothing will go wrong. Moreover, Su Fan's every move successfully aroused Pelosi's desire to win. How do we bet? Tell me? If I lose, I will kneel down and lick the soles of your shoes. If you lose, you kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, a bodyguard next to Pelosi stood up. How dare you disrespect Miss Pelosi? Su Fan was helpless. This is a normal gambling game, how can it be related to respect or not? Pelosi waved his dry hand at the bodyguard, back off. Then he said to Su Fan, bet. Well, as such a prestigious person, you can't cheat. Su Fan said with a smile. I'm just afraid that you'll cheat. Pelosi looked at him with disdain. She was sure she wouldn't lose. She is not the one who is embarrassed, so why should she cheat? This young man, on the other hand, is arrogant. Let him taste the feeling of licking the soles of your shoes later. Okay. Deal. At this time, a well-known internet celebrity from the United States was also present. This internet celebrity usually broadcasts what he sees and hears outside. Now, Pelosi made a bet with a young man from Longwa, and she certainly would not miss the shot that could attract traffic. When Su Fan was talking to Pelosi, she was already squatting in a corner and broadcasting live. And the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached over 100,000. Everyone is waiting to see the fun. There are also some dragon people living in the United States among the audience in the live broadcast room. After seeing such an exciting duel, I shared it directly with my friends in Longwa. He also used another mobile phone to face the screen of the live broadcast room and broadcast live using the account of the Longwa website. This caused a stir when netizens in Longwa learned the news. They all entered the friends' live broadcast room to watch the fun.